And my favorite wrestler of all time, the Macho Man Randy Savage, was also Bone Crusher, right?
No, here's the funny thing, which you won't laugh at, but his character's name was Bonesaw McGraw in the movie, but in the original 1962 comic, it was Crusher Hogan, but he hated Hulk Hogan so much he refused to go by that name.
Wow. Now, didn't Hogan get that name from him? From Crusher Hogan?
It wasn't so much that, it was that Vince McMahon Sr. fetishized Irish people and wanted to give them an Irish name.
Even though it was an Italian.
Yes, Terry Bollea.
The plot thinkings. Anyways, good shit.
There you
Does any woman here have any wetness in their vagina at this point? I just show hands.
All the women left 10 minutes ago. Chris, thank you so much. That's Chris Lemkolin.
Yeah, the samurai sword and the fucking toy are always a good enticer. Women love that.
See, that was another, could have been a shooting. We're saving lives here.
Absolutely.
You know what Brett was in that was really, really good? Weeds. He played a bad gangster. Right before the show got bad.
Yeah, right before it jumped the shark. I was the shark.
Yeah. what was it the season where they moved to Mexico, or was it?
No, it was the end of 2, beginning of 3.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, we were in a house. Like fucking, I was Armenian. I killed my husband. That was the only episodes I watched.
You played an Armenian?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Any connecting eyebrow ethnicity. That's who I going on.
Brett Ernst, shades of a grease ball.
Any giddy shit, any that stuff.
Now, do you get threaded, or do you just Gillette it?
I get this. It's a different type of wax. It's the wax. Women will know what I'm talking about. It dries and then they rip it off. It's not with the cloth. I try to do threading. It's too much. Listen, I'm an adult. I grow. That's what I do.
Speaking of waxing, I gotta tell you that I saw something amazing today that I want to share with you guys. I went to the car wash, and Denzel Washington is there. He had just come back to pick up his car. His car was getting washed, and there's a Mexican manager at the car wash. He goes, thank you, so nice to meet you. I watched Denzel get this car. This is all happening 10 feet from me. Denzel gets.
Hey, can you do that Mexican impression again?
Thank you, and nice to meet you. He really was just like that. I know that's.
Carlos Mencia ain't got nothing on you.
That's right. I'm actually more Mexican than Carlos. 0%, but I ate a quesadilla a few days ago. Anyway,
you have some Mexican in you then.
Oh, you son of a bitch. So Denzel's there, and he gets in his car. Oh, thank you so much. And Denzel ignores his thank you, and I see he's running his finger along the underside of the inside of the car. And he looks at his finger, and he goes, "You guys didn't wash my car." And the guy's like, "Oh no, we washed it." And he starts running his finger along under other things, and he gets out of the car, and the guy's like, "No, we washed it." He goes, "No, you didn't wash it. I brought it here clean for you to wash the inside and the outside and then wax it. And it looks great, but you guys didn't wash it. So don't tell me that you washed it. You just waxed it. You waxed it. An already clean car." He goes, "No, we washed it." Denzel gets out, opens up his hood, lifts it up, runs his finger along the underside of the hood, looking at it. He goes, "There's no water under this hood. You didn't wash my car, else there'd be some remnants of water under here." He's like, "No, we washed it. It does already."
Did it go through the fucking thing?
Yeah, well, that's what the guy said, but I don't know if they did. I think Denzel may have been right about this. Even though the car looked fucking magnificent, he was proving his point that they didn't wash it.
So you got to watch Denzel be intense in person.
Exactly. No, I swear to God.
That's like watching a Kardashian fuck a black person. Like you got to see someone who is the best at something be the best at it in that moment.
No,
that's incredible.
And it just kept getting better and better. He goes, "And there'd be water under the hood if you guys washed it." "Well, it's a hot day, the water probably dry." And that's when Denzel really gets overdrive. Denzel.
Well, he was pissed that the Mexican just became Jewish for no reason.
You mean to tell me? You know all that shit.
No.
You mean to tell me?
No, better than that.
He just went, "Is it washed?" He always does that.
Maybe the guy was a good dryer.
That's what I was saying. What if he
Maybe the
just
guy was like,
dry
"Oh, I know how to fucking dry."
They don't dry under the hood. You know that.
Well, I'm taking Denzel's part on this one, but I mean, didn't he watch the car?
But here's the great part.
Right.
Hear me out on this, guys. Is that he goes, "There'd be water under the hood if you washed it." Mexican guy goes, "No, it's a hot day. Water could have dried." He goes, "Now you're just making excuses." And that's when I'm glancing at the people that are sitting on this bench next to me, all of us pretending like Denzel isn't 7 feet away from us.
Yeah.
Blatantly Denzel. One of those guys that's like 6'3" or 4", you know what I mean, and thick. They're built like stars. So you're not like, is this some guy that looks like Denzel? You feel like that for 5 seconds. Racist, inner self, where it's like, oh, that guy's that Denzel Washington? Then it hits you, you're like, oh, fuck, that's definitely
just another black
Denzel
guy.
Washington.
Well, how did that become racist?
Well, no, I'm
Did he
saying...
just morph into a regular black guy?
No, I'm saying there's that moment where you see a black guy that looks like Denzel, and you're like, oh my god, is that Denzel? Because you relate it, but then you're like, oh shit, no, it's actually Denzel. It's not really
And then we later find out it was just Reginald Bell Johnson from Family Matters the whole time. I was a police officer for 25 years.
But Denzel didn't
I helped Charlie secure Nakatomi Plaza, motherfucker.
Denzel didn't want a free car wash. He didn't want money back. He just wanted to let the guy know that he knew that they didn't wash their car. And it was the most amazing fucking thing. And unbelievably... oh my god, it was a fucking unbelievably beautiful, one of those giant old Chevelles, like muscle, but the color of the car was what really was amazing. It was like a light yellow banana, like a light banana, not deep bright yellow, this beautiful light tone, almost like like butter. Absolutely.
You know that later that day,
fucking perfect.
He went to Mexico to bomb that guy's village. And it was just like, is it clean now? It's clean now, isn't it?
But what was amazing was that it started with the guy going, just wanted to let you know, I appreciate you coming here. And Denzel just, from the very beginning, as he's saying that, not going, oh, thank you. Denzel doesn't give a fuck.
He took the window of the compliment.
He doesn't need your compliment. Right, through a window, by the way, because he was in the car when that happened. And
I always watch the car. I always watch my car go in. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't understand for that.
I doubt they would really skip that part. Like they would still just run it through. Yeah, why would they do that? They wouldn't do that.
He was running his finger into the shit, and the guy looked too, and he went in with the rag. Oh, I'll get it now. And he got in the car. But when Denzel got out and he got in, Denzel opened that fucking hood, and the storyline got better. There's no water under the.
Now, what was more entertaining? Watching that or somebody watching, like, who's this creepy dude in a sweater fucking staring at Denzel?
Right. All of us were.
I've been there.
The people next to me had their camera out. They're like, I can't fucking believe it.
Who'd you ever mark out on? I'll tell you who I creeped. I creeped Stallone out.
Really?
Yeah, and Piper when he first got
That's so funny you say Piper, because my biggest mark out ever, even though it happened quick, was Bret the Hitman Hart, who was hanging out with Rowdy Piper right downstairs. He was hanging out with Bret Hart, and I was walking to the back to smoke pot. This is downstairs, so you go.
Wait, you smoke weed?
Yeah, so you go through the kitchen. And there's a little side room there that you normally just walk by when you're going straight out the back door. But Piper and Bret Hart were there, and there was a sewing machine, and I think there still is on the right-hand side there against the wall. So it's against the wall, but you don't even notice that it's right next to the door. But when I saw a leather jacket out of the corner of my eye, and then in my peripheral, it happened fast. You see stringy black hair,
the wet hair,
stringy wet hair, and I swear to God, it was exactly like that. And then I saw his face, and I literally fell, like it physically pushed me like a hard breeze into this sewing machine, and I'm just, oh, sorry, hello.
And Bret Hart really does have the hair of like a stripper who had to work a double.
Yeah, definitely. Super greasy.
Looks so terrible.
Yeah, my wife was like, I've never seen you. Because I never really cared about that type of shit. I mean, especially being in the business so long. And when I saw Piper, I freaked out.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't even know who he was.
Pro wrestlers hit.
Yeah, anybody from my childhood, yeah. I freak out over.
Especially
like
pro
when I went to
wrestlers.
Disney World and I saw Mickey. That fucking freaked me out, man.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Joe Carl.
What's up, guys? Any Jews in the house? Anyone? Nothing bad ever happened from outing yourself as a Jew? Don't get scared. I'm actually half German, half Palestinian. And although I was bred like a Shih Tzu Chihuahua to hate you, I love everyone. I even do a lot of bar mitzvah shows and shalom festivals, and sometimes I kill, and sometimes I bomb. It really just depends on what side of the family comes out. By the way, I've been working on it a bit for a while, and not once has anyone called me on the fact that there's no such thing as the Shalom Festival. I kind of want to find out what that is because now I'm actually interested in it, like what lay Gentile doesn't know about.
Fuck yeah, there you go. 49 seconds of Joe Carl. Alright. The Shalom Festival thing, I mean, there's gotta be something.
I like the bomb and kill part.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Shalom Festival.
Right. Yeah.
The bomb and kill idea is good.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I'm back in it for about a month and a half.
Yes, sir. That's how you kind of do it. But, see, the thing is, up front, when you greeted us, I didn't know if you were Jewish.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, so, but then you made the Jewish joke. I mean,
I could see the blood on your hands.
Which
he knew, he hit me and said, nah,
He's not the one who fucking said. It's like, I'm German and Palestinian, and we control show business. Like, things you might not want to say out loud.
I think there's something about that, though. I think there's totally something in that. You can totally pass as a Jewish guy, and I think that there's a joke in that,
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. If you identify, if you establish that up front that you're not,
right,
or just say, I'm just going, I'm German and half Palestinian, like I'm Jewish, that way.
I mean, I would say, like, just dig deeper, because, like, the bomb and kill thing is one part. Well, then it's just clever. It is like a month and a half in joke, and there's nothing wrong with that because you're a month and a half in. But start to think more, and I mean, this is the best thing about starting, and I'm sure you'll probably agree, is that you get to fail as much as you want, and it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, right.
So experiment and tinker. Look up every thing about Palestinians and Germans in your life. And I just feel like I've heard that Muslim equals bomb so many times, and I feel like you can go further than that.
Yeah, but that's still a unique angle, I think.
Yeah, the way that you look.
But the German and the Palestinian.
I think you should say something like, and especially as an opener, since you're only a month and a half in, you're going to want to acknowledge the way that you look. So I think an interesting way is, you could do it anyway. Like, I look Jewish, or you could even say something like, I know what you guys are thinking, another Jewish comedian. I'm actually half Palestinian, half German, but this is, God.
What side do you relate to?
The American side.
Well, no.
That was funny.
I'm serious. Like, what side? Like,
I mean, both equally. My parents still love each other, so I don't know.
Well, then what I'm saying, like, I'm.
Wait, you want to be a comedian and your parents loved each other? Good luck with that.
No, I don't really.
What I meant is that, like, is there an ethnic background there? Or you just, like, for instance, like, I'm mostly.
Oh yeah.
I'm mostly Italian. I grew up in an Italian household, and it was very thick and tradition and all that other stuff. But I'm still American. But I relate more to that than my German side.
Here's the thing, it's like exactly even. Like my mom's from Mississippi. My dad's actually from Palestine.
Well, see, I'll tell you, there's a lot of great Arab. I made a joke about it before, but I met a man, a lot of those other guys. I don't know if you ever watched it, but they dig into areas sometimes that they go a certain way, and you think, and then they go a little deeper. Aaron Cater's a good one.
I go to German side.
You can even talk about like how the Palestinian and the person from Mississippi got together through their shared love of anti-Semitism.
You know what? Here's the thing. Most of my jokes have nothing to do with Arab or German. Like that's strictly
open. So you go, you got to get into
it. Because I'm not actually big on.
Well, let me tell you what to do, man. Because I'm more of a storyteller. I really am. Spend that minute and just go into a story, and whether it hits or not, but see, it's so hard to do it at a month, even a year or 3 years, because you still know you're on stage. It's like after 11, 12, when you really start to fucking see the matrix, so to speak. You know what I mean?
But the thing too is that.
But it's great stuff. I mean, you have a good area to fucking dig it.
But do you think that was one of your better jokes or not?
Yeah, it's my opener. It's typically my opener, and then I go into stuff that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, that's my wife over there. She's a teacher, and she went from being like super into you whenever you mentioned Common Core, and then you said it sucked, and then she like instantly the glaze over her
I used to
eyes.
teach too. It's terrible. Every teacher I know got
Her entire career
hates it.
surrounds like being a Common Core leader.
Is that what?
She knows about it.
Have you seen a Common Core math problem?
Is that what Louis C.K. was tweeting
Yes,
about the other day?
it's fucking garbage. And I'll see.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the mathematics is fucking garbage. Anybody that defends it has never been in a classroom.
Math is dumb anyway. It's always been dumb since the invention of a calculator. Now that we have iPhone, why do we need to do math anymore? There's no math necessary.
Are you fucking serious?
You need like.
How do you think you got the fucking calculator and the fucking thing?
No. I'm talking
about rid of math.
I'm talking about forced math. I'm talking about when you're in college, you're taking algebra 3 for some reason for an English.
Yeah, I agree with that
There's
shit
no
too,
reason
man.
for that shit.
No, I suck at math. Fucking
How long
shit.
have you been married for?
3 years.
Good for you.
Wow.
I like it. You had to look at her for approval of that. You gotta like a Woody Harrelson from True Detective vibe. I like it. Right? God damn it, Cole.
I agree though. They shouldn't force you to take fucking geometry and shit.
I am like
hated it.
I could get a degree today if I took 2 more math classes.
It sucks.
I don't
Basic
get a
college
degree
algebra, I failed
anyway.
3 times.
We were talking about that what's his face earlier that said all like the MITs and the DeVrys and stuff. There was a teacher in New York. He went to school, but it was like a DeVry that just got caught. 29 years she's been a teacher with them. She doesn't have a degree, so she was just. She was the dean of the college.
Does she still get a pension?
No, she got fired.
Fired her.
And I just, it's just hilarious that shows you right there, like how unimportant it is.
Oh yeah, it's all bullshit.
Well, I don't think it was DeVry. I think it was something like that. Jesus sucked.
Hey, what did you do up until this point, Jeff?
He's like me every night, and then he just leaves. That'd be the best thing ever.
I work in production. I moved down here 4 years ago.
What part of production?
I'm a producer in the motion graphics. Commercials, advertising, copywriting. Yes, I actually used to come visit here, and I came here with my fake ID whenever I was like 19, and that was right before you guys did the Wild West thing. So you guys were here all the time. You guys were the first comics I ever saw.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really cool.
I'm glad, man. That you're here now.
You're doing a lot of spots, or are you being lazy?
No, I'm in it. It's every week now.
Every week?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like 3 times a week.
Alright.
Well, come on. What do you want him to do? It's fucking tough, man. It's
True.
tough to get stage time, bro. That's why
7
he's
to
here
10 a
doing
week.
fucking
Or,
minute.
I think 7 to 10 a week.
You
You gotta be doing at least 7.
Yeah, do 7 1-minute sets.
No.
And hopefully, in fucking 10 years, you'll get 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If you never truly try, then you never truly fail. And I don't think 3 times a week is truly trying.
I agree.
If there's a website, I don't know what it's called anymore. You might
I remember that website.
There was a website that listed all the open mics.
There's Comedy Bureau now.
Yeah.
Bad Slava. Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, I know you have a job and everything, but I feel like you got at least like 5 to 7, or it's not. It's a hobbyist. Yeah.
I agree.
Hog Cafe has it every day.
Depends on
$5.
I go to South London.
There's places everywhere.
And it's going to start off, quantity over quality, and then you'll realize.
7 years.
7, how about you?
9 in November.
11, but it took 3 years off.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been doing it a long time. It seems like now, I don't know if there's more or less stage time now.
Yeah, I talked to you guys about it last time. I did it for a year, like hardcore. That was when I was living out here by myself. And I went 7, 8 times a week.
You got to do more spots. You got to want to go out and do spots.
Yeah,
and if you don't want that, then
But
you're
the
just
other
gonna
thing
end up
too
doing
is
it.
also utilize it. A lot of people come in, they get their time, and they dial it in.
Yeah.
You know, like every fucking spot is valuable.
Yeah.
And don't think it's just the material either. Sometimes it's just being on there, being in the moment that you got to focus on. You know, but it's hard to figure it out in a year.
If you can only do 3 a week, then you got to be writing a lot. You got to be trying new stuff. You got to record your sets and listen.
It's a good question. Do you write on stage or off stage?
Off stage. Yeah.
You're more to
I
the
work
words?
as a writer. So yeah.
You could be right.
Well, good job, Joe.
Stop being late now.
Stay in it.
All right, guys.
Stay in it. Live your dreams, Joe.
Give it up to his wife.
Joe
Teaching
Carl.
the youth.
He's on Twitter at JoeCarl_AS. What's the AS stand for? Wow.
Is that German or Palestinian?
Wait, what do you say? Ass soccer?
Abu Soccer.
Abu Soccer.
Why don't they use your real name? But it's unique.
Is Carl your middle name? Wow, what a terrible.
Be yourself. I would say use your real name, Abu Soccer. That's right there. It's interesting.
That's the worst middle name ever, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants to hear. And coming up next, what is it? How do you say? Ass sucker. Ass muncher.
There's already enough fakeness in Los Angeles. People should
But I agree that people after a while will know it.
Yeah, it's catchy.
Yeah. Your opener is everybody fucking your name on.
Do you remember when Zach Carl was in the 3 Hangover movies?
Exactly. I love that. I'm a big believer in that. A few morons have told me to change my last name, and
what is it? Hedgecliff? Hedgecliff?
You're about to say Heathcliff, right?
I'm a big believer in make them learn it, make them learn how to spell it, make them love it, then change it. Or else they'd be boring Anthony Michael. Which would suck.
That's why my whole cause is to get that one T fucking recognized.
Unlike Brett Butler.
I know.
2 T's. Your next comedian's name is Sean K.
It's easy.
Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Oh, bitch.
How's everybody doing? I actually said to myself, the only way I would truly know I'm funny is if I can make Denzel Washington break character. That's one thing in my mind. But it's funny, man. I gotta apologize, guys. See, I'm not the same when I don't sleep. I get a little bit out of character, like Mel Gibson on a good day. See, my friends, they all hate me. They all complain that they say I start acting like the Wendy Williams show because whenever I don't sleep, I don't know if you guys ever seen the Snickers commercial, but I turn into an old angry black woman when I don't sleep. And it's really strange because my mother's even worse. But she doesn't sleep. She turns into Kanye West. And I'm like, here, Mom, you need a Snickers bar. You're not the same when you don't sleep. And, yeah, I'm just like, here's 2 cups of coffee, 3 packs of sugar. Just wake up, Mr. West. And people say that white people don't hit their kids. That's true. My mom never used to hit me. She'd just throw the heaviest thing at me and hope to God it would knock me out. Like broomsticks, chandeliers, my father, whatever that was close to her, she'd try to hit me with.
All right, Sean K. Hitting the full minute. We heard the kitty meow for the first time tonight. All right, Sean, you're missing punchlines. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you brought up Kanye, but you did nothing with it. Your mom being Kanye.
You set up a lot of premises.
It was the, let's go, Denzel Washington, Mel Gibson, Wendy Williams, Kanye West. You basically just did a modern Whedon and start the fire.
Yeah. No, you just dropped a lot of names.
No, it's what I was gonna say is like I feel what last time was I was like really uncomfortable on stage, and today I felt like even though I didn't get as much laughs as I did, I felt like much more comfortable. And I feel like to me like that's just growth in itself. I mean,
First of all, that's what I would call it. Strong head of hair. Fucking lighting. Second
Some
of
of
all,
his head looks like the bottom of my chin.
fucking strong.
Yeah. When I heard you say Wendy, I wasn't thinking you were going to say Wendy Williams. I thought you were going to say you look like Wendy from Wendy's. Fuck Screech from Saved by the Bell.
It's like if one of the wildlings from Game of Thrones did stand up.
Yeah. I don't know about a wildlings, but maybe a White Walker. I saw a few people leave for his set.
He looks like wow.
I was one of Variety's Comics Tonight's watch.
Game of Thrones jokes, guys.
Yeah.
I had a Game of Thrones tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, who the fuck cares?
Oh,
It's
you
a
don't.
stupid goddamn show.
Oh, you don't watch
I'm
it?
kidding. I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
trying to get the nerds angry.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah. You
I know my
really
joke was
scared
that
me.
Lannisters always pay their debt.
Yeah.
Apparently they don't have student loans. Kids like that.
No,
No, I see what I like you said. I'll tell you why. Punchlines you can add later on. He's right. There's no fucking punchlines. I didn't even know where you were going with shit.
Right.
I'll be straight up, but that doesn't matter because you're trying to be in the moment in the pocket, and you didn't run, you didn't bail out. And I can tell maybe you're more of a storyteller. Tell you right. That's where you're going. So you write on stage, not off stage, correct?
But it felt like slam poetry.
Yeah, no, I agree. Here's what you got to do. He's right. There was no fucking punchlines. I didn't know what you were stopping at. You were just throwing out premises, but that's okay. How long have you been doing it? 2 years? A year?
Talking to the mic.
a year, bro.
Okay, yeah. So what you want to do is you want to start trying. You've got you see your jokes in scenes, right?
Yeah,
Not in words.
exactly. Like I always
You're gonna have to record it, and you're gonna have to don't be lazy. Okay, you're gonna have to listen to. First of all, what the fuck are you trying to say? Where are you going with it? You know what I mean? And again, you're gonna have to figure out where the joke. Like people remember, it's a story. People are listening. We're waiting. They're waiting. They're waiting. And you were just throwing out analogies, and you know. But I can see you were trying to go somewhere. You know. Take the time, listen to it, and figure out and say to yourself, what's the main idea of this joke, and then get to it. Does that make any sense?
You did the same thing last week. That was the same advice last week, where you really need to listen to your sets, record all your sets, and really write it down. Like, don't be afraid to write it down. I mean, like, all right, every, say, 15 seconds, I need at least a up or a laugh or something like that. You can just build it into your stories. But you need to really, I mean, if you can get a story first, that's cool, but you need to really have the jokes to be a comic, or you're just, like a poetry guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I can relate to what you said. Like, I always have the vision of, like the story. Because I used to actually write sketches, and that's probably what was.
But remember, though, you gotta learn it. You gotta put that right in. You gotta figure out where you want to go.
Absolutely. Are you a fan of stand-up? Do you love?
No, absolutely.
stand-up?
No. I mean, I've been all my life.
Who's your favorite stand-ups?
Well, for me, my favorite
Carrot
cop has to be, Carrot, Louis C.K., all the redheads.
He's more a Carrot Bottom.
No, it's Chappelle. I mean, has a tremendous influence on me.
But watch those, like, and even like this might help, like, look at some of like his sets and like map out where the punches are, where the laughs are, and use that as like a diagram. Because there should be even if you're not getting the laughs, opportunities for where they could occur, and they're just, I mean, he said they just weren't any today.
But like I said, you know where you want to go instead of putting the time in to get you something.
You never even turned into the black woman that you foreshadowed that we were about to see.
I know. I was waiting for a Kanye West act out so badly.
Right. Fuck yeah. How long you been doing it?
A year.
Awesome. All in LA?
Yeah.
Cool.
How many times a week?
I try to go up every night.
Do you have any jokes about the way that you look?
I mean, just this.
He's like, what's wrong with how I look?
No,
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I have a story about
Sorry to let the cat
It's
out
a
the
voice
bag.
too. You gotta have like a blind set. Like, I know he does. I'm not.
Where are you from? You from the South?
It's like, I was born in Florida and then moved to New York when I was 19. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, where?
Broward County.
Yeah,
Me too,
I went
yeah.
to Plant. I went to
Western High School, yeah.
Charles W. Flanagan.
That's how old I am. They didn't have that fucking school.
Charles W. Flanagan.
Flanagan?
Who is that?
Where is that?
What did that guy do?
Fuck him.
Yeah, seriously.
You heard it on tape, people.
Charles W.
Fuck
Flanagan.
He used to book Boca Nuts.
It's a restaurant.
No, Flanagan jail on the beach.
How old are you, Sean?
21.
Wow, you're gonna be a monster one day if you keep it up. Do you do a lot of spots?
I try to go up every night, even in the big three, improv, the factory, just going up everywhere every night.
Well, I'll tell you, these offshoot rooms in LA are sometimes better than the major clubs.
Yeah.
Because it's a whole different thing, man. Why you gotta go somewhere where you could really fucking experiment?
Yeah.
You know?
I was gonna ask, the thing about what I was trying to create with the vision of this punchline was the whole Snickers commercial. I saw what my tag was trying to
So all you were trying to say is that when you're hungry, you turn into a Snickers and you're trying to figure out who
the
you
lack
are.
of sleep deprivation was what I'm trying to.
What was the Mel Gibson thing at the beginning?
Oh, I just
He was trying to tie it in.
Yeah, tag or getting out of character, like Mel Gibson on a good day.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry, I meant the Denzel thing. I thought you were trying to pull.
Yeah, I was trying to pull that and just
calling that.
The Mel Gibson thing.
You can't do much in a minute too, so it's I was trying to do too much, but I felt comfortable.
Well, then try.
But that
and
always
yes.
seems like, I mean, the thing is, the show is established as a minute, and that can't be used as the crutch every time, I don't feel.
No,
Doesn't
exactly.
we know what it is, and
Exactly.
everyone gets a minute.
Exactly. I mean,
You work within the laws of that minute.
I've
and
mentioned this a few times.
Yeah.
It's much better to try to do 50 seconds and stretch it out on stage than it is to rush a minute 30 and try to get as many jokes out, because then you're just talking fast and nothing's hitting and you lose your natural cadence. So it's always important for comedians.
None of
to
my
know that,
sexes lasted more than a minute, and
You know.
I've had second dates a few times.
1 minute's 1 minute, but what's the difference between a new comedian who has 15 minutes doing 1 minute, or a guy that has an hour that's putting together a Tonight Show set. You don't see somebody doing a 5-minute Tonight Show set, trying to put 8 minutes into that 5 minutes. And then the chicken crossed the road, and then I did this, and then I did that, and then Denzel Washington, and then Mel Gibson.
It's that, and it's also
don't do that.
Being recorded.
You just
it's
gotta
like
do the time that you're given in your voice. So
But I think you also don't. You can't get. I think an over 5-year comic. I couldn't do a funny. There's no way. I could not do a minute. There's no way.
You have one joke that's at least a minute.
No,
Or you can take one and chop it down.
It's like going backwards. It's almost how like the USA basketball team lost to the pick and roll. You know what I mean? Like when you get so back to basics, it becomes more difficult once you're ahead.
I mean, a lot of my material is
I can do it one joke.
I mean, the point isn't on the show that they're doing a set. It's not like a showcase.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm on your side in the sense that a minute is more to him. Like he's trying to do more. When if you have like a just that story was what? That wasn't even a minute, right?
It was
Yeah, it was a minute.
That was exactly
Yeah,
it.
yeah, bread on the cat.
Do 45 seconds.
Exactly.
And it take your time. You know.
It's so much better to take your time on the show. It actually makes you sound different instead of just a speed talker. What was that sign, Josh? What does that mean?
Next.
Huh?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, fuck.
Thank you so much, Sean K.
Thank you.
Adorable, voluminous
Wow,
hair.
it's almost 9:30.
Yeah, time flies on
Can you
the
edit
show.
this shit?
It's 9:32.
Time flies. We have 15 minutes left, and this is when we spend time with our 2 regulars. Since we started the show, we've had 2 girls that come on and do a new minute each week. Always something different, a brand new minute each week that they work on. And sometimes it goes great, sometimes it goes good, and sometimes it's a train wreck. But it's always fun, and we love to watch them grow. They will be with us at Comic-Con and this Friday at the Joe Rogan Kill Tony at the Ice House. Put your hands together for your first regular. She dropped out of college at Florida, where you guys are from.
Tonight.
Yeah, the home of the Gators. She just had a few months left before her degree, and she said, I want to try stand-up comedy. So she came on Kill Tony, and she's been with us every week since. College dropout, Kill Tony regular. It's Kimberly Condon.
Was that music in honor of your accent from 20 minutes ago?
Guys, put your hands together for Kimberly Condon, everybody. Here we go.
Thank you. I think that if we aren't going to take the guns away from people, I think that maybe it's a good idea to start profiling the kind of people we sell to. We should definitely be able to judge someone. I think that if you can't take a picture that's not creepy as fuck, you can't buy a gun. Have you seen the mugshots? You never look at the mugshots and you're like, that guy's dapper as fuck. He looks good. He looks nice. They never look nice. They never have eyelids. That's the whole thing. And I noticed that like a lot of the massacres, they're never women. So I think that's a big issue is men. Hashtag yes all women. I mean, I think it's because we already see enough bloodshed. I think it's time to start making them bleed. I don't know where I'm going with this. Not just
There you go. You're safe. You did the minute. These poor girls. Towards the end, they always panic because they want to do. It's great. Did it.
Very good job.
Yeah. Nailed it. I love it.
Driver's license photos, fucking.
Yeah,
So
totally.
they always take a fucked up picture.
Right. And I love that they
Stripper eyes.
don't
the mugshot, yeah.
It's so
They
You
always
know,
have
you ever
like
see
those
those
big,
fucking
like.
stripper eyes? We're like, hey,
I wanted to say, do you agree that people in mugshots look like they're terrified? Because I want to be like, you're the monster. Why do you look? I feel like a lot of people they look
They
like.
look-
Well, I've had a few, and I mean, it just depends on
I know what you're saying
what
about
they're getting arrested for.
the no eyelid thing. That's funny, but
Yeah.
I had to go. Why was no eye? Oh, because their eyes are so big. So maybe like no eyelid, like
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
like.
I think dapper as fuck isn't the wording that you want to use.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, no, I would use anything almost else other than that because it just you don't want people thinking like translating dapper as fuck. Like it's like you can go any way you want. You know, you don't ever look at the picture of those guys and say, "Oh, I wonder if he's single."
And you can go somewhere to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you want to give them the vision that you're trying to. You don't want them wondering if you were.
So you can go somewhere too with the fact that like we always say like we didn't expect that person to do it, and then it goes back to how creepy the photo is. Like. Because the photo that they use is always taken before the shooting, and everyone's like, "We didn't know it was going to be this guy," and he's wearing like a Pantera shirt.
And he has those eyes.
Yeah.
I think that's a great angle.
You know what? Now that you say it, I think there might be something in that they look terrified, but I think you have to set it up by saying they don't have eyelids. Their eyes are so always wide open after you say no eyelids.
Yeah.
You know?
See,
hang it with that, and then you could say they always look like they're about to get shot.
They look like they just saw themselves or something.
Well, I would stay away. I mean, look, I love generalizations. I think they're great.
As an Italian, right?
No, I'm saying I do. It's when you speak in absolutes, then you have a fucking problem. But when it's a generalization, generally, they're always fucking just those types. But when you start getting into mugshots in general, most dudes that go to jail aren't fucked. They're not looking wide-eyed and weird.
I would kind
They
of
look
talk about
scary.
like massacres because I have this whole thing on the NRA and like whatever.
Well, I mean, by the way, all these notes, obviously, take them with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Of course. You know, you can use that or you can sell. If that's the word you want to use it. I like the fucking, he's not hot. Yeah, he's fucking handsome. That right. I love that scared, creepy, fucking Pantera shirt. I love it. I think it's great.
And the bloodshed, very, very funny.
Well, you can also put something on women, too. Like, you know, most of these guys kill because of men. There's always a murder.
Well, women always have a reason. It's like they kill their own kids, or like they never just like go out and like fucking whole kindergarten
I think
class.
that's exactly where you go next.
Yeah, that's where you go.
I think if it was a minute
Show
and a
the
half,
difference.
that's the next 30 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
Women don't do that. They do this. I mean, maybe next week you could even.
They kill their own kids, not other people's kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you kill other people's kids, you're an asshole. If you kill your own kids, you're just cleaning up after
That's
yourself.
so fucking funny. That is
that's
so
a good
fucking
angle.
funny. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a fucking
There you
joke
go.
of the
Let's
night.
go. Put that in your pocket.
Look, I had this idea. I thought it was going to work. I guess it didn't. You know, you move on from these things.
Take that for sure. And
that's
roll it right
good.
into the whole thing.
Yeah.
So there you go. You
Thanks
killed
so much.
Kimberly Congdon.
Yeah.
Doing it.
I love it because every guy looked like a shooter, and then we got the victim's rebuttal at the end. That was really appropriate.
Follow her on Twitter at Kimberly Congdon. Again, these girls are with us at Comic-Con in July. Ice House on Friday. Bobbity-bop. Your next regular, always fun, always goofy, always takes a little something and turns it into something a little bit bigger and crazier. Very fun style. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank, everybody.
What's up? My mom's getting kooky. I was at my parents' house yesterday, and on the fridge were just tons of fortune cookies all over the fridge with magnets. I said, Mom, what's going on here? You look mentally ill. Can't be just collecting these fortunes like this. It's weird. You're a smarter cookie than that, Mom. But it's weird because it's in Chinese food, these fortune cookies, right? They're in Chinese food. But there's certain allure that the East has. Like if we put the fortune cookies or the fortunes at the bottom of a Happy Meal, people would be pissed off. They'd be like, where the fuck is my ketchup? What's this piece of paper? Where's my ranch? What's this piece of paper? I'm just sick of fortune cookies. I don't think they need to exist. I'm tired of that one guy who always yells in bed after everything. That's so old.
She brought out the bear. That's a rare treat. Normally the girls don't do that. They know better.
McDonald's employees would never put ranch in the Happy Meals. That's the thing that we're taught the first week.
I did get a sweet and sour sauce one time.
Yeah, well, we fucked up, and I'm sorry.
No, I love it. With the fries and shit.
the vibe that I get immediately from this is that the real story might be funnier. Is your mom really putting fortunes on the fridge?
Yeah.
And is she eating Chinese food? Is she ordering delivery? Is she getting it to go? Did she buy a box from Costco of fortune cookies just straight up and is just opening bags like, oh, where's the one that says I'm gonna find my new husband?
Yeah.
Is she single or what?
So she's married to my dad, but you know, they're comfortable, they're cute. What I was gonna say that I forgot. That's what happened. I was gonna say they don't have that. I don't know.
The smarter cookie joke was cute, like in a Garfield joke kind of way.
I was gonna say my dad said it.
Even you
Yeah.
couldn't get it out.
I couldn't get it out. I
Such a
knew
joke.
it was so corny. But
I've
then
never seen you do that.
I know.
I hate Mondays because of jokes like that.
I know. And like, I was gonna say that my dad said that.
I've seen you do 50 different
on a
minutes, and I've never seen
calendar.
you laugh at yourself like I can't fucking believe I just said
I
that.
couldn't believe it either. I was like on the friends and all that. Ugh.
Let's get back to the real thing. So, did you ask your mom about the fortunes?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Because, you know, I don't know. Don't bother me.
How many fortunes are on the fridge, and how many magnets does it take to
Well, I
put them
was
out?
going to say what would be funny, because it's kind of something similar, but just take it and run with it. The magnets have sayings on them, you know, and it's holding up a fortune, and they're contradicting each other.
Right.
Like, you ever see those,
Like
Destiny, like those magnets, those inspirational magnets? And the only reason why I said this because my wife had one up there, and I put the fucking this stupid ass card we got, and it was just like I was reading the magnet to read the fucking card, but you can do it with the fortune. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you understand what I mean? You ever see the
Oh,
magnets that give the advice?
All you have to do is
Hold
open up a
fortune?
few for it to really
What if
get
it's like you? Oh, sorry.
all you need to do is open up a few for it to get really contradictory. You know, you open
Yeah.
up one where it's like, you know, tomorrow you will find your true love, and then your third one will say, savor the flavor of loneliness for a while and find yourself. And it's like, wait, what?
And also, because now I'm just thinking of this. I mean, again, you don't have to use it, whatever, but the fortune says something, the magnet says something. You have those stupid ass fucking magnets that people make words with. You know what I mean? And there's all this shit going on in the refrigerator.
Meanwhile, your mom has more lucky numbers than anybody else in the world right now.
What if the whole thing is like as bad as it is that she has all those, at least she doesn't go up to random Chinese people and ask them for advice. You know,
Yeah, I like that.
at least she takes it in cookie form, but she's not like, please tell me, am I gonna die tomorrow? You know, like how much more
That's
stuff.
great. Does your mom take advice in real life well or no?
No, she gives advice well.
But I'm saying, maybe she's hacking the fortune cookie. or the fact that you can't tell her anything, she can only get advice out of a fucking cookie.
I'd ask your mom more questions about this. It
Get her on
seems
the
like you're
phone.
not very close.
Yeah.
Maybe like
Oh, we
the
are
fortune.
close.
But you don't care about this weird obsession that she's
There's a lot of weird things going on right now.
Why do the Chinese? Why do people say Chinese people are wise? Their society's a little
Because
fucked
they
up
always
over
look old. That's why. They always look so old.
Or
That's
so
why.
young.
They're the only people that when you see them feeding ducks, you think they're also talking to them.
that. Yeah, like they're magical or something.
So young is actually one of my favorite Chinese people that I
You make me feel. You make me feel so young.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about the real thing and maybe how you're scared that you might end up turning into that, like that you would have that in your family would really concern me. If my mom started doing that, I would ask her many questions about what she thinks this is about. And it seems like you didn't do that. You're just like, oh, don't bother you? Okay, cool.
Well,
Just letting your mom go completely
Yeah,
insane.
now's the time to talk to her about a will. Get her
The Happy Meal thing didn't work, and not just because of the technical inaccuracies, but because of the fact that it's like they still, like with Chinese food, they still give you the sauces and the napkins and everything. It's not like you don't.
Yeah, you get a toy in a Happy Meal. It's better than advice.
But
I agree with
Happy
Red Man.
Meals are for children, who are 5, and Chinese food is made by children who are 5. But
I agree with Red Dan.
I
I think
apologize.
now's a great time to talk with your mom about her will, find out if she'll leave you her fortune.
Can I make a quick observation, though?
that's funny.
That's great.
Exactly. Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Wineshank. Follow her on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's Kiltony55. This is at B Mike Lawrence on
Are we done?
Twitter.
We're done.
Yeah. Anything you guys want to promote?
Do we call that that one. That's how the cookie joke crumbles. I'm at the Mike Lawrence at the Mike Lawrence on Twitter and at MikeLawrenceComedy.com. I'm going to be at a comic book convention in Miami, July 3rd through the 6th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great.
When is this airing? 3 weeks? Shit. I think I'm in Austin.
Awesome.
I'm in
Great
Austin.
town.
Austin, Texas.
Go to BretHurts.com, right?
Yeah, BRETERNST.
Cap City?
Cap City, yeah.
Fucking best.
At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. One of our favorite Patriots ever. At Pete EC on Twitter. Very, very great Twitter mind. Always funny jokes. Comic-Con in July.
July 23rd, July 24th, we're doing Kill Tony, followed by Thunder Pussy. And the following day, we're doing a comedy show. There's a lot of comics there is now for Comic-Con. They just want to do spots.
It's going to be
We've had
awesome.
Jim Norton, Joe Rogan, Doug Benson in the past. Tickets are on sale right now at American Comic, so we're just what that.
Thank you so much to the live audience. Thank you guys for coming out and always supporting. We'll see you guys next Monday. How Tony! Dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid and on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Squirt, everybody.
Yeah. Squirt.
Delicious Diet Squirt is now available. Made since, can anybody guess when Squirt started? 1653. Sir, what are you thinking? We're talking about Squirt here. 1653? You're saying Squirt predates the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think, my God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries. But no, that's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from the...
I think that was the birth date of Charlie Chaplin.
Well, look at that. Brian making up a completely false fact. Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much beverages and electricity going on here. There's Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really dangerous.
Well, this is exciting. Hopefully he spills some delicious Diet Squirt, the caffeine-free thirst quencher, and newest sponsor of Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us.
Yeah, they did. They did not like.
Yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happens if you pretend like a sponsor's your sponsor? They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to the SeaWorld because they had SeaWorld on the cup.
Blackfish fillet.
Yeah.
Yeah. which was just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. That was no pre-written. You can't mix those. Oh, sir, are you texting this show to somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor. It's Squirt. It's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even hashtags on Reddit. I meant backslash. Look at me. I don't know the internet.
Who here doesn't take squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita? Come on.
Yeah, that's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Have you ever mixed a squirt with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
Like, I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said that. They were so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking... Well, I mean, it's delicious squirt, so it's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can't have squirt drop us. It just messed up and said squirt wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Well, just don't let Joe, like, knock one over on you, squirt all over you, get you wet.
I love it. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free squirt. The thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into squirt whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys dig your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Yeah? All right. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow. Really? That's awesome.
That is
Congratulations.
What we do is we do this show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And
They sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central roast writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from any of my major credits. And Brian, the creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different.
yeah.
So getting perspective from two awesome stand-ups tonight is going to be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera are with us in the house tonight, everybody. But first, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there that all went woo, which basically means fuck you and your show. We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then when the episodes got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show, based on the principle of the listeners. So we've always replaced him with a different patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my favorite patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! Look at the reach on this dance. Here he is, taking the long walk. There was only one set of footprints, I do believe, from his walk over there.
Wait, no, there's a little girl following. That's Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone, speech impediment-infested friend of ours, who thought he had said it on the way down when he put down tequila on the table a few weeks ago. And it went all over my lap. But he's looking over us. That's the great @Josh Martin comic. And we have @Kevin Lee Light. Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. Woo! How's it been going, man?
Beautiful, thanks. You know, I have the wingspan of a condor.
Heck yeah.
Throw that in there.
All right.
Okay, it's going good.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just
I don't know. Just
You caused somebody to sneeze just now. I don't know if you heard that.
bless you.
I know you're just...
speaks the drive sort of the moment. This idea of trying to overcome yourself, trying to go back to the way that it existed, whether it's an automobile, the way that you respond to use the camera, scan the code to see the menu, instead of looking at the hands. Those changes are really hard to make. And we're not going to be individual to make changes. Instead, we have to find new ways to seek out and enjoy this craft work we're all doing all the time. That was one of the big things that led me to the book. Was it was kind of admitting to myself that we can't go back, but it's okay because I'm still connected to the physical world of all that. I just need to allow it in and notice what's happening. How many people out there do you think they're missing something? I think when you go through your day, there's this strong sense that something's wrong. Maybe a lot of people feel that they're missing something and they don't really know what that thing is. As sometimes we're told, well, the thing that you're missing is person-to-person interaction, unmediated interaction. You're missing being together with other people at work or church or all of that stuff. That's apps, smartphones, websites, social media. But I think that's not the whole story. And I think that the idea that you're giving up that new technology in order to live in the world that's actually a mistake. I mean, there is something gratifying about touching that surface of your phone and tapping it in response, feeling the keys on my keyboard under my fingertips. When I tap that, that's my meditation too. But nevertheless, there's like the sense that, wow, I love this. Set aside my technology. What do you recommend these days? Right now, most families, and they think they're missing something. What do they do? If you can focus on the things that are well, that might be you're feeling the texture of the garment on your body, the sweater, that it's on your shoulders. It could be the hard sensation that's for the table. Maybe you're making breakfast and you just hear the scrape of the knife as you butter the toast, or the warmth of the coffee up your hands. If you kind of notice it and allow those moments to happen to you, you'll discover that they're kind of all accessible to you. When that feeling of disconnection begins to arise, there's always something around that you can walk back to. We have a story tracking these explorations over the years. Once a young and 31-year-old guy was told that he could be spiritual from his thoughts and actions. Possess something to do something. That's amazing. These kind of stories are extravagant. Obviously, he's missing something that he might have done. Possibly she's dead now. Right. We think feeling the mug above just it's not going to change something big whatever was evil in the person. It's not going to be remedied by an individual encounter. But I do think, I can't speak for this individual, right? But I do think that if people are trained to believe that there's only one way to be content or powerful, and it's about having no response, living the life that we live. And most of us don't get exactly what we want. They need to find someone feeling a little bit more. Well, it's like, that's the saddest thing. That's too much for any one person to bear as a burden. So maybe listen, maybe it's not ridiculous to say, well, the way to everybody else is to be able to turn on the faucet and let things rest. But I do think all that small stuff, those small stuff interactions, like that over time, they really do make you a more fulfilled person. I wonder how many people have just a great deal of that you can feel like your system. Just a great day for because sometimes I don't even really know why it was a beautiful sunny day in St. Louis, and I was outside. I just felt the sun on my skin. There's stressors in my life, there's things I have to get done, I've got challenges in my family, but that feeling, just that feeling of this beautiful spring, looking out at the trees, I just let that happen, for a moment. It was momentary, but I enjoyed that. That's the practice of the journey. It is just to take what's available in the moment, not to push it aside, not to say, oh, that's I need to invest that energy in something bigger, in something more, in something greater, which I also, we have purpose in your life as well. But on your way to it, there's no reason not taking all the smaller directions that are always good. How do we overcome the match that affect our life? My it's absolutely giant almost every year. And this was the one in May. Yeah, it's one in May of last year. And I knew before something I had a very hypothetical understanding of natural disasters and earthquakes around hurricanes and tornadoes, but not like this. Yeah, actually, the very same thing that happened. But it was big winds, as you can imagine. And even in the moment that it was happening, the sirens didn't go off for a day, and my phone alerted. And I was on the phone, working with my mom, so I was like, I get basically, this is urgent, this is really happening. And on the way downstairs, I went outside, I started to see trees being these huge, 8 tall, decades old oak trees, just simply being pushed to the ground, and I felt this sense of, so this enormous sense of wonder, and even calm, it's space that here I was in the same universe as these forces. And I was very witnessed. I was seeing this 140-mile windstorm just tumble. These trees that have been there for 100 years. And so that you can get a sense of the connection to the world, even all terrible things are happening to you. I think you can have these two things happen at once, and it makes sense. It's not conflicting sensations. And that's been like a productive way for me to think about these two ideas. That bad things can happen, but there can still be some, I don't know, pleasure is the right word, some delight, because you were there with it. You think we are happy or not. Happiness is this person. I think happiness has always been an idea that I had personally. I think that's one of the things that drove me to this project was the sense that I was happiness. Because I'm quite enough. So what I wanted out of my life, I didn't quite know what it means. I always just felt described. And when you become happy on some sort of it becomes something disconnected. You're not like if
this doesn't mean that they're sleepwalkers for their lives, that they're truly looking for the purpose that their lives. But when you're asked to seek that out, to pursue it above all else, I need to make something right now because of school stuff. This attention on our suit, the next promotion, or you get a bigger house, or you get a different honor, whatever it is. Sometimes it's these material things, sometimes it's relationships. All that is fine, but along the way, I think there's this other process. It's this other emotion. It's about being, it's not about you, it's not about being released, or whether you have a happy life or a sad. It's more about the minds that are constant. So I was just looking for some people out there, these things, smaller experiences, and how to build them up into this big picture conception. Happiness. It's also kind of retrospective because it's like happiness is the story you tell about your life later, not the life you live moment to moment, hour to hour. I'm kind of guessing they're coming together for philosophy gets those studies and tests, peace, not happiness, love, and attitude, and those conclusion analysis, which serves for art, and most of the people realize the great attitude. There are people that have the thing that we don't tend to win. And those that come and say that I'm doing something that's not going to happen, they do this. How does that happen? Yeah, I mean, something that's existence, right? And there's also something about attention, that if you're there, you get the spirit of generosity, you're ready to accept the pleasure of being in the casino and all the sounds and sights and touch and felt underneath your hands and the cards as they're bent as you hold them up. That you're just being more attention, This is my 50th year. It's just a part of the country I never lived in before. We don't get too many tornadoes here, but when they hit today, I always thought, well, if Florence would they seem to pass by me, but I'm hoping that now my luck has shifted this week. What's your recommendation tomorrow? Wake up. Want to change their day. I think if you do that, you're already doing just allow yourself to have some pleasure of like what a miracle that you get to be together with your coffee or your toast or whatever your newspaper or the start today. Just to accept it. I think technology is making life easy for us or more difficult. Let's just form the condition. Access to so much knowledge, so many things. That you are anytime, you want to have access to all kinds of media, television, books, magazines, fingertips. Those devices that you systems of your house works better. Everything is.
Boom! Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never loses that sense of humor. And he said, doesn't go away.
Happy to be back in Pasadena. My last time here, I saw Jim Carrey before he was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
1979 or 80.
So you used to come here back in the Disney and see all the old. Did you ever get to see Steve Martin? Steve Martin started out here.
It was actually the only show I saw, and I figured maybe I would never see one better.
Look at you now. All of a sudden you're here on Kill Tony. Woo! Featured by Squirt, the thirst quencher. This is much more exciting than young Jim Carrey.
I'll have the Squirt margarita, please.
Here, I'll open up one right now.
I thought that was going to be the worst accident for sure. I just seen, I'm like, oh, here it is.
What about this poor guy over here looking at the back of me the whole time? What do I do about it?
No, it's fine. He's into it. How many times do you think you get fucking cock blocked by Jesus?
Sorry about that.
You got the best seat in the house. You're like fucking...
He's a good sport. There's not much to see back.
Yeah, if that is in your way, you could totally move. I'm sure one of the waiters or waitresses will find a spot because he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
he does not. You think a guy that sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper could pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. He's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist, these morons? Well, guys, we're very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you're going to be keeping an eye on us.
Got your back.
In the meanwhile, what do you say we, Josh?
Yep, I think we're ready to go.
Are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera. Welcome to the show, guys. We're doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on this show before, Joe. I sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Is this real, Bruce?
Yes, hey, cheers, guys. Salute. Yeah. Because you would owe me $10.
Oh, we've gotten off to a fucking roaring start.
What the fuck was that?
It's hilarious from the jump.
Yeah, Joe's first time here. He refuses to go to the Comedy Store, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
This is actually really fun. We've been looking forward for a long time to have you on the show.
Yeah, we should be doing podcasts, like live podcasts from here.
Yeah.
We should. Totally.
Yeah, it feels
Good
good
spot.
in here.
Good spot. I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no eye contact, nothing crazy, nobody get out of line, no picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of... You didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon stuff.
The fireball.
It's like a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like fucking big red gum.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but I'd like the added flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise.
Yeah. Well, you know what the fuck you just did after you drink one of those. Dude, you know what the fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
that's where all babies come from. That stuff. That's the fuck it, leave it in juice.
Fire, that's how it starts. It's all a fireball.
That's this glass. 3 more of those.
I think you got another one,
baby. That's how it goes, Don Rivera.
Thank you, Joe Rogan.
Shoot rocks in there. That's on you, man. What you trying to roof at me, bitch? What the fuck is this? Don Rivera's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off.
Oh, yeah.
You one of those dudes who has like a special drink?
Take this.
I need my Tanqueray. I love my Tanqueray. What are you kids here, drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. I get fucked up a special way every time. I go to the bar, I go, bartender, you know what I like. The regular. Boom.
Dom, what's your drink?
It's amazing how dope doesn't affect you.
Does it? How dare Period.
Hey, Kevin, do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, Dom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone that's under my robe there, so you know the question is important. You were named by Comedy Central one of the 50 greatest comics of all time.
Now, first of all, it was 100, but thank you.
100?
Yeah, can I say something before you even ask the fucking question? I'm very bitter about that. Because I was, Joe, it's very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Cedric the Entertainer. I can't compete with him. He's an entertainer. I just do jokes. He has people over. He has a nice spread. He dances. He sings. What's the question?
That was it. I wondered if you were happy with it. Cedric the who?
Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh.
He's a very funny guy.
Very funny.
He's like Earthquake, but different. He's exactly like Earthquake.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Just to be on the list, that's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, brilliant, smart, funny stand-up comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful, and you're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is,
I'm getting hard as fuck.
Hey, I'm talking about you.
Balls and tingling and shit.
All this. Leading up to, where's your favorite place to write comedy?
To write it actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is about being in the sky, but it's terrifying.
The only place you can get higher.
So much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing, and there's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like where I go like, oh no. I come up with a lot of that on airplanes.
I love that.
Sometimes I put a whole lot of love on it in a loop.
Whoa.
So thank you both. But after a while, it becomes like a meditation after you heard it for like the 20th time.
Wow.
You're high as fuck on a laptop.
You have a system worked out. That was a very specific question, Jesus. And
Get high and create material.
I was being gang raped by these Armenian
Oh,
guys.
what?
I was writing like crazy. Somehow my sphincter stimulates my creativity.
Makes sense. It would certainly switch it up a bit.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we could help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. They come in to do 60 seconds.
What can I say before you? First of all, I haven't even seen these people. None of them have a shot. Just to let you know, we're very special.
This is kind of like a Box Level episode. It's like for these guys that are in the other room, this is like we announced it just this week. It's like crazy.
It really is the best of the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now. They're dressed better than I usually see them dressed. Like it's a Friday night for them. I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays. Usually only Mondays. But, so it's very exciting. It is like the Yankees of the open mic.
They've been open micing their whole life. So close to passing, we could taste it.
Now, many of them know, but we'll let the audience and the new people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time's up to 60 seconds when they hear the meow of a kitty. You hear that? Listen to how adorable that is one more time. Aww. Now, that's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
Are you putting all ownership on me? This is our show. You rang me the
all you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you had to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do over your time. So we let that thing go over.
Oh, that's horrible. That's awesome.
So many comedians signed up and made a drive out from all the way from like the heart of Hollywood to have the chance to come up in front of you guys. And I thank you so much for being here, and I want to get it started. Are you guys ready? Yes. Tony, live from the Ice House. 60 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking more to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Oh, everybody, 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 everybody. If you're asleep right now, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, you need to stay awake. Because the one, the only riser has finally bestowed upon us their extremely precious time and effort. So thank you so much at fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, I am. I am of my 25 streams, like 22 of them went out. It happens randomly. There'll be like a flicker of the router or something. I can't explain it, but at least three of them were still going, so that's good. It does. It does. It had three of them going. I'm not kidding. I had that top stream was going. It's pretty dark though, but I mean, and no joke. Like they'll be able to lighten it in the future. When I say they, the scientists and the data archivists of the world. But you're right. When I awoke, I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And dude, um, I did this fucking such a smart thing, right? Or, I don't know. Maybe it's smart. Oh, um, well, firstly, apologies that I like. Basically, if it gets past 11, I sometimes don't know if you're coming or not. So I'm like, I'm just going to bed. Um, and then I don't know why you come so late. Why is it that you come so late? I know, but just come early. That's true. That's okay. Well, let's say just for our own sanity, if you're gonna come in, if you can, I mean, I don't care. You come in whenever you want. You know, you're always welcome here. But if we're gonna watch a documentary or something, try to come in by 10 p.m. If you come later than that, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be up, but I'm doing my best to try to get my hours straightened out because it's just it's just very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat. So if we can agree on that, but come whenever you want. I love having you here. Can I tell you some stuff? Okay. Well, firstly, how are you? I I understand that. Do you think do you think they will be? Yeah, incorrect. It's not trillions of buildings, but I get what you're saying. A lot of buildings. Um, and even better than that, um, not really. Probably not that many. Four walls, a roof. That's basically a building. So that it depends how you look at it. Okay, so this is just you're not alone in this process. All artists have to go through these kinds of uh what do you call it? Hoops that you have to jump through, and you just be patient. And I would go into this personally just being like, they're gonna say no. They're gonna say we have to reserve this wall for this certain area of town for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, like you said, there are a lot of walls out there or a lot of buildings out there, and where you live, and if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works, and it may be better. You never know. So do you have to pay for the paint? Yeah, no, I imagine it's very paint is expensive. Well, it depends the titanium solids in it that you have, and like the like if you get like low VOC, like uh the volatile organic carbon kind of like environmentally friendly paints that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quickly. Yeah, you're Distance. Yeah, and there's almost like a game to it, I'm sure, at that point too. Like he knows that he could spend extra money for all this stuff, but there's nothing better than a good deal, especially if it's, like creating art, and then he can tell everybody like, yeah, and like this is all recycled wood, or these are all mistint paints that would have just been, um, destroyed otherwise. So we basically made an accident into something really beautiful. That enhances the art, in my opinion. Ingrained. I get that. Um, okay. Oh, I'm in all that shit. I'm in so many different Reddits I can't count anymore, and I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they've banned me. I understand why they have, but like of any website that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, if I'm bored, I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter, it's not Facebook, it's not Instagram. I'm on Reddit all the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter. It's made me into far more, like I say this with a passion, it's made me into far more of a well rounded individual. I'm into so many different things I would have never been into before, especially when it comes to art or cooking or cars or um, books, literature, book of the month, like things that I normally would be like, oh, I don't have time for that shit. Which maybe I don't. I don't have time to just be like reading a book all the time. I'm doing other shit, but that doesn't mean that I can't follow along with people who are in book of the month clubs or book recommendations, or like they even have these really. I love these really like aesthetic um Reddit subreddits that'll be like somebody will play like a show a picture of just like a mural, and they'll say, "Please recommend me a book that looks like this," or "Please recommend me a music that sounds like this," and uh, you know what I mean. Like you can get um, that kind of theme from something, and people be like, oh, like, so imagine you did a mural and it was like a deep dark forest or something like that. Somebody might say, oh, you should read like Sweeney Todd, or like or Frankenstein or something like that. And like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really. I'm sure it's for AI training at some point, because like 40% of all of AI is built on Reddit responses, and Sam Altman owns 10% of Reddit, so he has a vested interest in it. Um, but there's all kinds of stuff like that, dude. I did this thing. This is fucking brilliant in my own way. Okay, well, let me finish though. With you, uh, you just need to continue to be strong, be patient. They're probably going to reject you, and that's okay. And you've got some other backups, which is totally fine. And guess what? They might not reject you, and you might be able to do that your mural this summer. So, you're kind of in a win-win situation. You've got some good prospects. You've got ChatGPT that's helped you with a lot of the work, and you'll be fine. A worry of mine would be, especially in LA, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes up, it becomes a target for people to tag. Do you have that issue? Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Long enough amount of time, every mural will get some kind of graffiti on it. Like the they throw like tomato soup on paintings. You know what I mean? Like even like really expensive ones, like to prove a point or whatever. Hundreds of year old paintings. So I was wondering if there was any kind of like glaze or something that you could put, or like an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just like tagged it, you could just remove their tag pretty easily. And I'm sure that exists. I don't know how um, realistic it is, and also like a lot of times epoxies that are in the sun for long periods of time can cloud or they can yellow, which would change the color of your art. But it's just something that you have to go through. Um, okay, and anything else going on in your life you want to share? Do they fit? Do they fit you? What if I may ask? What size shoe are you? You're 6'4" and a 10.5. That's small. Or 10. I'm not. I'm, I'm 5'9 3/4", and I'm a 13. I'm a freak. What do you want me to say? Exactly. I have very big hands. I have the hands of a 6'6" person. Um, the so I one time, this is like 10, 15 years ago, or like 10 years ago. Um, I got into AliExpress at the time was like super high. It's still like China's biggest company. Um, but they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu, except I think the quality was better. Though I don't know because I don't use Temu. But so I started ordering stuff from AliExpress, and it was interesting. It was like it was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come as quickly because it had to sit on a boat. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy like all these shoes that I'm not a sneakerhead, but like I guess I've become one sort of. Um, at least just some having some knowledge of things. And I bought all of the Air Jordans, not every single pair, but the originals, and then like the different ones, like the main big ones, like maybe like six pairs or so. And I bought them. I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from those websites, they don't sell that shoe in like anything bigger than like an 11, because like Asian feet are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. And I found some that would say that they're like a 13. Anyway, all the shoes came and they were all too small. They were all just made for a smaller person. And I would like, I don't know, maybe wear them a couple times out, and they look like Jordans, but they hurt to wear. So I was wondering if you had the same issue, but you have a more common foot size, so that's good that they're comfortable and everything. And you can't tell the difference, can you? Right, right, right. Very well. Look who's. Yeah. What do you want to play, bro? How much is an Uber? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Too far. Too far. Too far. I gotcha. Okay. Have you ever looked in the mirror? I heard he bombed. I didn't watch it because it's not like I love Kill Tony. I'm watching Kill Tony right now, right? Like the old ones. And I heard, at least in the forum on Reddit, that people were like, "Don't order this one. If you're gonna order one of the Netflix Kill Tonys, don't make it this one because it's not very good." So, what did you think of it, Zoot? Okay. Uh, Right. Right. That's true. Okay, but then he wouldn't be invited as a guest and he wouldn't be on podcasts. He's made a lot of money, but he hasn't made as much money as you may think he makes. Those guys don't make that much money. They get a lot of publicity, but WWE has for years been for like 40 almost 50 years been screwing its wrestlers. It will not let them unionize. They don't get health benefits. So like he needs to make money at a later age. He doesn't just have the ability to be his body can't take all the endeavors of being a professional wrestler. So, and I understand he has that reputation, but I get it. It's called breaking character, and he's done that. Yeah, he was a little different. He came about later, and he also did movies and stuff. Like the Undertaker didn't do movies. John Cena did movies. Okay, what big movie was the Undertaker in that he was like a star? Yeah, I mean he might have like that's true. That's true. But I mean, like Joey Diaz was in the longest yard. Like he wasn't able to retire from that kind of a paycheck. But John Cena did movies that were like uh where he was the star, so he made more money there. And then he also did a lot of like he sold a lot of merch as well. Not to say that the Undertaker didn't, but John Cena is arguably the biggest wrestler of the last 15 years. They don't make that much money. just just randomly going to different cemeteries and uh throwing people through tables. Dude, I remember. Yeah, okay, I'll look up what he made. I mean, these are facts that we can find out. I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which is long before your guys' time. He was so scary. Yeah, exactly. WWF then. How much has the Undertaker made from the WWE? Now, a lot of this money is going to be from merch. Uh, so okay, over 30 years, he made $17 million. That's not that good. That's not. That's less than $1 million a year. I'm not saying that's terrible money, but that's like that's not that great. That's true too, dude. When he used to come out and they used to play that organ music, and he was managed by a guy named Paul Bear, uh, and like he would like face off against Hulk Hogan, and everybody would be like a Hulk Hogan maniac. Like Hulk Hogan was like one with America, like the biggest fucking deal. Like he was like the ultimate icon of the WWF at the time. And then you'd get uh this huge guy who they build at like 7 feet, who's really like 6'10", a really big dude, and he just wouldn't say anything. No, no, no. Andre the Giant was way bigger. No, that was he was like 7'3". No, he was way bigger, and the Andre the Giant was his own thing. I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died, and they needed somebody to kind of be that big dude in the WWE, and that was the Undertaker. And he would go up there and he would he would roll his eyes back in their sockets, so he just had white eyes. It would freak out everybody. He was just like larger than life kind of a deal. And you think those guys, when they're doing that, they're like all instant millionaires, but they are not. They have a lot of bills, and they're on the road all the time. That's true, but the money went to Vince McMahon. Let's be honest. Like this guy only made $500,000 a year. Vince McMahon became a billionaire because of this. No, he's not. Anyway, the Undertaker, yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe's obsessed with wrestling, and so he merges these two worlds. Anything that he's into, he like merges into his world. And WWE definitely was. He did a roast of WWE last year that was not televised because it was so bad. And then this year they did Kill Tony Fest or whatever. Um, it's go ahead. Yeah, he's kind of like been become a little bit bigger though. I mean, I know he's supposed to be like the number one person all time to do Make a wishes, like meeting kids who are in hospitals who are gonna die and stuff. The Rock, The Rock is like arguably the most uh, bankable person in Hollywood. He has like things in his contract that say he can't lose in the movie. He can't lose a fight in the movie. And if you look at the like when he's in a movie, it just basically becomes an automatic blockbuster. He isn't the top the absolute top banked actor in Hollywood simply from the fact that it's I think it's Scarlett Johansson because she's like in all those Marvel movies and stuff, and those make so much money. But like she doesn't carry those movies as opposed to a movie. If The Rock's in the movie, it's like much bigger. Did either of you see the Rock that fighter movie? I didn't. Um, I mean, I'm biased, but it to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing before. Wrestling was really unique in the United States. There wasn't one national brand; there were just regional brands. And Vince McMahon from like Connecticut basically was able to buy all the smaller, um, all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united them under the WWF, and then made um, made a lot of money on Andre the Giant, and then eventually Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk Hogan like had an entire other career with a different company, WCW, where he was huge. It was like so when you say like who's the biggest wrestler, it was like every kid. I mean, I didn't, but like every kid basically under 13 from the years 1998 or maybe 1996 to 2000 had a New World Order shirt, having no idea what that term meant because it was wrestling related, and he was like an icon of wrestling. Another big one. with Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was like the peak WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they would like rip off women's bikinis and they'd have like painted boobs and they'd show it on TV. It was, and then they would use blood. They would hit people with chairs. They don't do that stuff anymore. Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead. Okay. I heard Russell Russell Brand or whatever was charged with rape as well. Is that true? I get all my celebrity news from Zoot, who gets it all from Instagram. Rise, are you ready to lose? Do you think you should be charged? Same here. I feel I'm innocent in the deal. Do you know that both of you have invitations? Riser knows. What else is Zoot? You know you have an invitation. Hey, Zoot, you know I was on an Australian podcast yesterday. It was last month it aired. Yeah. Uh, so I had a feeling like I had scheduled these things midday, and I just had a feeling that this guy, I hadn't done a follow up with him. Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? I had like every time that we've done this, we've had like four conversations now, two of which have been on podcasts. Um, we normally do follow up emails to each other, like, "Hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion" or whatever, just as a like friendly. Okay, Zoot, you've gotten like 12 invites, but that's okay. Okay, I just sent you one. Okay, fine. And I just had a feeling. I don't know why, but I was like, you know what? I bet that if I don't send him an invite, if I don't send him a reminder, he's gonna forget it or something. I just figured. I just had a feeling. And dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured, okay, and so I figured he's not gonna show up if I don't send an email, and I was right that he did not. So I sent him an email when we were supposed to meet, and like 40 minutes later, he apologized. It's like 3 p.m. California time is like 8 a.m. like Brisbane time, something like that. And so he's like, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects, and we talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about um, greening the outback, basically like making it like a like suitable. And this guy's like an ultra Australian, like I don't know. He's like MAGA, but Australia. I wouldn't say that, but like he's like make Australia great again. He's like really into Australia, like Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. Like I like that about him. Like it's unique, and and so I was like, you can use desalination and basically green the outback. There's a huge amount of land there, and he's like, but we don't want other people here, and I'm like, I understand, but you all want to have children and grandchildren, right? And you want them to have a place to live, correct? And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities, and that's basically all that you have if you don't expand. Uh, and he's like, no, that makes sense. So we talked about building a Bering Strait tunnel, so that connects Asia and the United States. We talked about clearing the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and Panama, so that you could drive from North to South America. We talked about. Did you just say "fuck you"? Okay, cool. We talked about. Oh fuck. We talked about building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar to connect Africa and Europe. We talked about building a space elevator. It was a really interesting conversation, and this time around we didn't fight, so that was good too. It was just an overall good conversation. We're dogs. Everybody knows. They requested that I be a consultant on their project. Yeah, that's yeah, great question. So the main issue is tensile strength of the cable. Like right now, steel cables work like a chain. Like they're only as strong as their weakest link. But there is an emerging type of technology known as carbon nanotubes. Basically, like imagine carbon fiber, uh, like carbon fiber cables, and these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your typical steel cable, and would be able to theoretically take the weight and um, the environmental impact of being a space elevator. And he was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a it's a total waste of uh, of money just sending rockets up every single time. They're not always replaceable, and why would you spend all this when you could just build a space elevator? And so we agreed on that, which was cool. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20 minutes. So we didn't have like a ton of time to get into anything. There are elements of it that I like about it, but then again it's like super short. And I wanted to talk about more. Like I wanted to talk about a Red Sea bridge, basically a bridge from Africa to the Middle East across the Red Sea that could be built. That may be very beneficial. But I just was able. No, a space elevator is a way to go into space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable car transporter into space, but you don't need to use rocket fuel. Zeus. Oh, yeah, I know. Zeus. Yeah. So that it needs to be in geosynchronous orbit, and once you get it in geosynchronous orbit, it stays there permanently. Well, so long, like, I don't want to say permanently, it needs slight adjustments, but basically it's like if you get a cable from the earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous orbit naturally. Exactly. It stays. Exactly. Like, you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit? It would be like taking a cable from one of those and bringing it to earth. I've seen rendering of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, or who have created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida would work that well. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really consistent, or the conditions are really consistent. They don't have to worry about um, monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones or anything. They have the money to be able to do it. And not only that, about like 3 years ago, I was in a Twitter space with a guy from Kuwait, and he's like, "This is never going to happen." I'm like, "Not only is this going to happen, but in the future, the people of Kuwait are going to listen to this conversation, and they're going to want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I want it to be in Kuwait. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Just you're 100% right. But like, there are perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And I'm an advocate for building another Panama Canal, at least one. There's a way to do it through Honduras, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one, but it's just very mountainous. And then the other thing, there's the Gurian Canal, which is another Suez Canal that's basically through Gaza. And there are theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to Argentina to basically build a new country there. A lot of shit's happening, and these are like mega projects for the coming centuries. And people don't realize it, but the Earth is evolving. 300,000 people to create like a mini company. Oh, you're fucked. Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot, don't go. Zoot, come on, we're gonna play Cutthroat. Zoot, are you ready to play Cutthroat? All right, I'll take that as enough. I know. Um, okay, before we do another game, dude, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, is this fucking thing great? All right, so do you know what Getty Images are? It's like all the all the Hollywood pictures are taken by a company called Getty, related to J. Paul Getty, founder of Getty Oil, at one time considered perhaps one of the richest people on earth. Anyway, so it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money to use these people's pictures. But I figured out a way to just bulk download many different pages of these pictures. And so what I did is I just bulk downloaded like super hot women of history, like Audrey Hepburn, and like Marilyn Monroe, and like Mary Tyler Moore, and like all these really pretty ladies. And then I built a bot that automatically creates, just takes their picture, and at the bottom just says, please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live with my link tree below at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And uh, I've made like 500 of these memes, uploaded them to the internet in the last like 24 hours, and I haven't even been like focused on it. But yeah, so I got that going for me. So what's the purpose of this? Basically, if you create a meme and you just leave it, thousands of people will view it over the course of months and years. And it's just like basically free real estate, like that other meme. It's free real estate. It's like, why not create as much content as possible? There's a theory. There's a phrase in politics. I don't like the guy who's credited with it, Steve Bannon, but it's called flooding the zone. Basically, that's the theory. When you've got something bad, like publicity wise. Well, I don't have anything bad publicity wise, so I don't want to make it seem like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi who is beating me in search engine optimization for my own fucking name, and so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been dead for 60 years, 50 years, and but he's still beating me in search engine optimization. I've got to overtake that guy. So the way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with as much content as possible. And so yeah. Anyway, I want you to look at some of my memes. Can you go to a browser and type in IMG FLIP, image flip, IMG FLIP, and then type into the search Rabbi Rothschild. I think that should work. Now, I haven't been doing this that long, maybe like 3 days. So these images haven't necessarily populated on Google yet, but they've populated on here. And you can see uh, I have. Yeah, those are just. So here's the thing. I see that. Go down, like, those are just. Those aren't the memes. Those are really, frankly, the. Um, okay, wait, hold on. Those are just the templates that I used of like all the hot ladies. Um, so if you go to the section below that, you can see some of the memes that I've made. Those are so the yeah. Do you see where it says images and then it says fun and you can change that to all? Change it to all and then go to images and you can see like I actually did make real memes. So like do you see you see some of them like Rabbi Rothschild hashtag Viral Rabbi is the most lovable person of all time, and then that one actually populated really well in YouTube or on Google. So anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them have like 34 views, 78 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views, 10 views, 77 views. Like they just they've only been up for like a few days, and so they do get views. And I don't think I'm going viral from doing that by any means. But when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into Google, it's just more shit of mine that populates. And I can only take so many pictures of myself that like are like interesting. Like I am not going to Bali tomorrow, and I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. So like the pictures that I do take are like I take I have pictures of me that I uploaded from like the Hollywood sign and like Disneyland and like the beach, and those do okay, but they're not like you know I'm not like a big influence or anything like that, but memes do really well. So I think it's cool that I created this strategy, and we'll see how it goes. And Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Um, and exactly, yeah. You know the Google suggestions when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the suggestions all say that, even to the point where it says Rabbi Rothschild and puts my whole Discord address in there. So I know people are searching this. It's just Google. You know, I get it. Google is taking a historical person and keeping them ahead of me. It's like it would be like your name was, I don't know, Alexander the Great, and you're trying to outdo Alexander the Great. It's like, dude, it's really, really hard. This is a historical figure. It's not that difficult, but it's still difficult. Uh, the dog, 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 I don't even want to talk about that. I've worked with so many companies when I was in startups that say they can do that. Everybody says they can do that. And then you pay them a bunch of money and they request you to pay for advertisements so that your whatever the word is goes above your competition. Yeah, it's a pay to play system. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it organically. The only way to do it organically is the way that I'm doing it, by creating tons of videos, tons of content, press releases, memes, gifs, all that stuff. That's the only way to do it organically. Oh yeah, don't you think Google gives just some random guy on Telegram the ability to do this? Okay, come on, let's use our heads and think. Google is a $1 trillion company. Why are they letting some random guy on Telegram have? Right? Okay, but I mean, don't you think that Google has their back doors as tight as possible? Okay, then why wouldn't he wait, then why wouldn't he make his result be number one when you type in search engine optimization when you type into Google, right? That if you could do that, then you would make your name number one for search engine optimization, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't. I will just straight up say this. Everybody says they can do that. I don't believe them. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars off of suckers in search engine optimization. So anyway, um, oh, happens so much. But I can tell you this: of all the things, they do have some good advice. They'll say write blog articles that are heavily um, indexed with search engine words or phrases, and that works. That works really well. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every, um, not just city, but even neighborhood. I wrote an article for our website on car washing, and it was a project that I had that I enjoyed doing it, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You could type in uh, Irvine car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Los Angeles car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Beverly Hills car wash, boom, we show up number one. Even like neighborhoods, I would do neighborhoods of places where like you would type in what's a neighborhood. I don't North Hollywood like is a neighborhood. Boom, we'd show up number one. Um, and Los Angeles is really interesting the way it was incorporated. Like a place like North Hollywood is a neighborhood of Los Angeles, but a place like West Hollywood is its own city. It's like wait, aren't isn't it Hollywood? Isn't it? And then the term Hollywood, there is no city Hollywood. That's just a nickname for Los Angeles. It's very confusing. Um, but like a city like West Hollywood has incorporated itself, basically broken away from the city of Los Angeles. North Hollywood is a neighborhood, and Hollywood in general means everything from basically uh, well, it means everything in Los Angeles, but it can also mean like you could call Beverly Hills is Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills is its own city. Uh, you say the Hollywood glitz and glamour. Many times people are talking about those people who live in Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing. Like uh, that it's not that clear. Anyway, so I one time wrote these blogs on all of, like car wash near you because that's what we wanted to rank for is car wash near you, and my blogs were everywhere. Were they the best written things at the time? Yeah, they were the best written things we could get, and then they worked so well that the owner of the business ended up when I went to work left him to work as an accountant because he wouldn't give me the time off that I wanted. He hired this kid from Yale who was a creative writer, and he would take my articles and then write 5 articles on the cities that I had written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually like just dominate. I mean, that's why like even years later, years after that business is closed, like you said, when you like type in things for um, mobile car wash, we would show up. Like that's how much we dominated in the second biggest market in the United States. So I was quite proud of that. Anyway, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the United States. No, we'd say the biggest market in the biggest state in the biggest economy in the world. Anyway, that's that. I can't, dude. That's what I do. But um, I'll never forget where I was when I heard the term SEO. I heard these guys talking about SEO. I had just joined this company, and they're talking SEO, 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 and I'm like, "What are you saying?" They're like SEO. I'm like, "Okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is." They're like, "It's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on the internet. It's how you get your stuff to rank." And I'm like, "Oh, there's a science behind that?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's like a huge science. It's huge money, absolutely huge money." So we bring in these companies. We brought in a bunch of companies. We even talked with the biggest SEO podcast in the world. Um, he was very helpful, very uh, innovative, very nice guy. I got that arranged. Anyway, uh, the SEO team that we brought in initially, these guys come in and they're like, they're telling us like how you can rank really well, and they're like, you need blogs, you need city specific blogs that will be very helpful to you. And so we're like, okay. So I'm like, I can write those in my free time at this business. And I'll never forget, this man said to us that at the time, data was the number two most valuable resource on earth after water. And that triggered in my mind before the um this was before the economists wrote about data had overtaken petroleum, but this stuck out in my mind that data was a resource and was extremely valuable, and people didn't realize it. And that was in 2017 when I heard that. And in its own way, like I think about that all the time. I mean, I've made data my backbone, and I think that that was a big day. That was a big day. And then another interesting thing, when we had the guy from the biggest podcast on SEO in the world, uh, he said to us, this was in like 2018 or something, that video was the emerging medium for the internet, and that like Google was going to be emphasizing video much more than text in the coming years. It's come to fruition to some extent, but he also planted a seed in my head that video was where it was at. It wasn't in audio necessarily. The audio's big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in video. And like those two little things, think about it, from what I talk about and what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see that I'm flooding the internet with as much content as possible. I mean, Riser, do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do? I don't think, well, exactly. I would say this. I think I make more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamer friends, and I am live on 25 different streams, generally 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down when I'm asleep, but I still have some of them going, three, four, five of them going, and it's certainly on the different platforms. It's an incredible amount of data that I put out. And I don't know anyone, like, it's a really unique strategy that I've used. That why not create as much? Why not be the person to create as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks like that, and I think once people start to hear about it, they will. But anyway, I did this podcast yesterday. It was really good. It was on Mega Projects. It was 20 minutes. There's another podcast that I've made arrangements to do. I don't know if this is going to work. Well, I think it will. Just take time. There's this guy. He's got 49,000 followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan hacker who was sent to jail or something like that. And I wanted to be on his podcast. He has a big podcast. And then also Morelight paid like $500 to do these press releases that I wrote for him. And he submitted them, And I kept checking. I kept checking. I kept checking. I did not see. I saw them published, one of them, but they wasn't distributed anywhere, which was the big thing. That's where it was going to be in the Boston Globe and all these other places. And he got a message saying that the article that we wrote wasn't. They didn't consider it newsworthy enough. I mean, and that's a good point. I just wrote uh, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like that's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press releases under the guise of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu launches a new merchandise site to celebrate my having spent 1,000 days in their Telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company money or whatever, um, or earns the cryptocurrency money. Anyway, so I've got that going for me, which is cool. And oh, tight. That's what I like to hear. I've got an invite, so I'm gonna now go. I'm gonna check my invites, and then I'm gonna dominate you. Oh, you're just looking to get your ass kicked early this morning, aren't you? And you're going first. Twang. It's like you don't know what twang is. It's like the way that people in the South speak. It's like that Southern twang. That's what that's known as. I guess it's just like a way someone speaks. Do you want? Do you want? Do you want your turn back? Dog, look at this lead. Already up 13 points on my man. But don't worry, he'll get all the S's, all the X's, all the Q's, all the Z's. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in this game. It's not even close. I'm up 33 points. We've played like 5 turns. 33 points is a giant lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game this early. Especially considering I went second And I'm just busting your balls. I've gotten really good tiles thus far. Oh, that was good, dude. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. No, get out of here guessing. You don't have a word. You're just throwing tiles on the board. Your time's running out, big man. Oh, man. That would have been huge. A jar's a really good word, though. The Rise are making a comeback.
Thank you. That was good. There was a three letter there. A three. It was three words. It was three words. There was a 3-word bonus. Yeah. Look at you, just wasting a cue. That was good. You know what kind of music is going to become really popular in the future? Fuck you. What up? You doing okay? So you need something, big dog. Okay, why don't you get on the antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free healthcare. You brag about it, but you don't use it. No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive. Companies putting profits before people. You, my friend, though, again, I for the entire time I've known you, you need a therapist. You need someone with whom you can speak regularly about what's going on with you. Baby, I'm a bunch of people's therapists, and I'm of any person you know in as good a mental health as you're gonna find. I think so too. That's why you need help, my man. And we're here to help you. We want you to be healthy. Roger, this game is a lot closer than I wanted it to be. What are the how many tiles are left? Devious. So you have an S? Oh, I see. So they're just giving you the win. About Fonzie? Fonzie, like the guy from the Muppets? Or Fonzie, like the guy from uh Happy Days? Oh, major miss. Major, major, major miss. I was. Oh, that's like stepping on my dog. You colluded with Zoot to um distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles? Oh, fuck this! You did collude with Zoot. Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend? Where did all your money go? Zoot, what are you doing, dude? What drugs? What drugs did you buy, Zoot? Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog. Wow. Great way to have Zoot distract me so you could play sized about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. Zoot, where did your all your money go? Did it go to crypto? You bought that stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog something. Not dog with hat. Well, oh, monkey. Dude, where did all your money go? All right, big. And I know. Hold on. Listen to me. Get your sleep. Come back. Be here at 8 o'clock, and then we'll watch a documentary, and we'll get into a rhythm, and then we'll get our hours back. Okay? Can we do that? Wait. Dude, you came at 1 in the morning. Okay? Uh, listen to me, and I mean this. 8 p.m. tonight. Let's watch the the Richard Branson documentary. Okay? Excellent. So I'm gonna dog. Well, that's a 2 hour shift. You need to understand. I'm waiting on you, and if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I get tired too, and I want to go to bed. Let's get our hours back to normal. That way, we're not up till like 1 or 2. We'll be up till like 11 or 12, which is like more healthy. Just, just exactly. So come in at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. I don't care. You can do that while you're making the while we're watching the documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing. Okay. Hey, best wishes with the mural. Keep me posted. Hey, good job in literati too. That was really good. Take care, my man. Nice, nice, dog. That was baller. No doubt about that, man. What were you saying, Zoot? Dog, he my man Zoot.
Dude, it's been getting worse and worse, and um, I mean, I know he doesn't have a lot. Like, I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him um, before he was going to Melbourne. I said, "You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "Yeah, I am. I made plans." I'm like, "Doug, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "It's only an hour flight or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, but you and Riser, you know this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life that Zoot's living. He has no income coming in, and like a hotel room, he doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight, so you know that's like pretty expensive. And I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. That he's looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend. I would say, maybe I'm a little off it, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's going to be expensive. And I told him, dude, yeah, exactly. He wanted to see his comedy friends there. I'm like, dude, you're not gonna. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Come on, they're like the people. I'm saying that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, Zoo, you think you're gonna go there and whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan, but I'm just like, you have no money to be doing this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some chick. The hookers there are like extremely prevalent and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere where he except where he is or some shit like that. Um, why don't you go do that? He's like, I can't afford it. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, look, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight. Maybe there and back, maybe yeah, $300. Then a hotel is going to be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So if he's there 2 or 3 days, I mean, right there, that's $700. That doesn't get him into any comedy clubs. It doesn't include Uber. Uber is going to be, because he doesn't have a car, it's going to be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another 20, 30, 40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. It's 950. But I mean, I'm sure that he'll get a cup of coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you that I don't think that you're gonna go. Um, anyway, he's not in a good mental state. I keep telling him you need to seek professional help. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I don't want other people's problems. It's very negative, and I can be pastoral support to some people, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And I have been fighting with him for over a year that he needs to go seek psychiatric evaluation, and he he instead just said that he was autistic so that he gets $1,000 from the government a month, which is fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's he keeps coming in here and saying all kinds of things about SUICIDE, and he called the Lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly say like really sad things like, I'm gonna KILL, like, and whatever. He's gonna like do harm to himself, and I don't want that. I want Zoot to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral. And if he doesn't seek medical help, like, I don't know what to do with him. And he's like, I don't want to get prescription drugs, but the pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff, they do some good things. There are a lot of people who use their medications and you've had really good positive things from them. Not everything that comes from that industry is negative, and I just it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old Zoot who would come in here. I guess when he would come in here and talk about how he's a millionaire. Do you remember that? The There was a period where he didn't come in here for like a month, and he went from having $1 million in crypto to $40,000 in crypto, and now I think he's gone down to nothing. He's living off the government, and so that can't be a happy transition. And then to add to that, he so he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this, and he was. I was really proud of him. He would come in here every single day and tell me how much he weighed in kilograms, and I didn't know what that meant. But he would then, like we do the thing to pounds or whatever, and like, man, you're doing really well. And he's like, I almost have a six pack. I almost have a six pack. All I need is a six pack, they say. And I kind of knew in the back of my mind, if Zoot looked like a bodybuilder, he still has the personality that can be very off-putting to a bunch of really hot chicks. Like Zoot has shit in the punch bowl, uh, personality disorder. If that was a thing, where everybody could be having a good time, and then he's going to mention, uh, like the slaughtering of exactly. Exactly, Riser, 100%. And you can kind of get that vibe from him. I'm sure you can much easier in person and everything. And so the guy told him, uh, "You need a six pack." So Zoot worked really hard on a six pack, and he looked at and like I was really proud of him, and I would tell him, "I'm really proud of you." And then he went to the guy after Zoot did all this work. He would go to the gym just about every day, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we're not interested," or something like that. So Zoot put in all this work and then got rejected. And I told him, "Dude, you could, if you wanted to, just go to another male strip club. Like there are others where you live, and you could try to get hired there." And he's like, "No," and it just like it shot him down. But then he was like, "I'm gonna be a stand-up comic," and he told me, "Rabbi, I'm going to be on television in January." And I was like, with your comedy, no way. There's no fucking way. You're not funny. You're offensive. And he's like, "No, I'm going to work on it and I'm going to do it." And I was like, "Dude, we could come up with a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight, and they can show on television. But right now, your comedy, they can't show that on television." And he's like, "No, I'm doing it my way." So I said to him, "Okay." I even planned out, we even did the math. It was like in the fall. I was like, "Dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this Raw Comedy Festival is, or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go every Monday for the next 16 weeks and work on your shit." And he's like, "All right." And he went maybe 8 of them, which is still good. Maybe 10, something like that. But he wouldn't work on he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new and come up with something new and come up with something new, which is fine. But that means none of your comedy is going to get developed. And also you're not going to be comfortable with it. And believe it or not, he gets on the yeah, but hold on. He writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically not a stand-up comedian. He's a reader, which is fine. But there's a certain amount of connection that you lose with the audience when you just sit there and read cards to people. That's and I get it because no, he's doing it because he's lazy. He, he's doing it because he's lazy, and I'll tell you why. A real stand-up comedian, and I watch these people on Kill Tony, these girls on Kill Tony, and the other regulars. They come up with a 1 minute, and it's memorized, and it's tight, and it's good. William likes to play video games and bang out his ex-girlfriend, and would like to get drunk and things like that. And so he doesn't have to memorize things. He puts them on cards. It's a crutch, and but he likes to do that. Uh, Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not as good a comedian as you could be because you're not connecting with the audience. When you normally could be making eye contact with people and showing facial expressions, you're just reading to them some really funny jokes. But I'm not putting that down, but you're losing the connection to the audience, and I've got to now that's the thing. In 1 hour, if you worked at it, you could get those jokes down. William Montgomery comes from a very smart family. His dad's a lawyer. His mom's like well mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. To me, it shows laziness. And I like William Montgomery. He can be super funny, but his funniest moments are when he was on cocaine and drunk. And I'm not saying that's good for his life, but that's when he was really fucking funny. And he'd be like yelling at, "What are you fucking looking at, you stupid bitch?" in the front row. That kind of shit is so funny. But like now, just not saying he needs to be like all fucked up on drugs. I think it's good that he's not, but he his comedy lost a little something, which that happens. Okay, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but keep zooting your thoughts, and hope I'm gonna just keep pushing on him to get a therapist. Well, there are medications available, and he ignores them, and they're free to him. And so I almost like I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for not getting help when it's readily available. So there's a difference. Like I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame him. That's not something to blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense? Well, and this thing that he's stuck in the past on with his like things that happened in high school, dude, we all have things that happened to us in the past. Everybody does. I hear it with stand-up comedians all the time. Like the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the middle of the bus and everybody was laughing at them, or the one time that they snorted, or the one time that they asked out a girl and got shot down. Like they you know what I mean? They like talk about this constantly, and it's kind of one of those things where um and then he'll put up these scenarios like, would you rather, I get so many would you rathers, would you rather, would you rather, would you rather, would you rather, and I feel I do a good job taking on just his questions where he doesn't know what he's going to say, he just wants to say something, and I don't shoot those down on time travel and reverse aging and avoiding death. The one thing I don't want to hear is uh ending your own life. I don't want to hear those kinds of conversations. That's not good for my stream. It's not good for people to hear. It's not good for him to talk about. And killing others. Like those are two things that I just don't think If you want to have like real sociological discussions about those things, I'll have them in a serious educational manner, but not just because we're playing Mancala and you don't have anything that you have to talk about. So you say, would you rather kill someone who was your bully in high school or someone who heckled you on the stage? Like, I don't want to have those conversations. Those aren't real. Um, and dude, dude, he could do so much good stuff. He has a clean record. He has an able body. He could easily get a job in security, and he doesn't want a job. But even if he did, he's going to have that shit in the punch bowl moment where. But he could work in a restaurant, or he could work, like behind, not as a server, but or a host, or a manager, but he could work like as a chef or something. He There are things that he could do. He could also, I mean, he wants he has these pipe dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to turn, like, maybe the worst thing that ever happened to him was buying those uh Pokemon cards, and then turning that into crypto, because he made a whole bunch of money doing it and now he keeps blowing money. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Um he is he needs a profession. He needs some stability in his life, which would be once a month or once a week or whatever your behavior professional feels is necessary. You need to connect with someone and talk about your mental health with them and what you're feeling, and they can prescribe things to you and you can make adjustments with medication. But right now it doesn't help him to come in here and say, uh, I tried to there was this girl who liked me when I was 15 years old, and uh, I should have asked her out, but I didn't. And then just last week, I friended her on Instagram and she blocked me. Like that. I mean, you could shoot your shot, man. But as I told him, dude, those women are married by now. They have families. They don't want anything to do with you. You're the past. And maybe she did like you. That's cool. But that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Um, Something happened to Zoot, I think, when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the ticks. But you know what, Riser, I have to say, for all that I say of Zoot, I feel really badly for him. His dad died when he was 1, and yeah, I didn't think you did know that. And that's devastating to me as his friend. Like, I don't it makes me so sad. And it doesn't have as much of an impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychologically, but he doesn't talk about it that much. But it does have to do with his fear of death. And sometimes I'll press him on it. Zoo, why are you always so death oriented? And he's like, because my dad died when I was 1. And there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry. But that means he didn't have like a male figure to look up to when he was a little kid. Um, he doesn't have a father who he could just call up and have his support right now. It's So for all these things that, like we say, Zoot, you need to get your shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly sad to know that, like, our friend um, lost a parent at such a young age, and uh, he's still dealing with it, and he has no memories of his father, but uh, just just really sad. And Yeah, I know absolutely. I knew a kid who lost his dad. I'll never forget my mom. And like we got a call early in the morning before school, and these people were at our house for a party like 48 hours before, and their dad just he was like 39 years old, very young, and he died. And this kid's actually pretty successful now. He's married. He's got a good job. He's got his own house. That's all really great, but uh, it changed him. It changed him. He became very depressed, very sad, very sad. What happened? So I understand what you're saying. Like it's almost the phrase. It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. It's almost the opposite of that. It's to some extent. It's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost with the loss of a parent, perhaps. Um, Almost like a child, too. Like it's better to have never had the child, maybe, than to have had a child, put all this work into them, and then have their death. Does that make sense? So this is your mom's. One of your mom's uncles died this way. Oh, that's that's why I am an advocate of the development of the type of technology known as memory erasure, especially for people with post traumatic stress disorder or just bad things, bad memories. They shouldn't be haunted by those things. There should be a way, hopefully in a private way, that they could go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of, this drunk driver who killed my brother, and I want those to go away. And the AI removes those memories and also doesn't like hold that information against them in the future or something. Like that's a touchy subject, especially with like big data and tech companies. But wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remember this anymore? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You would. I actually don't think that's that bad. That'd be okay. I get that, but anything that, yeah, yeah, exactly. So, um, perhaps there could be some memories that you would want to keep that were um, help you grow, but others you people should not be haunted by things. And in a situation like Zoot, where he got into a fight when he was a young man, like maybe not even he was like maybe 13, 14, 15, something like that, and his mom got scared and had him change schools. and that changed his entire life. And he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him, and because he was the new kid or whatever, and none of the girls liked him. And like if he had a male role model there, the role model might have been able to say to his mom, he doesn't need to change schools. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive, perhaps not forget, but he's not in danger. Um, they all it's a what if game, but he's haunted by these memories. And I explained to him, in some ways, some of the memories he has are not that big. Like, okay, so a girl rejected you or whatever, you got rejected, whatever, you rejected some girl, whatever. um but the things like losing your dad at one, there's nothing I can do about that to make that situation better, uh except talk to him about revivification technology and explain to him that, hey, there are positive things in the future. You may be able to get that person back. It's not every time I talk with someone who has lost somebody close to them, but I've had a lot of conversations on the stream and talking to people about revivification technology, and they're like, it brings some closure to as much as it can to some people, that hey, there might be a way to get these people back. Just be patient. That to me, that to me is a really important um like aspect. Like I lost my grandparents. I had two grandparents I never met, and two that I lost as a young person. And so the two that I never met, I really don't know anything really too much about them. I mean, I know some things, like I had a they were well off. My grandfather was like a owned his own business, and my grandmother would have like, she was like, she didn't have to work. She just was a housewife, and they were well off. They had really nice cars and things like that. But I never met them. The grandparents that I did know um, were uh, like very smart people and engineers, and really really handy, like really just extremely engineer oriented individuals. And I I learned about a type of technology. Like when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather, I remember like I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time, and he had a major impact on my youth. I not only had two really good parents, thankfully, but I had two really good grandparents and a grandfather who was retired and could spend all the time with me, making sure I was good at math and I was a good reader, so that when I got to school I could just smoke the kids because I was like really advanced. I was really fortunate. I've got to say, I had an excellent, like there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I had, in my own way, too many good male role models, like really good people, not just my parents, not just my family, not just grandparents or anything, but the people who my parents were around, coaches. I had just like abundance of good male role models. Like there are some kids, and I feel very badly for them, where they have no male role models, and there are those fortunate ones who I have, who had good religious leaders around us, good families of people. And so I try to take that understanding, and try to use it for good and to help people. In terms of my grandparents, though, I know about a type of technology that gives me some um, happiness, and that is, so I want to revivify them, God willing. I'll be able to do that someday. It's like a goal of mine. But before I do that, there's another type of technology where, like I know my family. I don't know exactly where, because I don't have like direct contact with them. Though that's not. Uh, I just kind of don't want them to know about my stream. So during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'm going to be doing my own thing, and I don't want to talk with you. And I've gone years without talking with them. And I get letters from my family, just hope you're doing all right and things like that. But and I have had some contact with members of my family that I think uh, they have communicated to my family, to my parents, but really I've gone years without direct contact, and I yeah. Um, I don't want them to know about my streams. I don't want them to know about what I do, and so I haven't told them directly. Well, I mean, they're like, if I called them and was like, "Hey, how are you guys?" They'd be like, "Oh, what are you up to?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I live stream my life 24/7 for World Peace." And they'd be like, "Oh," and they'd go into my streams and like, I don't know, they they've seen me as a much more religious person and professional, and I think they think I'm living my life. But I think that perhaps some people, like perhaps from like somebody's communicated something to them. I think at some point, if they Googled me, they could listen to my uh, my podcasts and things. So I don't know. I know that, but they're living their own life as well. So I mean, um, there was a big yeah. Um, they're they during the pandemic, um, before I started streaming, I took a very hardline stance. And I'm sure you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't want to say it on my streams, but I took a very hardline stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I did not want done to me. And I had warned my parents for years that this was coming because I had heard that it was coming. And they are they're listening to their community and all the other things, and I told them, if you do this, I don't want to talk with you. I'm going to be hurt. And I was hurt. I was really hurt, because it was like they hadn't listened to me, even though I had been telling them for, like, at that point, 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think at the time I might have used the term epidemic, but and they're going to force everybody to do this certain medical thing, and don't do it. It's experimental technology, and so there was a little bit of a fight, and I cut them off. Yeah, I think there was like just they just felt like everybody else was doing, and I was hurt by this. I was really hurt, and um, the last communication that I recall to my parents, it was like, I don't want to talk with you anymore. Um, I was very hurt because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid, and they're not going to take me seriously. And uh, the last time my family visited, um, I wasn't yet a rabbi, but I was in the process, and my parents were positive towards it, and I had asked for their permission and everything, and my family had met my rabbinical colleagues, had been to my shuls, and met my community, and ate Shabbat and Shabbat dinner, and lunches, and the whole thing. They'd been to they'd seen my religious life, and I am someone who knew this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I had seen the writing on the wall, and I had warned everybody that I knew about it. And you know, then when it started to go down, there's this. It's an English folk tale, I guess. It's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a bunch of different it's in a bunch of different uh like um a bunch of different countries like stories, but it's the idea that there's chicken called Henny Penny, and they're running around the yard, and they go underneath a tree, and an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling to everyone, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" And then the whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky was falling, and that's kind of how I felt with what was going on, and so I just I and oh, well, I don't say that, but it just I did not think that this was a good thing because it was experimental. That's just how I felt about it, and um and I was heartbroken, and I still am that like my family didn't listen to me. So because of that, in combination with me streaming my life, I've just kept as much distance as possible. But with that being said, there you go. There you go. So you exactly. Like, like, exactly. And wait, all that. So you and I are of one mind on that. And so basically I just cut my family out of my life. And I yeah, no, that's true. Um I'm not mad at them. It's just I'm disappointed. And I don't like it at certain my points in my life I'm fine with it. Like um I'm happy with the life I'm living, and I'm sure I could go and ask them, "Hey, I need like if I got this like a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with bots and stuff like that, I could go viral. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family financially as much as I can avoid it, and so I haven't gotten to that point where I've had to call and ask for money or anything like that. I don't want to. I'll go back to working if I need to before I have to do that. But um, I do now. I'm at a point where I've got this like really big project that I'm doing, and I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, "That's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and settle down and go back to being a certified project management professional and scrum master and go back to doing that. Get this you I don't want to hear them say you've wasted your life doing this because I haven't. I feel that it's really important. I don't want the negativity that I perhaps could get. So I avoid all of that and I'm happy like just avoiding that. Um I know if they need me, they could get a hold of me if they really wanted to. If something happened, um, I'm an email away. And but yeah, so I'm not so mad at the decisions they made. I get that, but I'm glad to hear that you had the same thing. That's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this live stream, and because of that, like I don't like it's like it's like a secret that I have. Like I love to surprise people. It's something that I've always loved to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their son has gone viral, and they didn't even know it. Like that to me is really exciting. Say with my friends, in my community, they know that obviously I haven't been in shul in a long time, and that I told them, like I told some of them that I was going to be streaming and everything, and like we're just working on this project, but I don't. Uh, there's like an excitement to me that'll be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and it would be like, oh, uh, like how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something or came up with a big discovery. And it's like, I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm just going to continue to do what I do and keep grinding it out. Anyway, the reason why I got onto this is because I was talking about being fortunate and having good role models in my life and my grandparents and wanting to bring them back. And there's a kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model, and it creates AI models of the people. And then you're able to have virtual discussions with them. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral and being like, I did it. I did it. Like, and they would know. I'd have like really interesting conversations with them about the old country, about Europe and what life was like living in Hungary and the places where they had lived. And um, I just that to me is an exciting thing. That okay, I'd love to revivify them and bring them back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the meantime, it'd be cool to have some kind of AI model of them. And I know it's not exactly them, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zoot's case, uh, he may have home movies or he may have pictures or whatever, their writings or whatever. There's some record of his father. And I would love to be able to give that to him someday so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him. And and then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But in the meantime, he is he's dealing with some really difficult subjects, and if you think there's something that you can do for him, by all means, try to help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. Uh, and if he wants to, I did. God willing, I'll see you tonight, 8 p.m. Don't do 10. Don't do 11. Come at 8, and we'll get our hours together. Okay? You can do it. Babe. All right. Take care. For anybody who watches this in future special, sometimes I just need to talk about things and I can't always. I wish I could be more honest. He'll understand. He'll be like, well, I get it. I don't get it. Really, you know. I love this woman. She's my spirit animal. I would have plucked this woman so bad. Brukar den här hemma på att försöka känna det som att det ska nå han helt till. Brukar den här hemma på att försöka känna det som att det ska nå han helt till. Brukar inte vara något att leva med. Brukar inte vara något att leva med. Shema Israel Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Brukar inte vara något att leva med.
It's not a little house on the prairie. And she says that she is owed about $10,000. She had to pay in tariffs on the last $2.5 million bought in China, where she says they can't be made anywhere else. And so she's having difficulty. One of the reasons why I'm talking about this story this morning is some business owners found it trying to upload forms to the CBP, that's Customs and Border Protection website that has been set up for business owners to pay tariffs and receive refunds. And I will say this, when this report is in favor of the business owners, the Trump administration was illegally imposing and trying to collect these tariffs. The question at the time was, well, what about what the government is collecting? Will it be something of a mess to administer refunds? And then there was the question, will the government put up a fine? That seems to have been resolved. The government is acknowledging the fact that these refunds are owed, and now they're in the process of paying them out. This process has started 30 years ago. But it's needed to the federal government to have programming challenges on the Customs website. I suppose so. So, look, I'm not surprised there are glitches, and a couple of days that these things get worked out. Yes, because you've been bumping on every business owner in the board is involved with something.
And do we have any kind of idea, like, we know how much, but do we have any kind of time frame on when
And now it's time for business owners to get money back.
I wonder if customer, business owners get their money back, or they get less than that.
They all depend on the business. In the case of large companies like FedEx, right? Shipping company, and a lot of that is correct. How you pay tariffs, big shippers, when you fly out FedEx, you're probably familiar with how that process works. FedEx says it will reimburse the customer. Well, and I don't think people thought on Amazon. I mean, people do business with Federal Express to save shipments here and there. Most people know that they have to pay tariffs and they now expect a refund. I'm not talking about you may have bought something online from the capital. Costco, on the other hand, says it will therefore find the best way to return this value to our members. Lower prices and better value. Just to say, you come in here and just trust that we'll keep our prices low because we're getting money back. Exactly how low and what, we don't know.
It'll be interesting to watch and see if, like, if any of the companies say, hey, we've got a tariff rebate saying or something, how they plan to work at it. If they can give us the secret word. Thanks so much. We'll be following it. Thank you. Now let's go back to some of the stories. I 24-hour news reporter, state controller, and her running for governor of California. She says her decision was prompted by recent polling done by her campaign. She denied the poll was done in response to her pressure from the Democratic Party to reduce the number of candidates in recent because most polls was by Republican Steve Hilton and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. Okay, so now two Democrats have dropped out on the and of course there are 12 but the Democratic Party says more need to go.
A new poll released by the Democratic Party shows Democrats Tom Steyer and Javier Becerra tied at 13%, but it also shows two Republicans still lead the race for governor. They continue to believe Democrats. California Democratic Party Chair Rusty Hicks says the Democrats need to take a hard look at their chances, especially if you are strong and seeing financial resources dry up and you are failing to become additional support. Now let's be in the hands of voters in about 2 weeks. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
So late is the The high voltage power line crashed in Corona, leaving twice the ignition. This woman tells ABC more the plane wound up on its roof yesterday in an auto parts store. My brother and 10 other people helped out to pick up the plane. The pilot had to be pulled out of the plane and taken to the hospital. This incident owned by Vista Aviation at Wyman Airport. It was reportedly being rented at the time of the crash. A federal judge says a man shot 7 times by ICE agents in Central California will stay in custody.
Video shows Carlos Hernandez turned his wheel and reversed into an agent's car and intercepted him when the officer shot him. Hernandez and witnessing ICE officers shot before the car went in reverse. The judge turned down the $50,000 bond requested. Hernandez is being threatened as he charged with felony assault on an immigration officer. His attorney says Hernandez has been given almost no payment. Change of dressing orders for quick gunshot wounds, no antibiotics. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
A top name in artificial intelligence says AI doesn't have to be the end to come up with blockbusters.
CEO at OpenAI, Sam Altman, thanks Hollywood for actually double down on films and movies. He tells Variety the growth of AI is audiences are more eager to see real people making films. Mr. Altman said Disney had a fall down, but all of us is going to companies will work together again soon. Altman spoke about the role of government in AI too, telling Variety, and then some regulations will be I'm worried.
The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority has announced it's going to lay off 284 employees in 10 days, citing impending funding cuts at the county level. The authority says layoffs are part of a restructuring that will eliminate 414 positions. 130 of those are already vacant. Layoffs will reduce staff from 600 to 320. An oil well in Texas has blown up.
Northeast Texas oil to bringing clean vegetable from 20 miles away. Outlet oil derrick near the Louisiana state line. The Cochise County Sheriff's deputies report the unfortunately living close to the site of the bag. News Fargo police.
Oh, there he is, Jim Ryan. Snips burgers at the grill. Don't take any overnight. Two Republicans both under investigation by the House Ethics Committee have introduced competing resolutions to expel one another. Congressman Corey Mills and Congresswoman Nancy Mace have been at odds since late last year. House Speaker Mike Johnson says it sounds like they need encouragement. Mace has accused Mills of domestic abuse allegations and conflicts of interest, while Mills has defended his record and considered an expulsion resolution against her. And sections of Pacific Coast Highway in Topeka Canyon are going to be closed this week for repairs related to the Palisades fire. Malibu City officials say the working to fire damage repair is utility permitted, stabilizing, retaining homes and slopes. And of course, as that picture for you, this is KFI and KOSD HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. LA weather from KFI clouds this morning, rain expected by this afternoon, highs in the 60s to 70s. Light rain continuing tonight, should taper off after midnight. We'll be back to mostly sunny skies tomorrow, gusty winds, especially in the valleys and mountain areas. Highs tomorrow in the 60s and 70s. It's 56 in Orange, 57 Manhattan, Beach, 55 in Cerritos, and 50 in Canyon Country. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom on ABC, this has been your Wake Up Call. And if you missed any of Wake Up Call, you can listen anytime on the iHeart Radio app. And we'll be back tomorrow morning starting at 5 a.m. for your next Wake Up Call. Let's check in now with Will, who's got a slowdown for us in downtown LA. It's on the 10.
Freeways are in pretty good shape, but there are exceptions. Westbound side is dead. That leads to lane interchange, Spring Lane Station, across Avenida Street, over to the 110 freeway, then it's slowing down. On the Route 13, the slowest thing going right now. Yesterday, 99 unit westbound from the 15 is just coming all the way to the 71 freeway, then it's slow. The fast track lanes are moving faster. I want to invest in business spring. Otherwise, we've got a couple of little problem spots out west LA because we're in a road. And sure, and in Westchester, early crashes with an intersection of Century and Los Red Spring. So, it's the activity with Southern California's most accurate traffic. The future of the NFL is getting lit. The 2026 NFL Draft. Catch Jay Glazer alongside former Falcons GM Terry Fontenot, college football Hall of Famer LeVar Arrington, and Fox Sports lead college football reporter Jenny Taft hosts Jay Glazer. Arrington join us for Draft Night live on Fox Sports Radio. Listen live Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. Search Fox Sports Radio.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
What's up, babies? What's up, babies? What day is it? No fucking hours. It's Coffee and Kabbalah Coffee. Tuesday, April 21st, or no, 4th of ER 5786, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava,
3631 130, Seth son of Adam was born. 3526 235, Enosh son of Seth was born. 3436 325, Kenan son of Enosh was born. We have been doing this bitch 116 days, son. And it's the Omer. Brigadier Denial, Animal, Mashaka, Shana, Bimich, Fitzabano, Al Sifrat, Ha Omer. Omer count for Tuesday night, April 21st. Okay, Brigadier Denial, Animal, Mashaka, Shana, Bimich, Fitzabano, Al Sifrat, Ha Omer, blessed be you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 20 days, which is 2 weeks and 6 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash in its May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. Shalom.
Existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of
Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
And there are now, and there have
This
always been
is
numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish
Look at this
mysticism
move, dude.
and Kabbalah.
Just click it on.
This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, well, welcome back. We're going to get to, in some ways, the high watermark of the Kabbalah tonight. I say the high watermark because it's like Luria's formulation of Kabbalah has basically become Jewish theology. And that's something I think that, you can't really shake a stick at that. It's a really incredible thing that fundamentally one guy, in many ways, formulated how Jews all over the world understand their God, understand their scriptures, understand the world that they live in. And it's like Luria's version of the Kabbalah is so deeply embedded in Judaism that phrases like Tikkun Olam, a phrase that I bet everybody in this class has heard a dozen times. Shuls have Tikkun Olam committees. This idea comes directly from inside Luria. So many ideas that are commonplaces in Judaism really emerge from inside Luria. And so tonight we'll get to his ideas. Now we're not going to exhaustively deal with his ideas for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that most of his books aren't even translated into English. The vast majority are not translated into English, and even the books that remain in Hebrew are so technical and so difficult that I have to admit
often can read pages of these books and still not know quite what in the world's going on. These books are very, very difficult, and part of how Itzhak Luria's Kabbalah developed was people trying to make sense of what in the world he was talking about. And so part of what happens is that books are very complicated, and that the complicatedness is spawned, so it has its own life. So we'll talk about that in a little bit as we get to Itzhak Luria. But to rewind a little bit, talk about this period that I sometimes refer to as the interregnum. That's the period after the composition of the Zohar, but before the rise of Luria and Kabbalah. What we have is that in that period, Kabbalah didn't really spread very quickly. It was a very underground, it was a very elite, it was a very hush-hush kind of thing. That's not to say that people weren't publishing things and talking about Kabbalistic ideas, but there was no desire to make it public. It was a very hush-hush, elite, esoteric practice, very much so. And by 1492 with the Alhambra Decree, which declared that basically all Muslims and Jews had to leave Spain or convert, you have the Kabbalah transforming from being a very elite, very inner, very inward-looking, very secretive kind of thing, to the Kabbalah actually becoming imbued with a very eschatological, that's to say it has to do with the end of the world, and very messianic meanings. And so in the aftermath of the disaster that was 1492, Kabbalah is going to branch out into the world, and it's going to become popularized. And many of the refugees who fled from Spain, who were actually saved by a Muslim leader, which I don't know why that doesn't get more press, but it should, Bayezid II was the Muslim leader of the Ottoman Empire that basically sent his entire fleet to Spain and saved as many Jews as he could. Not because he was a great guy or anything, he may have been that too, but he realized that you could all your doctors, lawyers, and scientists out of a country. Of course, he wanted them, and he was right to do it. The Ottoman Empire saw a huge boom from the importation of the refugees after the 1492 Alhambra Decree. By the way, you can also notice that Spain didn't do terribly good in many ways in the aftermath of that either. So many of these Jews are going to settle in the Ottoman Empire. One of the main places they're going to settle is going to be in Salonika. Salonika and Warsaw have been traditionally known as the only two Jewish cities in the world. And so Salonika in Greece is going to be one of the places they're going to settle. But many of the Kabbalistically inclined people are actually going to move to the place that they're most familiar with, at least in their sort of imaginary landscape, and that's up in the Galilee at a place called Tzfat, near Meron, where Shimon Bar Yochai is the traditional author of the Zohar, was thought to be buried. And it's there at Meron and Tzfat, or Safed, where new forms of Kabbalah begin to emerge. Kabbalah begins to be popularized. This is a very important moment in the history of Kabbalah. Teach it publicly at some level. There are classes you can take on Kabbalah. And what ends up happening is in this area, there is a rise of a new form of Kabbalah that is highly systematized, highly intellectualized, very encyclopedic, and very synthetic, which is just to say that it's organizing all kinds of Kabbalistic ideas into something like a Kabbalistic system. That system, of course, though, the major one is going to be Joseph Cordovero. We'll talk about him in just a moment. Of course, other forms of Kabbalah also existed at this time. We talked at length last time about Abraham Abulafia and his so-called ecstatic or prophetic Kabbalah. This is a completely other form of Kabbalah that doesn't really care much about the Sefirot and that kind of stuff. He knows about them and he's aware of them and he's interested in them, but that's not part and parcel of his project. His project is a kind of intellectual communion with the divine, and that's accomplished by a wide range of things like breathing techniques and focusing in on Hebrew combinations of Hebrew words and various kinds of mantra-like structures. So there are other forms of Kabbalah that came about in the milieu of the Zohar that didn't quite make it. Now, what's going to be really important is that in the Safed milieu, in the Safedian form of Kabbalah, Isaac Luria and his student Chaim Vital are going to reincorporate some of Abulafia's ideas. That's going to basically save Abulafia from oblivion. Remember, he got basically excommunicated and exiled to a tiny island in Corsica, and he kind of vanishes from history. He dies. He's going to be kind of resurrected in many ways by Luria and Kabbalah. And as I mentioned, this is the area in Safed where Kabbalah is being systematized and it's being popularized. I cannot stress that enough. Kabbalah is being taught in public. Why? Because they think the world's about to end. They think that the 1492 Alhambra Decree was the beginning of the end, and that Kabbalah, the unveiling of Kabbalah to the world, would ultimately lead to a kind of eschatological and end-of-the-world event And that end of the world event would be led at some level by Kabbalistic speculation, and it would urge in the Messiah. And in fact, there were many people at that time, Cordovero being one, Chaim Vital being another one, Gloria being another, that many people, including those people themselves, thought they were the Messiah. Chaim Vital, we actually have some of his notes, his autobiographical sketches, journals, diaries. He even says in his notes that, if I just studied the Mishnah a little longer, I would have become the Messiah. I know it. So these guys are really convinced that the Messiah is not just around the corner, but they might be it. And that kind of idea that you might be the Messiah and you might be ushering in the Messianic age is going to be hugely important as we get to next time when we get to Shabbatai Tzvi and his mystical heresy that leads many people to believing that he's the Messiah. So Shabbatai Tzvi is next week. And next time. So as I said, this is a time period where Kabbalah is being popularized. This is a time period where Kabbalah is being opened up to the masses at some level. I say the masses being opened up to really elite dudes. It's not just opened up to everybody. And there are new services invented. Kabbalah Shabbat was almost certainly the most popular Jewish service that exists today. If you've been to a Jewish service, you've probably been to a Friday night Kabbalah Shabbat service. That service is developed at this time. And Shlomo Alphabet's make right the centerpiece of that text, that prayer service, L'chadodi, come my beloved, come my bride. And that text, L'chadodi, is a classic now, basically all Jews everywhere. And so that was being written by Shlomo Alphabet. Also, it's worth pointing out that not only are these guys studying together, they're marrying each other's sisters and stuff. Joseph Cordovero married Shlomo Alphabet's daughter. So Cordovero, or Alphabet, was Cordovero's father-in-law. So you have all kinds of, this is not just sort of an intellectual thing, they're like kind of in bed with each other. And so this is a very tight-knit world. I can only imagine some Kabbalistic drama that must have precipitated in those circles. I would have loved to see the Kabbalistic drama, but unfortunately a lot of that doesn't survive. You just want a rough idea about what some of these texts look like. So this is Pardes Romim. This is the main text of Joseph Cordovero. This is the central text of the Cordoveroan system of Kabbalah. You get a rough idea about how dense it is. It's about that long, right? So it's a substantial text. This doesn't have any commentary, by the way. It's just a straight text. And if you want to get a sense of what this looks like inside, it's pretty dense, wall-to-wall text, right? And you get a sense of what this looks like. So these texts are no joke. Pardes Romim is an incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging text to try to read. There is no translation of this into English at all. I don't think there's no systematic translation for sure. And these texts, many of these foundational texts of Kabbalah still do not have English translations, which is kind of mind-blowing considering how popular at least some version of Kabbalah is, and many of the foundational texts aren't available in English. Even finding copies in Hebrew is challenging. So this one is an example of the early systematization of the Sefer Zohar we found in Cordovero. And again, trying to find these texts are super difficult, and finding English translations, they just don't exist. They just straightforwardly don't exist. So studying Kabbalah in the original languages is basically what you have to do if you're going to get really deep into Kabbalah. The main text remains fundamentally in Hebrew. We'll talk about some other texts later as well. So, beginning in the 15th century, not only are Jews interested in Kabbalah, but Christians are too. This is a strange turn of events, but it's really important in the development of Western Christian spirituality, and especially esoteric spirituality. As you, I'm sure, know, by the 15th century, there was a movement in Italy that we would call the Renaissance or whatever. But what we have is the arrival of a great deal of new texts that are being imported from Greece. I say new, they're actually really old texts. But they're being imported into Italy, and what's happening is that many of these old texts, they are underwriting an idea that's going on, that in order to get sort of a pure intellectual reality or a pure intellectual appreciation of what's going on in the world, we need to go back in time and look at the original text, look at the original foundations of this literature. This is sometimes called the Ad Fontes revival, the To the Sources revival. And what you get is a massive translation project led by people like Marsilio Ficino, who are translating for the first time the entire works, for instance, of Plato. Most Christians in the Middle Ages had basically never read Plato. They had fragments of things. They had the Timaeus, and they have other documents, but most pieces of Plato had never been read by a medieval Christian. It just didn't exist. And so you have an enormous influx of new, old ideas coming in from Greece in the 15th century. And there was an idea that was current at the time that primordial wisdom was somehow more reliable than what was going on in the Middle Ages. In fact, the Renaissance humanists are going to refer to that time period before them as Gothic. The Goths, of course, were the people that destroyed the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, and the humanists really hated these people. They thought they were backwards and superstitious. Their writing was incomprehensible, etc. And so there was a long idea of the Renaissance humanists that the Middle Ages basically was a mistake. All of the scholasticism, all of it was a mistake. And so what we need to do is go back to the original Latin and Greek writers and learn from the original sources, not through a bunch of commentaries and cut all that out and go back and read just the original sources. And so this ad fontes approach also included a great deal of what's going on in Jewish writing as well, because Christians believed that fundamentally Christianity had emerged from Judaism and that there was primordial wisdom to be had by the Jews, and that primordial wisdom captured things that perhaps Christianity had not quite covered. And so Kabbalah fit that bill, because that's exactly what Kabbalah claims to be. It claims to be primordial wisdom given to Moses at some level, and then transmitted to Shimon Bar Yochai and eventually transferred into the Sefer Zohar. And so the idea is that the Kabbalah was one form of this primordial wisdom, along with Zoroastrianism and Plato and Hermes Trismegistus and these sort of figures. And so there was an idea that Kabbalah had secrets that had been preserved by the Jews, but the Jews had preserved them, but they didn't understand them. Because, of course, the Jews are backwards, blind people who reject the Messiah and don't understand anything. And so the idea was the Jews had all this Kabbalah, but the Jews really didn't understand. And so these Christians really begin to turn their attention to the Kabbalah, and they begin to recruit non-Jews, that is to say, former Jews who have converted to Christianity, or Jews who are kind of amenable to this sort of humanistic project. And so we have converted Jews, converso folks like Rhesius and Flavius Eutyches, and we also have just Jews who are just kind of cool with learning together, folks like Yochanan and Almela. And what ends up happening is that many of the texts of Kabbalah slowly begin to be translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin. And as those texts begin to get translated into Latin, Christians begin to see that, one, there's something really, really interesting and really captivating about the Kabbalah, and two, they begin to believe that the Kabbalah actually proves the truth of Christianity. And so they use it not just as a way of accessing primordial wisdom, but also part of what is sometimes referred to as the Latin polemical tradition, where Jewish texts are marshaled against Jews in the interests of converting them. And so the Kabbalah is actually mined for all kinds of Trinitarian ideas. The first three Sefirot are actually the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all kinds of other ideas where the basic structure is that underneath the hood of Kabbalah is actually a kind of mystical Christianity. The Jews just can't see it. And so what ends up happening is a lot of these texts begin to be translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin. And this begins to form a time period where some of these early Christian Kabbalists are combining ideas from Plato, ideas from the Hermetic world, the ideas from Hermes Trismegistus. They're beginning to combine ideas from Kabbalah. They're beginning to form synthetic new versions of Christianity, as you can imagine, are pretty controversial. So Kabbalah becomes one of the admixtures by which a new kind of Christianity is beginning to emerge, a kind of esoteric Christianity begins to emerge in the 15th century. And some of the adopters of these are some pretty famous folks, at least in the history of mysticism or the history of the occult. These are going to be folks like Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who's a famous 900 Theses, challenged the Pope to basically debate him about these. And basically, Pico had thought that he had fundamentally synthesized all knowledge: Kabbalah, Christianity, Pythagoreanism, everything. He thought he had systematized every form of knowledge into a coherent system of 900 Theses, and that he basically said, I want to debate people about this. I'll show you that I'm right. And his Kabbalistic theses are among some of the earliest examples of Christian Kabbalah, and they are at the pinnacle of the book. They come at the very, very end. That's some of the final theses in the 900 theses, and he really, Kabbalah has really landed on some of these things in a way that no one else has. Francesco Giorgi is also a really early systematic incorporator of Hermetic and Kabbalistic ideas into Christianity. His works are really, really difficult to access. I don't think they've been translated to English. And they are some of the earliest examples of systematic analysis of Christianity using Kabbalah as a lens. Athanasius Kircher, of course, famous German polymath, also integrated Kabbalah into some of his thinking. And his version of the Tree of Life, the Eighth Chaim, has gone on to basically become the standard one in the Christian occult world, or the occult world more generally. Folks who exist in places like the Gold Dawn or in Hermetic orders, often the form of the Kabbalah they're inheriting is actually traceable back to folks like Athanasius Kircher or to Johann Reuchlin. Reuchlin also a very important scholar of Hebrew, perhaps one of the greatest scholars of Hebrew in the Renaissance. And his two works, De Verbo Verificio and De Ars Kabbalistica, are systematic presentations of both Kabbalistic ideas, but also Kabbalistic texts translated in their entirety into Hebrew. Many non-Jews whose first encounter with Kabbalah was almost certainly going to be a translation of De Ars Kabbalistica, and that or another version is another text is Kabbalah Denudata, the Kabbalah Unveiled, by Christian Northern Rosenroth. You can see a bunch of these guys are Germans. The Germans were pretty interested in this, and in fact, many people have made the argument that the Protestant Reformation has its origins in this kind of touch with Kabbalah. That Kabbalah is sort of the escape velocity that the Protestant Reformation at some level needs to get away from Catholicism, and that the bridge at some level away from Catholicism, the gravitational pull away from Catholicism at some level at a very early strata was Kabbalah. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that Martin Luther was terribly interested in Kabbalah. He wasn't. So, yeah, a whole different ball of wax. At any rate, Kabbalah Denudata is incredibly influential. Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy is probably the standard text in the Renaissance on occult philosophy and magic. Virtually all magic practitioners who operate now in the West, let's say folks for whom magic is a part of their spiritual practice, almost certainly trace all of their theory back at some level to Cornelius Agrippa. So Agrippa's his 3 books of occult philosophy are foundational, and Agrippa integrates Kabbalah into his thinking seamlessly. He really is deeply connected to ideas and Kabbalah. So what I want to point out is that Christians are also interested in Kabbalah. I think I mentioned this maybe a couple times ago, that the first time that the Zohar was printed, it was printed in a single volume at Cremona at the behest of Christians. Christians wanted it printed. It wasn't Jews trying to get it printed. The Jewish version was printed in Mantua just about a year later in 3 volumes, which is still standard now to print the Zohar in 3 volumes. But the Cremona 1-volume edition was basically printed at the behest of Christians, and it's extremely rare. I think I saw one at auction a couple of years ago, and I think it was for a couple $100,000 or something. It's a very rare volume. At any rate, just to say that Kabbalah isn't just affecting Jews, it's also deeply affecting Christians. Christians are also really interested in the development of Kabbalah, and what's going to end up happening is that will form a trajectory by which Christians will begin to interiorize a lot of Kabbalistic ideas, and that will, at some level, lay the foundation for what we sometimes call Western esotericism and the practice of the occult. So yeah, Kabbalah is wrapped up in that entire project. And I bet if you've ever seen an example of like a magical circle or something, you'll see Hebrew words written all around the periphery or whatever. A lot of that has to do with the influence of Kabbalah onto Christianity and ultimately Christianity's more esoteric, more occult side. Christian Kabbalah has its own life and eventually comes to become a new form of Kabbalah called Hermetic Kabbalah, which is very influential in the occult circle, primarily beginning in the 19th century. Let's go back to Safed, right? Let's go back to Safed. Safed's really the stage that we're the stage where all this is playing out. So Moshe ben Yaakov Cordovero is going to die, as all people do. And so his death in some ways signals the end of one process, one cycle of Kabbalistic development. And I will say that you can, in some sense, divide Kabbalistic history into two big phases. The first phase is from the early Kabbalah and Sefer Zohar all the way to Cordovero. That's one section of Kabbalah. The rest of Kabbalah can be divided into everything after that. We are all living in the shadow of what comes next. And what comes next is this Gloria. Gloria arrived actually at Safed from Jerusalem. He was born in Jerusalem, although he grew up primarily in Egypt. He arrived at Safed, according to legend at least, on the very day that Cordovero died. And allegedly he saw as the funeral train was making its way to the graveyard, which you can still go see Cordovero's tomb in Safed. I've seen it right there. You can make your way to Cordovero's tomb, and the funeral train allegedly, as Gloria said, he saw a pillar of fire rising in front of the funeral train. Now, for folks who know some Bible, you'll recognize that image immediately, right? That's how God appeared to the Israelites during the Exodus. That God appeared to the Israelites as a pillar of fire. And so, literally, it's like Gloria said that God appeared before the funeral train of Cordovero as a pillar of fire, and Gloria settled in Safed. Gloria's life prior to this whole couple of years before he dies in Safed is actually relatively unremarkable. He is born in Jerusalem. His father dies when he's relatively young, and he's raised by his maternal uncle in Egypt. His uncle is actually relatively wealthy, pretty wealthy guy, and he provides Gloria with a very high-quality Jewish education. And in his 20s, Gloria obtains what seems to be an early printed copy of the Zohar, maybe the Mantua, the 3-volume Mantua version, and he becomes completely infatuated with it. In fact, so infatuated that he basically goes derelict of duty. He was supposed to become a business person. He just abandons that. He had married, and he just basically abandons his wife. And he just kind of lives most of his days meditating out in a hut near the Nile. And it's during those years, those 15 or some odd years of him meditating on the Nile in this hut that he had built for himself, that he begins, it seems, to formulate the idea that ultimately will become Gloria and Kabbalah as we know it. At some point, he has a kind of mystical breakthrough. I mean, even his birth was allegedly heralded by Elijah the prophet, and there's all kinds of legends that have now grown up around Gloria, that his birth, that before he was born, that Elijah the prophet appeared to his father. At any rate, Gloria would eventually make his way back to Jerusalem, and then he would eventually make his way to Safed, arriving, as I said, on the day of Cordovero's death. And he would spend a couple of years there, just a couple of years, probably 2 or 3 years, and he died before he turned 40. This is one of these guys that, the flame that burns twice as bright only burns half as long. This guy just burned out. He was just such a titanic individual, and his ideas were just shockingly original. With Cordovero dead, many people, I think, did believe that Cordovero was the Messiah, and when he died, it was a real big disappointment that he died. But when Cordovero died, there was the idea that, no, there's something else coming. That Cordovero is a herald, maybe kind of like Elijah for the coming Messiah. And it's like Gloria fit into that perfectly. Gloria began to teach Kabbalah basically every day. He had introductory level Kabbalah classes. You could come to Gloria's Kabbalah Academy and learn intro Kabbalah. He also began to develop an inner circle of people that he began to teach his own ideas to. And the inner circle was composed of several students. We know a good bit about those students. And what's weird is that he seems to have taught different versions of things to different students. And we know that because they say so, that some people were allowed some things, some people were allowed others, and some people got some part of the system, and some people got others. And we can see this in the publications because, for instance, one of Gloria's students, Israel Saru, who doesn't really get any credit for anything, and no one really pays attention to him because of Chaim Vital, but Israel Saru was one of the earliest publishers of Chaim Vital's works, or it's like Gloria's works rather, and he published them in Italy and popularized them. And so a big part of what's going on with Isaac Luria is that Luria really wants Kabbalistic ideas popularized. That's probably part of his sort of general messianic program. He believes in a very intense way that the Messiah is a hair's breadth away, and that if Kabbalah gets out there, it will usher in the Messianic age immediately. That kind of Messianic fervor it's going to prove to be a disaster here in just a little bit. So we'll get back to that later. Messianic fervor is almost all, but it's going to be a disaster. At any rate, he began to build its inner core of people, and then he died. He died. He died like 2 years into being in Sabe. And so his death wasn't, he was always kind of sickly, so his death wasn't completely shocking. But after his death, his two most important students would be Israel Sarug, I mentioned a moment ago, and the other, of course, the much more important student, at least historically, is going to be Chaim Vital. And it's going to be Chaim Vital's interpretation of the ideas of the Arizal, of Itzhak Luria, that are going to become definitive. The Arizal himself, Itzhak Luria, basically wrote nothing. He wrote a couple of Aramaic poems. That's all for Shabbat. That's all he had. He didn't really write much. He taught, and his students sort of synthesized the things that he taught, and it's to synthesize documents that we get. There's a long tradition of this kind of thing, right? The Buddha never wrote anything down. Jesus never wrote anything down. Muhammad couldn't read or write. There's a whole long tradition of people, Socrates famously never wrote anything. There's a whole long tradition of people who don't write things down and yet go on to change the world. So if you really want to change the world, don't write books. Writing books is a surefire way that you will not change the world. You have to be a charismatic leader and don't write anything. Just talk to people. And if you talk to people and you're charismatic enough, they will do all the writing for you. And, and again, Itzhak Luria was only there in Safed for 2 or 3 years. And he managed to make this kind of decisive impact through his student, Chaim Vital, primarily. So, what do we know about the system of Lurianic Kabbalah? Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to systematically go through every part of it because it is incredibly difficult and baroque in its details. But the main thing to know about it is that whereas Cordovero was moving in a much more rationalistic, much more intellectualistic, much more systematic direction when it comes to trying to unpack the ideas of the Sefer Zohar, Luria is much more interested on the mythos of the Zohar. He's much more interested in the evolving process that the Zohar seems to describe about how God goes from being infinitely recessed to becoming present in the world. And so Luria's main shift is that he's going to shift away from trying to systematically analyze every aspect of how reality was constructed, but rather focus on the unfolding, the dynamic unfolding of reality and the mythology of that unfolding. And it's the mythology, and I say mythology, I don't mean falseness or like the Loch Ness Monster as a myth, but it's the doing of it that really matters to him. Because for Luria, the entire drama of the unfolding or the evolution of reality as we know it isn't in the past, it's always present to us. And so in a way that the Cordovero might describe that the events of the unfolding of the universe via the Sephirot are events in the past, the primordial past, the metaphysical past, for Luria, time is really weird because for him, it's all happening at once. It's happened back then, it's happening now, at some level it's kind of happening in the future, and the future is kind of reaching for us to redeem us. And so even notions like time become very weird in the Lurianic system. So what we get is that he's primarily interested in what I might call the mythological structure, the genesis of reality and its development, as that development is comprehensible at any given moment in the development of humanity or of God. For Luria, the development of God and the development of humanity are tied together. They're the same development, basically. His system, as far as we have it, is a really highly developed system of analyzing reality. I can't say that it's always terribly coherent, and I certainly can't say that I always understand it. But what he's focused on, what his core idea is what often gets called the order of development or the order of evolution. This is often referred to as the Seder Hishtatlut, the order of evolution. In fact, the Hishtatlut is actually a standard modern Hebrew word for evolution, like Darwinian evolution. So it's the evolution of reality. Now, these evolutionary models are actually instructive, right? Because at some level, biological entities contain the past within inside them. That is to say that you contain all kinds of things in your DNA from what we used to be. We're not apes like the apes before us, but we contain DNA fragments of those apes. The past is still with us. Or as Bill Faulkner said, that the past isn't dead, it's not even past. And that's true also for Lurian and Kabbalah. The idea is, yes, there were things that happened in the primeval past, the primordial past, but those things are current to us now. They're still happening. And so what we get is that there is a sort of spiraling cycle of aggression. That is to say, the world is coming into being, the world is emerging as such, it's always emerging as such, and further right, it's also regressing, it's also going back to the way that it was. So there is an incredible dynamism in the Lurianic system where you kind of don't know quite where you are in time and space. You don't quite know where you are even in righteousness sometimes. There's a kind of constant movement to and fro, where the world is on the one hand becoming exiled, and on the other hand is becoming redeemed. And so the Lurianic system, part of what makes it so difficult is that at the heart of the system is this dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once, and everything is also being erased all at once. And so it's very difficult to figure out at what moment something is happening, because at every moment, everything's always happening. And so knowing exactly what's going on in the system is very complicated, because the system is so dynamic, and it's almost like a fractal, that the more you zoom in on a region of the fractal, the more the entire fractal reproduces for you. And so the system is very, very fractalized like that. And so it's often difficult to know exactly what's going on. But let's go over some of the core ideas of this Epiluria. The big first idea is his concept of Simsum. Simsum was an idea that was developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was a teacher of Epiluria for a brief time, I think 1573. And so Cordovero had to solve a problem. The problem is, well, how do you get from an infinite God whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality, God's being is infinite, and so it must occupy every point within that infinity. How do you get to an idea that there's a gap? How do you get to the idea there's a place where God isn't in order for the world to be? Because it can't be the case that if God is completely in fullness, then the system's full, and you can't have a world. You can't have the Olamot. You can't have the world. So God has to create an emptiness, a divine emptiness, a vacuum. And what God does is God contracts some region of God's self. I use words like region, but again, these spatial concepts are not accurate. But God ontologically contracts God's self. And that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is both surrounded by God and yet is not God. It's a kind of gap. It's a kind of void or a vacuum. I don't know, always imagine like when you have to you gained a couple pounds and you need to get in some old pants, so you like suck your belly in and tighten your belt real tight. It's like God sucking in God's belly to get the belt on or something. I don't know how to. I always imagine that image for some reason. So God creates this void, this simsum, and into that simsum, into that void, into that contraction, that will be where the Olamot appears. The Olamot are the four worlds that comprise our reality. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. We just don't. We're finite. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. And so what we do have access to is what's left over from the process of filling that void. Now, how does that void get filled? Well, it's almost like a laser. God concentrates some of God's light. God finitizes some of God's light. And that finitized light, that finitized existence of God, is permitted to enter into the void. And when it enters into the void, it cascades into the void. And that cascading, as it moves from the primal source of the divine into the void, it begins to weaken, so to speak. And as it begins to weaken, as it titters down into the void, as it flows down into the void, it begins to weaken. And as it weakens, there are strategic parts, or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light into the void, just like if you were shining a laser, right? A laser is only going to be so powerful, it's only going to reach so far, and the further it gets, the wider it gets, and the more it begins to break down and begins to fade away. God shoots that light into the void, and this is also found in the Sefer Zohar, and as that light goes in, it begins to break down. And as it breaks down into 4 distinct realms. And those 4 distinct realms are the fundamental structures of reality. The first one is Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon is the primeval body of God. It's the way that we imagine God to be. It's just, when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining is Adam Kadmon. It's the first primeval glimpse of God as a being. Because before that, God is just infinite light, and God is utterly unimaginable. The first glimpse is Adam Kadmon, sort of like a negative image of God broadcast into the void. The next layer down is the realm of Absolute, or emanation. Then down further is the world of Beriah, right, where God is becoming more and more concretized, not yet physical, but more and more concretized. And then we get to the world of formation, where God is recognizable. And then finally we get down to the world of Asiyah, and we are actually in a subsection of the world of Asiyah, and that sometimes is called the 5 world or the 4 world, because our physical reality is distinct from all other 4 worlds, even the world of Asiyah. So the 4 worlds, the Olamot, are the ontological registers of reality. And what Luria imagines, and the reason why he imagines these 4 worlds, is that every single time that there is a movement within the Godhead, an evolution in the Godhead, change in the Godhead, that change has to be understood as a logical, dialectical progression of how God is mutating, how God is changing. Because every time God interacts with something, that image of God, that aspect of God, alters. And so what we get in the world of the various registers of reality is we get entirely different branches of the Sphirot. Now, I might pull this up when we get to the Q&A later, is that one thing that makes the Lurianic system so mind-bogglingly complicated is that every register of reality has its own sephirotic structure. And inside of every Sphirot is more Sphirot. And so there are Sphirot inside of Sphirot inside of Sphirot. There are Sphirot on the backside of Gufura, which is the Sitra Achra, the world of evil. It is again, for folks who are familiar with some mathematics, it's like a fractal. That anytime you zoom in on any register of reality, you begin to see that the entire system of reality is reproduced over and over and over and over again. And you have these enormously complex, what are called Ilanot, or tree systems. And those really complex Ilanot, or tree systems, describe the various Sphirot as they're interacting with each other at these various registers of reality. We can't go into the various levels of reality because we don't have time, but each one of them is distinct, and each one of them is a moment in the development of the Godhead. Now, some folks who have some background in philosophy, folks who had some background perhaps in Hegel, this is going to sound really familiar because if you ever read the logic of the progression of the logic in Hegel, Hegel actually commends Kabbalah as prefiguring his logic. Now, I'm not sure if that's an indictment of Kabbalah or not, depending on what you think of Hegel, but Hegel's system of the unfolding of reality is deeply, deeply, deeply influenced by the Lurianic sort of folding out structure of reality. Now, as God's light begins to travel through the void, what ends up happening is that the very structures that emerge to hold God's light, the very moments of the divine, as the light gets further and further and further into the void, the very structures that are meant to hold the divine light can't. They're just too far away. It's just like, it's a moment where you feel yourself, you're holding on to something right, and you feel yourself just slipping off. There's a moment where you just let go. And that let go moment, the moment where the spheres, the actual vessels that hold God's light, because they've gotten so far away from the original source, they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough dynamism, they don't have enough of chizuk, they don't have enough strength to hold God's light, and they shatter. And that shattering, the shvirah, the shattering of the vessels, is as it falls in, they overpower the vessels, right, and they shatter. It's like putting, folks ever seen this where you take a really cold glass vessel and pour really hot water into it, right? Or, I'm sure you've seen folks, right, throw hot water on a cold windshield, because people don't know any better. But imagine, right, hot water being poured into an ice cold vessel. The ice cold vessel is the vacuum, the void, the simsum. And when you pour the lightning hot rays of God into it, the vessels just shatter. And that shattering forms what are called klipot, shards. And these shards of the vessels, these shards are characterized by disharmony and disunity. They're broken aspects of the divine. They're aspects of the divine that are localized. Just like if you'd imagine taking a part of your own personality and breaking it off. So just imagine your curiosity, right? You took pure curiosity, which is a pretty good trait, and broke it off and made it its own thing. pure curiosity is a disaster. Because anything that's purely curious is going to get itself killed, it's going to hurt people, it's not going to have any ethics, it'll just experiment on people. Right? Even love, right? Pure love, if you take it away and put it with no checks at all, it's too much. Any aspect of the divine broken away from the divine and then given its own reality will always be too much. No matter what it is, whether it's God's wrath or God's goodness, whether it's God's curiosity or whatever, none of these things can exist on their own. And the shards of these vessels, according to Luria, become evil. Now, they're not inherently evil, but because they're localized, intense versions of the divine, they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own, and because they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own, they go haywire. And these become evil in the Lurianic system. This is the origin of evil. The demons of the world are the Klipot, the shards of the vessels that once held God's light, because they're just out of control. They're completely disunited, completely unharmonious. And so they're sort of like extreme versions of God. And so these demonic aspects of the demonic aspects of the Lurianic system are these Klipot, and they are the object of a process called tikkun. And I bet you're already beginning to hear right where we're going to get to next, right? The idea of tikkun olam. Well, we are right at the very end of that system. The entire giant system of God, Simsum, and God pouring God's light in, and the entire process of the shattering of the vessels, we are at the very limit of that system. And so it's the very limit of that system, right? Just like a rubber band, right? As you stretch a rubber band out and let it go, it flies all the way this way, and it flies back. We are at the very end, the receiving end of all of the divine system, and we are at the very bottom of the system, and we are the part of the system that begins to move back up, right? We are the system, we are the part that move things back up. And what happens is that we recognize, Lurianic Kabbalists recognize, that the shards of the divine, the Klipot, can be rectified by engaging in the magic of the Torah. Again, Yitzhak Luria is not sort of a hippy-dippy mystic. He says, no, you repair the world, you metaphysically repair the world by engaging in the metaphysical act of engaging in following God's law. Because the divine laws, the Torah is the system, it's like the source code of all reality. And if you follow it, if you do it correctly, it fixes reality. Reality is broken at some level. And so the fix is, according to Yitzhak Luria, the very strict following of the Jewish law, of the Halakha, and of the Torah. So by following the Torah, you repair reality. And this is where the phrase Tikkun Olam comes from. You are repairing the world. Now, I know that most folks hear the word Tikkun Olam and we think something like helping people who are giving to charity or something like that. But for Yitzhak Luria, it's not just a fixing the world in terms of the social ills or doing social justice stuff. That's, of course, part of it too. But by having the right kavanah, by having the right concentration, by having the right intention, by doing the Jewish law with absolute intention, purity of heart, by performing things like Shabbat, by putting tefillin on, by observing the fast of Yom Kippur, or whatever, all these things help to repair reality. They fix reality at the metaphysical level. They give reality a tikkun. And further, you begin to build the world of the Messiah. Because for the Lurianic system, the act of reparation, the act of repairing the world, begins to sort of build the world in which the Messiah can emerge. And at some level, you can imagine that Messiah is kind of the keystone of the entire process. The Messiah is the person who will turn the key. We will build the world worthy of Messiah, and Messiah will come and turn the key, and they will unfurl the final redemption. And so it's by repairing the world that we prepare the world for the possibility of Messiah. And this idea is going to have enormous impact in the history of Judaism. If you ever hung out with folks in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, I don't know if folks have ever been around Chabad people who, can you light candles, can you tefillin, you can, be walking around New York and I'll have a Chabad guy, like, I'll stop on the street and be like, hey, you put tefillin on today? And I'm like, no. He's like, can you put tefillin on now? Why would they bother you on the street to put tefillin on? It's not because they're trying to do you a favor. They're trying to engage in Tikkun Olam. They think that every Jew, whatever that means to them, who can engage in the process of Tikkun Olam and who can put tefillin on will usher in the days of the Messiah that much more quickly. And so they're trying at some level to accelerate, right? One can think about Kabbalistic ideas or or Lurianic Kabbalah, the kind of Jewish accelerationism. The world is broken, and they're trying to accelerate the process by which it is repaired. And you accelerate that process by engaging in spiritual warfare against the klipot, and by binding and then repairing the klipot in a way that allows you to basically accelerate the process by which the Messiah comes. And if you read Chaim Vital, he really does think that he definitely thinks he's the Messiah. He just thinks that he has to be a little bit more righteous. If he could just be a little more righteous, if he just didn't think about that woman when he was praying, if he just didn't think that dirty thought, if he just memorized a little bit more Mishnah, then he would have been revealed as the Messiah. He would have emerged as the Messiah. This is an idea you see him constantly in his journals. Chaim Vital simultaneously manages to be both incredibly self-deprecating and also incredibly arrogant. I guess that tends to go hand in hand. But sometimes he's, I'm not worthy, I'm unworthy of anything, I'm the lowest of the low, and this and that. Like, yeah, if I'd just done this, I'd have been the Messiah. So the idea is that the Messiah is right around the corner, and it's the result of this process. Now, of course, that idea has gotten retrofitted in sort of liberal Jewish circles for social justice, but in the classical Kabbalistic world, it has everything to do with strict obedience to Torah. Another key innovation in the Lurianic system is that Luria is really obsessed with some of the more bizarre sections of the Zohar. There are 3 sections of the Zohar that are notoriously difficult to understand. Two of them are the Idrot, the assemblies, and the final is a section called Sifra Ditzniuta. And Sifra Ditzniuta is a relatively brief section of the Zohar that contains a long description of God's beard. And then there's another section that also contains descriptions of God's beard, but also God's face in general. And no one's really sure what in the world's going on in those sections. They're really, really weird. Weird even compared to the other sections of Zohar. Zohar is weird enough, but it's like weird on weird. And it's like Luria develops a systematization of this idea of the movements within the divine face. That the divine face is actually reflective of metaphysical changes in reality, and that the divine face are the countenances, the partsufim, that these partsufim are arrangements of the sefirot, and those arrangements of the sefirot are indicators of certain kinds of changes and developments within the divine. I will go ahead and say this, the partsufim is without a doubt the most complicated part of the entire structure of Lurianic Kabbalah, because it's analyzing the sefirot in terms of how they're arranged and how the various system relates to itself internally. And it is just completely difficult to understand. I still struggle trying to figure out, I know what the various configurations are. I know what Ima and Chaim or whatever. I know what the structures look like. But when you begin to analyze how they move and change in relationship to other mystical stuff going on in the Arizal system, it just becomes a maze. It just becomes a maze. So I have a real difficult time keeping track of what's going on in this sort of inner development of the Godhead. But what's important to note is that for Luria, God is not a thing. God is a process. And God is changing all the time. And so when God tells to Moshe Rabbeinu, right, I'll be what I'll be, Luria takes that really seriously. Yeah, God is changing. God is a process. God is not a thing. God is a process. And that process is reality. And we are part of that process. And just like you get angry, so does God. And just like you get, compassionate, so does God. And that the change of God from angry to compassion, or the change from a normal state of affairs to being angry, that change in your emotions can be mapped. And so ditto with God, a change in God's emotional life can be mapped. And those mappings of God's emotional psychology or intellectual psychology are the parts of you. It's very complicated. It's part of the inner psychology, inner divine psychology. It's really complicated. Also, famously, it's like Luria is going to reintroduce the concept of reincarnation into Judaism. Reincarnation is an idea that never really took hold in most of the Abrahamic faiths, although there are tiny groups of people who seem to have believed in it at some point. But most of the larger Abrahamic faiths have rejected reincarnation for various kinds of reasons. However, in Lurianic Kabbalah, reincarnation is completely acceptable. In fact, it's part of the system. In fact, if you want a general idea, this is Chaim Vital's major work. It's Chaim. This is the most systematic account of Isaac Luria's philosophy. So this is the major work of Isaac Luria's philosophy as articulated by Chaim Vital. And this is the standard now 2-volume text on reincarnation by Chaim Vital. This is the teachings of Isaac Luria on reincarnation. The Shari Hosalim, the Gates of Reincarnation. So reincarnation is an idea that is reintroduced into Judaism. It may have existed earlier in some ways, but certainly Chaim Vital really introduces it via Isaac Luria. And the idea is that every single person has what they call a soul root. And the soul root is a kind of aspect of your soul. There are 5 different layers of your soul according to the Lurianic system. And some of those parts of your soul go all the way back to the beginning of all creation. And various people have had that soul. You are like a root. You are a root, and there are things growing off the root. And you're one of the things growing off the root. And there have been many, many, many people prior to you that have had the same soul as you. Now, the bad thing about that is they've committed all kinds of sins that you're now responsible for fixing. Because again, remember, Luria's system is dynamic. Just because you engage in tikkun once doesn't mean that you didn't do bad stuff before. If you did bad stuff, well, if you break the Jewish law, that further damages reality. And so there have been people in the past that have really damaged reality. Maybe in your past life you were someone really bad. Chaim Vital, by the way, his soul root was Cain, the first murderer. And so as you can imagine, Chaim Vital, whose soul root was Cain, had a lot to fix. He was the literal origin of murder in the world. And so he had to undergo all kinds of what are called tikkunim, reparations, and these reparations include everything from ascetic practices to reading certain parts of the Bible to engaging in mystical practices and things like this. And so the idea is that not only are you responsible for you being a good you have to make up for all the things that have happened prior to you. So every person that's had your soul prior to you are now responsible for figuring out how to fix all the bad things they did. Because all the bad things are still there. You're most apt to fix them. Now, how do you figure that out? You go to a mystic, a Kabbalist, and the Kabbalist will tell you who your soul root is, and they will tell you all the bad things that you've done, and they will give you tikkunim and how to fix them. The tikkunim can be anything from extra prayers to amulets to fasting. There are all kinds of tikkunim that we have. If you ever go to Sfat, if you ever go to Safed to this day, you can go to a Kabbalist. I've seen signs in Safed where they will go and they will figure out who your soul root is. And they're alleged experts who know how to do this. I don't know how they know how to do this, but I'll give it to them. That's fine. And they can figure out who your soul root is, and they will tell you that your soul root was Lamech, and they can have this sins, and you were inherited these sins, and these are the kind of tikkunim that you need to do, reparations you need to do to fix the sins of your past lives. Reincarnation has entered into Judaism completely intact, and it is a completely viable way of thinking about your afterlife. It's not heterodox at all. It's very normative at this point, and so reincarnation, with the rise of Lurianic Kabbalah, is now basically normalized in a way that I don't think it is in Christianity and Islam. I think in Christianity and Islam, if you want to believe in reincarnation, you don't want to make a big deal of it. I think if you make a big deal of it, if you're a Catholic, whatever, you're in trouble. Whereas in Judaism, reincarnation is completely normalized. Completely normalized. Now, I say it's normalized, but it's only normalized within the system of Lurianic Kabbalah, where you would, if you want to find out who your reincarnations of, you need to do the work of fixing all the sins that you did. You may be shocked to learn all the bad things you did in your past life. Now, you do also earn the merit of your past life, but you also earn all the bad stuff, too. This idea that the soul can survive death, that can be reborn, also it means that various other regions of the soul, again, you have 5 regions of your soul. Some other regions of your soul can actually survive death and become detached from the other regions. And those detached parts of your soul, if you committed a lot of sins in your life, they become addicted to those sins. And that aspect of your soul that becomes addicted to those sins actually can roam around and want to continue committing sins in the next life. This is especially true of sexual sin, but also gluttony and drunkenness and stuff. And so if you were a lecherous, drunken, bad person, then if you become addicted to those things when you die, your soul will become so polluted that it will become detached from your other souls and it will roam around. And what does it want to do? It wants to continue doing what it did, getting drunk and having sex or whatever. And so what it will do is it will try to attach itself to other people because you can't really get drunk and have sex if you're just a soul. So you got to get attached to someone else. And so when your soul attaches, your evil soul attaches itself to the people, the word for to attach in Hebrew is dabak, right? In fact, the modern Hebrew word for glue comes from the same root word. Your soul dabak. It clings to other people, and that soul that clings to other people, it possesses them. This is the origin of the dibuk. The dibuk is an evil version of your soul, it's the evil aspect of your soul that roams around and tries to attach itself to the people. And the very earliest exorcism stories that we have in Judaism are actually from Satan. In fact, you taught a whole class on spirit possession in Judaism. And if you want to learn more about this, I have some episodes on my YouTube channel as well. But what you have here is just demonic possession. Demonic possession is not the right word. It's not demon. It's actually an evil, dead person doing the possessing. And so dibukim become a big deal in the Kabbalistic world as well. But the opposite is true too. The soul of very righteous people hangs around near their grave. And if you need to get some spiritual chizuk, some righteousness, let's say that you're traveling somewhere and you know that, your old paramour is going to be there and you don't want to like hook up with them. This is a real example, by the way. You don't want to hook up with them because you're married or whatever. You don't want to commit adultery. That's bad. So what do? You go into the graveyard of a righteous person, lay on the grave of the righteous person, and you meditate on their soul, and you invite their soul into your soul, and they will impregnate you. This is called ibur, and the soul of the righteous dead person will impregnate your soul with a little bit of their righteousness, and it will give you enough of a chizuk, enough of righteousness, that when you go to face the spiritual challenge of committing adultery, you won't do it, because it's like a shot in the arm, a shot in the soul from the righteous person, and the righteous person will give you the spiritual power to overcome your failure, your whatever, your sin, and then they will come back to their grave and know about it. For folks who know a little about Buddhism, right, this sounds a bit like bodhisattvas, right? The idea that there are people who are enlightened in the Buddhist tradition, they become so enlightened, they don't become completely enlightened, so they can stick around here to help the rest of us schmucks, right? This is bodhisattvas. They don't leave, they don't go to nirvana, they stay here to help the rest of us get a little bit more enlightened. And so these tzaddakim, these righteous people, you can go lay on their graves, and you can get a little bit of spiritual power from their soul, and will go into your soul and help you. People do this to this day. People do this. It's a problem, actually, that people get caught sneaking into graveyards and lying on graves to get soul power. Soul power is like a cool 70s man. So at any rate, so this idea of ibur becomes a big idea as well. So dibuk, right, is evil souls becoming attached to your body. They can also get in animals, by the way. They don't like to be in animals. Apparently it's like not good in there, but they want to get into people. And Chaim Vital, by the way, also became one of the earliest exorcists in this whole tradition. And by the way, he failed. He also get the dibuk to leave, and then as soon as the dibuk left, he will come back and repossess the person and kill them. And so there's all kinds of great dibuk stories. If you've never seen the movie The Dibuk, it's one of the great classics of Yiddish film. It was filmed in the 30s. In fact, many people that were in the film died in the Holocaust. And so it's really, I think they remastered it, they've redone the Yiddish subtitles. If you've ever seen The Dibuk, it's a great film from the 30s. It's a classic example of Yiddish theater and eventually Yiddish filmmaking. Probably the crowning achievement before it all went to hell and Holocaust. But The Dibuk is a classic movie. We're getting close to Halloween time. Most Jewish Halloween movie watching, watch The Dibuk. So the Dibuk is an idea that emerges also from Lurianic Kabbalah, but also people. As I said a minute ago, Lurianic Kabbalah becomes just Kabbalah. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard this term, Tzimtzum, Tikkun Olam, right? You've heard of the world of Atzilut, the world of Asiya. You know that the soul has, the Yechidah, the Neshama, the Ruach, and all the various parts of the soul. Lurianic Kabbalah just became Kabbalah. It absorbed all other previous forms of Kabbalah, whether it's Abraham Apalapia's Kabbalah, whether it was Pharaoh's Kabbalah, whether it was other forms of Kabbalah. It absorbed them all, and in some ways transcended them all. It abolished them all, and it ascended above them all. And by both eliminating all of them and then conglomerating all of them into one thing, it became a new thing. And that new thing basically has become Jewish theology. If you've ever read books of Jewish theology, modern books of Jewish theology, they're almost always derivative of Encyclopedia's Kabbalah. And that's true of Hasidic people. That's true of Misnag people, the opponents of the Hasidic people. That's true of hardcore Jewish rationalists, people like the Vilna Gaon, right? He's a hardcore rational guy. Also hardcore Kabbalists. Kabbalah, Lurianic Kabbalah, is at some level just Jewish theology. Now, what's ironic about that, we'll talk about this more as we wrap the class up in a few weeks, why aren't these texts available then? If at some level, Tikkun Olam and all these ideas are just basically now part of our theological landscape in Judaism, why is it that you just can't go buy a copy of Eitz Chaim in English? Why is it you can't just go buy a copy of Cordovero's Artist Romim in English? Why is it that the entire 15-volume Kitvei Ha'ari, collected works of the Ari, are not translated in English? There's a reason for that, and we'll get to that in a few weeks. There is a really important reason for why that is. It has everything to do with liberal Judaism and how liberal Judaism decanonized Kabbalah. It rejected Kabbalah. And that's part of what made liberal modern Judaism is the amputation of Kabbalah from Judaism. Now that's changing, but it's not changing in the right way. Because the way that it's changing is not that it's changing in the sense that Kabbalah's ideas are being imported. They're being imported haphazardly. And the original texts are not being consulted, and they're not being really translated. And so modern Jews who are interested in Kabbalah don't have access to the original texts. And that's a disaster. It's a real disaster. I mean, can you imagine if, if the works of Thomas Aquinas just weren't translated in English? You would have to rely on old Latin editions and stuff like that. It would be a mess. Well, that's what basically we have. It's as if Thomas Aquinas had the influence he did in the Catholic world, but no Catholics have access to his actual works and a reliable, translation. It's a mess. It's a real mess. So, and again, this is a standard volume of Eitz Chaim in Hebrew. You will not. There's no English translation. There's no translation. We'll talk about why in a few weeks, but there's just not one. It's a mess. It's a bad situation. So, at the end of the day, Encyclopedia's version of Kabbalah wins. It wins. Now, I'm not saying it's completely systematic, and I'm not saying it's completely all worked out. There's still a bunch of kinks in the system. But at the end of the day, the 15-volume collected works of the Arizal, really the works of Chaim Vital, who is systematizing the works at some level of Arizal, that becomes Jewish theology. Now, on the one hand, that's really cool because Kabbalah won. On the other hand, it's a disaster because most Jews who are interested in Kabbalah, at least in the non-Orthodox world, have no access to it. It's a mess. This is a real problem, and I don't know how it's going to get solved. But, I mean, it's just now in the past 10 years that the entire Zohar has been translated reliably in English. So this is a big problem. We'll talk about this problem. We'll talk about why we're in this boat and how we're going to get out of it in a few weeks. But it may just, in our lifetime, we may be getting out of that problem. It may take our entire lifetime to get out of this problem. We'll talk about where it came from, why it is that way, and how we're going to get out of it. Because I think we will. 6 years after Chaim Vital died, the greatest articulator of the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, 6 years after he dies, a guy is born in Asia Minor, what is now Turkey, Izmir. He's born on he's born on Tisha B'Av. He's born on Tisha B'Av, which happens to fall on Shabbat that year. And there's a long-standing idea in Jewish lore that the Messiah will be born on the saddest day of the year. That the day of the year that we were born, every bad thing that's ever happened to us. But the great hope is that on that day, Messiah will be born. That in the future, Tisha B'Av will no longer be a sad day. It will be a glorious day because that'll be the birthday of the Messiah. On Saturday of Tisha B'Av, 6 years after the death of Chaim Vital, Shabbatai Tzvi is born. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Kabbalah because he's going to become the Messiah. And not just become the Messiah, when I say that, I mean the majority of the world's Jews were convinced he was the Messiah. He convinced the world's Jews that he was the Messiah via his publicist, of Gaza, using Kabbalah. And he will become enormously influential. In fact, in many ways, you can think about Judaism as a religion. In some ways, as before Shabbatai Tzvi and then after him. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Judaism. He's going to transform so much of what's going to happen in Judaism. And so what we're going to do is he's going to basically shake Judaism to its core. Because as you probably know, he will declare himself the Messiah. The vast majority of Jews will believe that he's the Messiah. Many of them literally have their bags packed on the docks in Amsterdam, ready to go back home to Israel to live in the Messianic age. And in 1666, he converts to Islam. And it is a titanic disaster. A disaster. Prior to the Holocaust, there's been no greater disaster than the Shabbatai Tzvi episode. No greater disaster. And from a theological point of view, it's a disaster. So in many ways, right, you can think about Shabbatai Tzvi as the fulcrum. And I imagine most folks here have heard the idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40. I'm sure folks have heard that idea. Well, notice that Yitzhak Luria died before he was 40. Clearly, he was studying Kabbalah before he was 40. Where do ideas like that come from? They come in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because the idea that Kabbalah is so dangerous, they can lead the entire Jewish world into a disaster. And that disaster, Kabbalistic disaster, will be heralded by Shabbatai Tzvi, false Messiah. We will turn to him and his arguments for his messiahhood next time. So Shabbatai Tzvi, and also Frankism. Frankism is a derivative of Shabbatai Tzvi. So we'll turn our attention to Shabbatai Tzvi and what sometimes referred to as mystical heresy. This Kabbalah gone off the rails, totally off the rails. So we will deal with Shabbatai Tzvi and his so-called messianism. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is.
You can go photos.
Producing around 47% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Foundation. Find more tips for smart, sustainable living or take action in your own community. Go to iHeartRadio.com.
We would be bad.
Hi, everybody. Dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid and on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I could tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Squirt, everybody. Squirt. Delicious Diet Squirt is now available. Made since, can anybody guess when Squirt started? 1653. Sir, what are you thinking? We're talking about Squirt here. 1953. You're saying Squirt predates of the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think. it seems like they've been making this for centuries, but now. That's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from the.
I think that was the birthday of Charlie Chaplin.
Well, look at that, Brian, making up a completely false fact. Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much beverages and electricity going on here. Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really dangerous.
This is exciting. Hopefully, he spills some delicious Diet Squirt, the caffeine-free thirst quencher, and newest sponsor of Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us.
Yeah, they did. Did they not?
Well, yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said, you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was wondering, what happens if you pretend like a sponsor's your sponsor? They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to the SeaWorld because they had SeaWorld on the
Blackfish fillet.
Yeah.
Which was just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. That was no pre-written. You can't mix those. Oh, sir, are you texting the show to somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor. It's Squirt. It's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even hashtags on Reddit. I meant /. Look at me. I don't know the internet.
Who here doesn't take Squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita? Come on.
Yeah, that's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, what's true white trash? Is it if you ever mixed a Squirt with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said that. They were so insulted. That's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking... Well, I mean, it's delicious Squirt, so it's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can't have Squirt drop us. It just messed up and said Squirt wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Well, just don't let Joe, knock one over on you, squirt all over you, get you wet.
I love it. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free Squirt. The thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into Squirt whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys dig your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Yeah? All right. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow. Really? That's awesome.
That is
Congratulations.
Great. What we do is we do this show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And
they sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central roast writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from any of my major credits. And Brian, the creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different.
Yeah.
So getting perspective from two awesome stand-ups tonight is going to be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera are with us in the house tonight, everybody. But first, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there, that all went woo, which basically means fuck you and your show. We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then when the episodes got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show, based on the principle of the listeners. So we've always replaced him with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my favorite Patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! Look at the reach on this man. set of footprints, I do believe, from his walk over there.
Wait, no, there's a little girl following. That's Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone, speech impediment-infested friend of ours, who thought he had said it on the way down when he put down tequila on the table a few weeks ago, and it went all over my lap. But he's looking over us. That's the great @Josh Martin comic, and we have @Kevin Lee Light. Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. Woo! How's it been going, man?
Beautiful, thanks. You know, I have the wingspan of a condor.
Heck yeah.
Throw that in there.
All right.
Okay, it's going good.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just
I don't know. Just
you caused somebody to sneeze just now. I don't know if you heard that.
bless you.
And I know you're just boom.
Boom.
Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never loses that sense of humor. And he said it doesn't go away.
Happy to be here back in Pasadena. My last time here, I saw Jim Carrey before he was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
1979 or 80.
So you used to come here back in the Disney and see all the old. Did you ever get to see Steve Martin? Because Steve Martin started out here.
It was actually the only show I saw, you know, and I figured maybe I would never see one better.
Look at you now. All of a sudden you're here on Kill Tony. Woo! Featured by Squirt, the thirst quencher. This is much more exciting than young Jim Carrey.
I'll have the Squirt margarita, please.
Here, I'll open up one right now.
I thought that was going to be the worst accident for sure. That just seemed, I'm like, oh, here it is.
What about this poor guy over here looking at the back of me the whole time? What do I do to that?
No, it's fine. He's into it. How many times do you think you get fucking cock-blocked by Jesus?
Sorry about that.
You got the best seat in the house. You're like fucking...
He's a good sport. There's not much to see back.
Yeah, if that is in your way, you could totally move. I'm sure one of the waiters or waitresses will find a spot because he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
he does not. Do you think a guy that sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper could pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. He's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist, these morons? Well, guys, we're very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you're going to be keeping an eye on us.
Got your back.
In the meanwhile, what do you say Josh?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera. Welcome to the show, guys. We're doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on this show before, Joe. I sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Is this real booze?
Yes, hey, cheers, guys. Salute. Yeah. Because you would owe me $10.
Oh, we've gotten off to a fucking roaring start.
What the fuck was that?
It's hilarious from the jump.
Yeah, Joe's first time here. He refuses to go to the Comedy Store, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
This is actually really fun to me. We've been looking forward for a long time to have you on the show.
We should be doing podcasts, like live podcasts from here.
Yeah.
We should.
Totally. Yeah, it feels good in here.
Good spot. I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no eye contact, nothing crazy, nobody get out of line, no picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of... You didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon stuff.
The fireball.
It's like a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like fucking big red gum.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but I like the added flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise surprise.
Yeah. Well, you know what the fuck you just did after you drank one of those. Dude, you know what the fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
that's where all babies come from. That's the fuck it, leave it in juice. I can't. Freedom!
Fire, that's how it starts. It's all a fireball.
That's this glass. 3 more of those.
I think you got another one,
baby. That's how it goes, Don Rivera.
Thank you, Joe Rogan.
Shoot rocks in there. That's all you, man. What are you trying to roof at me, bitch? What the fuck is this? Don Barrera's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off.
Oh, yeah,
you're one of those dudes who has like a special drink.
Here, take this.
I need my Tanqueray. I love my Tanqueray. What are you kids here drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. I get fucked up a special way every time. I go to the bar, I go, bartender, you know what I like. The regular. Boom.
Dom, what's your drink?
It's amazing how dope doesn't affect you.
Does it? How dare you?
Hey, Kevin, do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, Dom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone that's out there, so you know the question is important. You were named by Comedy Central one of the 50 greatest comics of all time.
Now, first of all, it was 100, but thank you.
100?
Yeah, can I say something before you answer the fucking question? I'm very bitter about that. Because Joe, it hurt, it's very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Cedric the Entertainer. I can't compete with him. He's an entertainer. I just do jokes. He has people over. He has a nice spread. He dances. He sings. What's the question?
That was it. I wondered if you were happy with it. Cedric the who?
Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh.
He's a very funny guy.
Very funny.
It's like Earthquake, but different. Exactly like Earthquake.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Just might be on the list. That's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, brilliant, smart, funny stand-up comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful, and you're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is...
I'm getting hard as fuck. And shit.
All this. Leading up to, where's your favorite place to write comedy?
To write it, actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is about being in the sky, but it's terrifying.
The only place you can get higher
so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing, and there's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like where I'm going, oh no. I come up with a lot of that on airplanes.
I love that.
Sometimes I put a whole lot of love on it in a loop.
Whoa.
So thank you both. But after a while, it becomes like a meditation after you heard it for like the 20th time.
Wow.
You're high as fuck on a laptop.
You have a system worked out. That was a very specific question, Jesus. And
get high and create material.
I was being gang raped by these Armenian guys.
What?
I was writing like crazy. Somehow my sphincter stimulates my creativity.
Makes sense. It would certainly switch it up a bit.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we could help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. They can come in and do 60 seconds.
Well, can I say before we do, first of all, I haven't even seen these people. None of them have a shot. just to let you know, just relax. We're very special.
This is kind of like a boss level episode, Tony. You know, it's like for these guys that are in the other room. This is like we announced it just this week. They went crazy.
It really is the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now, and they're dressed better than I usually see them dressed. Like it's a Friday night for them. I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays. Usually only Mondays, but so it's very exciting. It is like the Yankees of the open mic.
They've been open micing their whole lives. So close to past it, you can taste it.
Now, many of them know, but we'll let the audience and the few people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time's up, the 60 seconds, when they hear the meow of a kitty. Did you hear that? Listen to how adorable that is one more time. Aww. Now, that's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. To all you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you had to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do over your time. So we let that thing rip as they go over.
Oh, that's horrible, but that's awesome.
So many comedians signed up and made a drive out from all the way from like the heart of Hollywood to have the chance to come up in front of you guys, and I thank you so much for being here, and I want to get it started. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
This is Kill Tony live from the Ice House. 60 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking more to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes. It's Kobe Grimes. He's right here. Hello, Kobe.
Everybody. So, I graduated school recently, and it's really because everybody knows the special ed was too. So, in my class, there was this dude that the whole class collectively named Boner. And Boner was kind of like that dude that tailgates you and flips you off, and also has a so, Boner cheated off everybody. Now, we happen to have the same issues, which means that because this is a dude who showed me a video of a woman with a straw in her nose who was violently trying to slide me.
All right, first of all, Kobe, I'm going to apologize to you immediately. Our producer, Josh Martin, wasn't in the room.
It's not. Was on. Oh, damn, it was on.
Check. Hello.
That was my mic sound. Is it on now?
Yeah, it's been on. It was just doing really
I was talking right.
So you were really quiet.
Really?
Yeah.
It's my first time I've ever this.
Oh my
That's your first time ever doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's your first time ever on stage?
Yeah.
Kobe Grimes, everybody. Wow. In that case, you just brought down the house. In that case, I'm not apologizing. You destroyed for your first time, basically.
Awesome.
Everybody eats shit on numero uno.
Yeah.
It's like part of the program. Nobody's good at first.
Well, I guarantee you right now, that's
My
the
first set was on the Tonight Show. I started.
Did you get
I
couch?
don't know if that's a set.
You don't count it as a set.
My first set was on the time.
You know what was amazing about watching you? How long a minute can be. Why were you that funny during your set?
Well, he wasn't relaxed.
I'm shitting my fucking pants.
Yeah,
That was the first name to get called. I didn't think I was going to get up there.
First name, first time
wow.
stage. It's a very alien thing to do what you just did. It's a very alien thing. And when you do it for the first time, you'll be chasing that dragon forever. It'll never be any more alien. And then it'll start being normal. Once it starts being normal, then you'll start relaxing and you'll learn how to be yourself more up there. It's just a weird art form, and it's one that you only learn by doing it. So you did it. You did it. I sucked a fat pile of dicks my first time on stage. Dude, I was terrible. If someone had a recording, I would give them a lot of money to not release it. That's not me. I'm not that dude. Shit, I can't be responsible for that motherfucker. That was a long time ago.
That's your Donald Sterling tape.
Dude, everybody's terrible the first time. Everybody. It's just, there's no way around it. And then you figure it out. But you have to just keep doing it. And just, get your shit together in the outside world, too, if you can.
Kobe, is it?
Yeah, that'll probably help.
Yeah, definitely.
Kobe, is it something that you've always wanted to do? I mean, why tonight?
Look at him. What the fuck else is this guy gonna do? You gonna have him fix your stove? Barely paying attention when you're talking to him right now.
Congratulations on graduating, too. It means a lot to me. I don't know why. What do you want to do?
Well, I want to answer his question.
Okay.
Nobody remembers it. How do you remember it?
So,
have you all?
Serious. I'm fucking serious.
It's getting really good. Look, second, kids getting loose.
Heck yeah. We've always needed a school shooter comedian. There's a niche for that. I can picture my manager. There's a real niche for this right now.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't look that creepy.
No, dude, we're just fucking with you.
Oh, yeah.
Look, man, you're a young man. You just tried stand-up for the first time. It's very admirable. It's a difficult thing to do. You did a good job, man, for real. For your first time on
Thank
stage,
you very much.
You will get looser, more relaxed the more you do it. It'll probably never make you shit your pants as much as that time.
What was the punchline of what you said, though? Because I was trying to follow. I had no idea what you were doing.
Dude, don't make them do it again.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't give a fuck.
What was the part? Like, what were you getting at?
The punchline was, it's ridiculous that me and this dude seem similar, because this dude showed me a video of a lady with a stronger nose who was violently snorting a giant curdled earthworm of cum.
Okay. Well, it's probably best we didn't hear it. That mic going out was your friend Jesus Christ over your shoulder taking care of you.
Oh, my God.
Jesus threw an alley-oop from 4 feet away. Here you go, buddy. You're going to need this. Now, audio 1. All of a sudden, the main mic is just gone, and then it comes back.
Don't let this discourage you. You can still make it.
Yeah.
Just don't tell that joke again. It's a part of the process. You're going to do a bunch that don't work at all, and you're going to beat your head against the wall until you figure it out.
People told me not to tell it.
Those people were the right people. You gotta listen to them. They're the right people. You're the wrong one. You're crazy.
I rationalized it because I was like, you're not fucking comedians.
Right. Well, everyone that kind of you did it now. Technically, you're a comedian. I don't buy into this hierarchy bullshit where people get mad if someone did an open mic night 2 times and they call themselves a comedian. Because we all know guys that only did open mic nights, and they were probably some of the funniest guys we ever knew. Like, for the longest time, Brian Holtzman was one of the funniest guys in LA. And all he ever did was just did spots at the store. You never saw him anywhere else. Nobody ever knew. You know?
Yeah, now he closes out the Saturday main room, and it's amazing. It fills up the back of the room with comedians. It's incredible how
funny. He always had a job, to try to pretend that he's not a comedian. He never, made it strictly as a professional. It's ridiculous.
Ari Shaffir was the first person to tell me to start saying that you're a comic. He's like, dude, you do stand-up comedy. You're a comic. I would never say I was a comic before, so I just tried doing stand-up comedy.
Anybody tries it, I say you're in.
Yeah, I would say so also.
Yeah, you might suck. You're in.
I'm not really a brain surgeon, but I try it once in a while.
You can call yourself what's the big deal? Why does
doesn't mean they're a good comedian.
No. It's a weird thing to freak out about. If you pick up, a flute and you start fucking around with it, I think you're a flutist. You're probably playing. You can't tell me I'm not a flutist, bitch. I'm trying. I'm working on it right now. What, are you perfect with your fucking flute shit? I'm just really sucky at the flute, but as long as I fuck with it, I'm a flutist.
Joe, it's flowers.
Whatever.
Oh, God.
The proper French past participle.
Whatever. You know what I'm saying, Tom? I kind of disagree. I mean, I remember I was in New York, and this guy was a really mean gay guy. And I tried to become friends with him. I said, I heard you were an actor. And he goes, and I had done a lot of plays, and so he goes, yes. So what plays have you been in? He goes, I haven't been in any plays. But I studied with Udo Hagen. I'm thinking, well, how can you call yourself an actor? Well, I guess I'm a jet pilot then. I've never flown a plane, but, you know, I'm just saying it. It's like,
Well, that guy was a fucking liar.
You stay out of it. You're done.
Kobe, thank you so much, by the way. There you go. It's Kobe Grimes. His first time, everybody. Come on. Started out with a bang. Oh, yeah. He's on Twitter at Kobe Grimes. If any podcast.
I'd say, Kobe, if you listen to this, you know, after this is all over, pay attention to what everybody's saying, because you're kind of fucking crazy. Just settle down, bitch.
The good thing is,
Get it all together. Just do a yoga class or something.
Yeah, you gotta breathe.
Eat a little weed, take a breath.
Don't watch it, just listen to it, and just really pay attention to it, and try to show it to your friends, and go, do you understand what I'm saying? Because I had no idea what you were saying. It was like a ramble the whole time.
Yeah, I just couldn't hear it. And then every time I tried for a second, I just didn't want to hear it anymore. So
it's hard, man. He's the first guy up. It's a very difficult pursuit.
Of course. Shall we go for number 2, everybody?
No, let's bring Kobe back.
Your second comedian tonight. Oh, I know this guy. He's a funny guy. He gets on pretty often lately. A funny guy named Tyler Mesnarek, everybody. Here he is.
Hey, guys. I tell you, I don't get the movie Forrest Gump. I do not understand it. I'm just going to be straight with you guys. Do we know that retarded people fight in Vietnam? I'm just going to say it. Because I'm pretty sure if your feet were flat enough, you didn't have to go. But somehow the guy who says his name 30 times in 3 minutes, send him over. Who cares? You know, what's really confusing about that movie, though, is that guy, Forrest Gump, he got a degree from the University of Alabama. He graduated. And yet, he didn't understand that touchdown meant stop running. I'm saying
Kicking ass, kicking names, watching a podcast. How about you?
And Forrest Gump, the man. Part of that movie, though, is time. Pregnant.
What's your dream, big man?
AIDS. That's what Jenny died. You know, I never met a retarded person with AIDS. Maybe they're immune. Just gonna put it out there.
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
Sounds like a plan, big man. It sounds good.
Tyler, you tried to... That doesn't
Living the dream, dog.
There, all the way from West Hollywood.
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
20 years.
Very well. Where do you attend shul? Where do you attend shul?
Truman is the president. Hello. That is my never heard.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. That doesn't make you Jewish, at least from an Orthodox perspective, though. It has to come from your mom. Yes, sir. That's correct. Yes. Absolutely, but you can always convert to Orthodox Judaism, and there are some sects of Judaism that may accept you just based on your Jewish lineage. So it may be important for you to investigate those. Some of them are known as Reconstructionist Judaism. The Reform movement might accept. The Humanist might accept you. So, if anything, contact your. Really, I mean, I would advise contacting a local Orthodox rabbi and asking them. Yeah. And absolutely, my man, you're always welcome. Okay, keep me updated. Okay, how'd you find out about me? Oh, okay, great. Yes, sir. And I streamed my life in there for like 16 months straight. Word, dog. Yeah. Hey, no worries. Yeah, it used to be really poppin'. It used to be really popular, but then they changed the settings on it, especially to be able to stream, and it lost like 90% of its active user base. That's 100% why. Yeah, that's 100% why. So they forced everybody to go into the chats, which are cool, but then when people want to go into the VC like they used to do, they were unable to, and then that caused issues because nobody wants to be. I mean, you'd have to contact Aiden's team, and yeah, I have their contact if you're like super interested to do it. It's just, yeah, I mean, when you're running a server that big though, and you don't have 24-hour moderation of the VCs, people will show their they buttholes. They'll show all kinds of stuff. So I think for the safety of Aiden and um, his Discord, they just said, "Look, we're gonna make it so that you can only chat, and like the right." That's correct, but um, it lost a lot of its active users. Yeah, but whenever there's a UFC or a big boxing match, I think they generally allow just about anyone to go in there and stream, and that's when it gets popping. So a lot of times on Saturday nights, they'll have like a UFC or a big boxing match, and then everybody hops in and watches the events. Ask me whatever you'd like, my man. Okay, great. 100. No, you should multi-stream. So you should simultaneously stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. There's a free way to do it. Well, I'm just going to tell it to you. It's known absolutely. It's Rumble Studio. So you just type in Rumble Studio, and Rumble Studio has everything that you need. You just connect your YouTube, you connect your Kick, you connect your Twitch, and then you go live on Rumble, and it goes live on all the other places. And it has a unified chat, so that if somebody types to you on Twitch, or types to you on Kick, or types to you on Rumble, or types to you on YouTube, exactly 100%. Also, 100%. So this will increase your engagement about 4 times, which is really great. And you can do it even more. There are other platforms as well that can connect to it, including things like BitChute and X and Locals and quite a few others. So what you want to do is, and it's all free. There are paid versions as well where you can do some other stuff too, but unless you want to pay money, like I want to keep it free. Just go to Rumble Studio, create an account, create. Yep, yep, and then you can start once you verify your phone, and you can start streaming right away. Okay, well, I'm open to people of all backgrounds. So, from a streaming perspective, just uh, create a Rumble account. It's rumble.com. And then in the upper right corner, yep, upper right corner, it'll say sign up. You sign up, you create an account. And then also in the upper right corner, under where you can either upload or go live, there's a section that says studio. You can also just go to studio.rumble.com and you're welcome. They also have an app. They also have an iOS app and an Android app if you're doing on. You're good, big man. You're good. No worries. So, yeah, whenever you have time, you can either download the Rumble app on Android or. Yeah, absolutely. And then it allows for free multi-streaming, and it saves your video on Rumble, and then it will save on YouTube indefinitely, and then it saves on Kick for 30 days, and it saves on Twitch for 14 days, I believe. Yes, sir. You're good. You're good. All right. Well, make sure you follow the law. Um, and question: do you need a really fast computer? No, you can do it all from a phone. You could be live streaming this right now if you wanted. 100%. That's good content. Yeah, if you're looking to connect with the most amount of people, there are three things that you generally want to refrain from. Those are religion, politics, and sexual orientation. If you avoid those topics, basically, you're going to maximize the amount of people who watch you. Just really sexual orientation or sexual discussions. Yeah. So, like, uh, a stance whether you're an LGBTQ ally or you're more traditional, whatever it is. If you just stay away from those topics, then generally you're going to have the most amount of people who want to watch your stream. You'll get people who want to catch you, and they'll be like, "Hey, what is your stance on whatever subject, on abortion or on capital punishment or whatever?" And a good thing to do, unless you want to have a debate over this, you just say that I have my own personal beliefs, but I do my best to keep them out of my stream and to be apolitical. I do my best to not discuss politics. Yeah, you just Absolutely. You just basically said I do my best to stick to politics. I got my own personal beliefs like we do. Because if not, what ends up happening is, let's say, okay, let's just say you like the color blue. And you're like, hey guys, I like the color blue. And somebody comes in and says, okay, well, what are your thoughts on red? And you're like, well, okay, I guess red can be okay. And then a lot of people will be like, well, I like red and blue. And you'll be like, okay, well, you like red and blue. Then somebody's be like, well, what do you think of purple? And then you'll be like, well, I guess purple's okay as well. And then the people who like blue will be like, you don't really like blue. You like red and purple. You just said you like red and purple. And you're like, well, I kind of do like red and purple, but I like blue the most. And they'll be like, oh, okay. Then what are your thoughts on orange? And you'll be like, oh, orange is okay color, I guess. And people will be like, oh, you don't really like blue, and you don't really like red, and you don't really like purple. You like orange. You just said you like orange, and it's like you can't win if you have a large group of people to whom you are broadcasting. If you take a stance on any one of these, you're not going to please them all. There's an old phrase, an adage, basically that is, you can please some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. I hope that makes sense to you. It, it is. So a good philosophy to say and use is you say I like to talk about things on my stream that unite people, not that which divides. There's so much on the internet that you can use to divide each other. If that's what you're into, divisive discussions, that's great. Go to those. That's not what I do. I do my best to unite people. I want people to respect each other. I want people to treat others with kindness and love. That's what my stream's about. I'm about spreading positivity. I don't want to create a platform where people argue all the time and debate. That doesn't always get us anywhere. Not saying that it can't be important, but there's a time and a place for everything, and right now is not the time and the place for it. Right now is the time and the place for us to talk about love and unity and music and art and creativity and whatever else it is that interests you. Absolutely, and I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming right now. I'm live streaming right now myself. So if you want to go back to these conversations, um, what you should do is just go to any one of my live streams. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that? Yeah. Okay, click that and then click the link in there and you're going to see on how many. Okay, so go to that 24/7 live YouTube stream link, open it up. It's going to take you to YouTube and you're going to see all my different streams. I have like 25 simultaneous streams going right now. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm the biggest content creator. Right. So if you want to go back to any of these discussions, you can just go back to whatever link is there and then you don't even have to take notes. And you can I have videos I post. I have podcasts. I have videos that I post. I'm on podcasts. I was on a podcast yesterday. I was on two podcasts last week. I'm on another podcast next week. So like I do a lot. I create memes. I created over 500 memes yesterday. I am live. Of course, absolutely. I create dog. So this is what I do, which I think is really smart. I take pictures of like old school, really pretty ladies like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn, like old style tens, and I take their pictures and I put, I make it a meme with just please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and then with my link tree below it, and then I put it all over the internet and I let it populate, and then people learn about me from like just they get it. They see a picture of a hot, and so they click on it, and then right below it is all my information on how to join my Discord and see my YouTubes. Thank you, my friend. I get told that often, but I never get sick of hearing it. Thank you. Well, thank you, my friend, and I'm here to support you. And ab- absolutely, well, we'll help you to do that. So the first thing that you want to do is 100%. I'll help you. The first thing that you want to do is when you have time, get your well, frankly, I think this is really important. You want to get your logo and your brand together. So what's your brand? Like what do you do? Okay, you yeah. I understand. And that word preach is a charged word. It's a religious word generally. Yeah, so you want maybe something more neutral. So you say I spread positivity. That's the same thing that you're That's what you're doing when you say you preach, but people are much Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the word out to people of what you feel and what you believe and like the good things that are going on in your life and how you want to help others, right? All right. So then what you want to do is perhaps tailor your message instead of saying I preach because generally people want that from a religious figure. Yes, so you can say I speak, you can say I spread positivity. Exactly. I speak positive vibes. I spread positive vibes. I want to inspire. I'm a person who wants to make people better. I want to make the world better. And all of those are what you're talking about when you say you preach, but they're not going to be such a turnoff to people. The second that you get on social media and you start saying I preach to people, they're going to get shut off because they've heard so many people come to them saying, "Hey, you need to join my religion," or "Hey, you're not practicing your life well enough." You're not doing that, but the second you use the word, then you are automatically injecting this type of thought. So what you do is you just want to perhaps adapt your phrasing. So what you say is, I'm spreading positivity. I'm doing my best to build a positive world. I want to help goodness. I am speaking positive vibes. Those are all positive things that you can do. And people are on board for that. Then they don't think it's a religious thing. Yeah, you get exactly. And you want to get away from that. Like basically basically everybody's got their favorite color. And you're coming in saying the best color is yellow. And it's like, well, why you think the best color is yellow? Instead of saying the best color is yellow, you can say, I appreciate all colors. I think in their own way, all colors are special. And if you like yellow, if you like orange, if you like blue, if you like purple, if you like green, no matter what your color is, no matter who you are, you should know that you're special, that I value you, I appreciate you being here, and I want to vibe with you in the future. I'd love to meet all of my fans in the future. I'd love to meet everyone in the audience in the future. And, like that's how you make people want to stay on your stream, as opposed to you have to do what I'm saying. Nobody wants that. And so, exactly, exactly. And with anything, uh you could be like just imagine, like, we'll use cars as an example. So you'll find somebody who's like, hey, hey, Paul, I really like cars. And you're like, oh, I really like cars too. Now, we'll say cars is like religion, okay? And you'll be like, oh, I really like cars too. And they'll be like, oh, do you like Corvettes? You'll be like, yeah, I love Corvettes. Corvettes are great. And they'd be like, oh, cool. I like Corvettes too. Do you like Porsches? And you'll be like, no, I don't really like Porsches as much as I like Corvettes. They're like, okay, cool, bet. All right, do you like red Corvettes? You're like, yeah, I like red Corvettes. The other person's like, yeah, I like red Corvettes too. So they're thinking that you're vibing on all these different levels. And then they'll say to you, do you like vintage Corvettes? And you'll be like, oh, well, I mean, vintage are cool, but I really like the newer Corvettes. And they're like, oh, no, I like vintage Corvettes. You agreed on that. You agreed. You can do that with anything to anybody. You already agreed you liked cars. You already agreed you like Corvettes. You already agreed you didn't like Porsches. You already agreed that you like red Corvettes. There's just one little thing that you disagree with, and they don't like you anymore. Now you're the enemy because you don't like every single thing that they do. And religion's the same way. One person may say, I like Jews. Okay, great. What kind of Judaism do you practice? Oh, I practice Reform Judaism. Well, I personally don't like Reform Judaism. Oh, okay. Well, then are we allies? I mean, we're all, considered Jews to some extent within our different demographics, or our different versions of Judaism. But like, do you have all the same rights in my synagogue? No, you don't. And so somebody's be like, well, I don't like that. Okay, even Orthodox people. One person may say, oh, I'm a Hasidic Jew. Oh, that's cool. Another person may say, I'm a modern Orthodox Jew. That's cool. You're both practicing Orthodoxy. However, those are two very separate strands of ways to believe. And many times the Hasidic world does not mesh well with with the modern Orthodox world. And then even within Hasidism, one person can be a Breslov Hasidic dynasty person. Another person can be a Chabad Hasidic dynasty person. And they don't always mesh because they have different leadership. Like, you can always break it down. So you want to do your best to avoid these things that divide us, no matter what it is, whether it's cars, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, and focus on the things that are positive. And so whatever it is, in a case like the car thing, you can say, I have an appreciation for older Corvettes. I personally like newer Corvettes, but I think it's really cool that we both like Corvettes. And I think that all people who like cars are cool because it shows they have an interest in something. Anybody else in the audience, maybe you don't like Corvettes, maybe you do like Porsches. Anybody want to talk about that? Tell us about their experiences of being a car lover, and you'll find that, wow, the people who love the Porsches for the same reason that I love Corvettes. And we have a lot in common. And maybe we don't necessarily jive because I like newer Corvettes and my friend likes older Corvettes, and this other person in my chat likes Porsches. However, I understand now why they like Porsches. I understand it's the same thing that I love about Corvettes. Who else could you be? Absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this: what religious background do you have from a teaching perspective? Have you made smicha, which is rabbinical ordination, or have you been to religious school? Okay, okay. So right away, if somebody's like, "Hey, you're preaching, but you say you're Jewish, but yet you're having like the idea of the Nazarene, those are contradicting philosophies, and if you don't see that, your audience will. So basically, what I'm saying, oh, absolutely. I mean, we within Judaism don't recognize the Nazarene to be God. We also don't recognize that person to be the Messiah. Theologies, basically. It's really theologies, but narratives works as well. Exactly. So, so you're absolutely. So basically, if somebody's watching your stream, they can already see that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the education or the knowledge or the experience to be able to talk on these issues. So they're going to move on to the next person. So you want to avoid that. Even though it's fun for you to talk about, you can use general terms. So are there some things that within perhaps different religions that may be positive, like loving your neighbor or caring about others or feeding the sick and taking care of the poor, are those all good things? Yeah, absolutely. Just don't frame it from a religious standpoint. Now that doesn't mean that someday you can become educated and you can't build up your knowledge base and be able to talk on things from a religious perspective. I don't want to pop your bubble there, but you don't currently have the knowledge base to be able to speak on these things, and it's even more dangerous because you don't know what you don't know. Like, it would be one thing if you had, uh, you had more experience, perhaps, in teaching on religious topics, and you knew that at some point you may have to say, you know what, I'm gonna have to look that up, so that you don't contradict yourself. Um, religion many times though is full of contradictions, and so don't feel badly if you ever contradict yourself, because that's something that can happen. Here's a paradox: God all powerful? There you go. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. Okay, so if God's all powerful, can God create a rock so large that not even God can lift it? It's a paradox. It can't be both. So if God's all powerful, then God can create any rock of any size, any size. He can do whatever he wants. Or God can do whatever they want. Okay, can they make one so big that not even they could lift it? It's paradoxical. Well, in this particular case, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm saying on this particular point, there are some paradoxical parts of religion where you will end up contradicting yourself, because someone may say, "Hey, that's a great question." A paradox is something that is logically inconsistent. So, exactly. So we're gonna get the exact definition right now. I mean, here's a classic contradiction. Yeah, here's a classic contradiction. he, uh, whatever, the Nazarene's supposed to be God, right? Okay, allegedly, exactly. Okay, fine. Within some belief systems. Okay, and then died on Good Friday, right? So the Earth didn't have God for 3 days. Is that how that works? And also, how can you kill God? If God is all powerful, how can you kill God? It's another good question that you're raising. And then another question arises, like scientists speculate that there could be millions of different types of civilizations in the world. Why does God care so much about Earth that, like, did he send a son to all the different civilizations? Like, what makes Earth any different than any of the other civilizations? And then you recognize that religion was developed as a philosophy for people who had limited thinking and weren't exposed to as much science as we are. And you recognize that uh, perhaps the people of the past may have made some mistakes. Now, as to your question about a paradox is a statement, proposition, or situation that appears logically self contradictory or absurd, but often reveals a deeper truth or coherence among closer examination. So here's one. If I say uh, statements that lead to infinite loops or truth values, such as the liar paradox. If someone's a liar and they say this statement is false, can you believe them? It's paradoxical. Like, you shouldn't believe them because they're a liar, but they're saying that this statement is false. Or that right there, they don't even have to be a liar. If I just say this statement is false, it causes contradiction somewhat. Here's one. Um, exactly. So there are many of them, but without you know harping on this issue anymore necessarily. You've just got to understand that the people on the internet may not be Jewish, may not be Christian, may not be Muslim, may not be anything. Most people are generally becoming more and more secular. So if the theme of your stream is religion, you're already alienating 90% of your audience because most religious people don't care about your stream. The people who care about religion are going to be in synagogue, they're going to be in church, they're going to be in a mosque. They're not going to be on Twitch, if that makes sense. Generally. So what you do is you take the learning that you have that you've learned, and I'm not saying the things in the past that you've learned aren't important. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you take that knowledge and you make it more digestible for a larger audience. So like, what's something you like to talk about aside from, you keep saying religion, and I understand that, but what about religion? Big dog, you're cutting out. Can you you're cutting out. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. Okay. Exactly. You don't want to alienate them. Their opinion is frankly just as important as your opinion. Everybody's opinion is quite frankly equal. And so you don't want to alienate them. You don't want them to feel like hey, this person is putting their opinion on a pedestal because they are not necessarily taking what I have and my feelings into account. Now, if they are there to follow and listen to you because they're specifically there because they like, let's say you get big and you get popular and they want to hear what you want to say, then you don't have as many issues as you do. But when you're starting out, you want to be as neutral as possible. You want to be as please as many people as possible because it's going to be the difference between you getting one or two consistent viewers per stream and you having zero people watching you. Once you get to the point where you have 50, 100, 200, 300, 1,000 people watching you at once, then they may want to hear more about what you do. But right when you're starting out, you can't be super divisive because nobody's going to want to watch you. All right. Well, you've cut out, so I don't know if you're still there. I'm gonna go back to my podcast. Come, feel free to just listen or whatever.
I can say, sure. Joe goes.
You're bringing up the bear. The bear doesn't have rationale. No, go on.
The joke goes, I never met a retarded person with AIDS. Maybe they're immune. Maybe that's what that extra chromosome does. It fights AIDS, guys. That's a...
Oh, again, Destiny is stopping you guys from your worst parts of it. Turn the mic off for Kobe. He made the bear come out before that.
If that was your first time on stage, that would have been super impressive. But 6 years, you suck.
What'd you say, Big Dog? I can hear you. What's up, my man? Absolutely.
He did Forrest Gump material.
Okay, you're cutting out again. Listen, you're cutting out again. Get to where you have Wi-Fi. Get to where you can get to a computer or whatever, and then come back in here and we'll talk. I hope you have a good day as well. Take care, my friend. No worries. Don't you worry about it. Life is full of contradictions. Don't you worry. Take care, my friend. We'll see you soon. Shout out to that guy. Shout out to Paul. You just straight up tell people they're not Jewish like that? Absolutely. Why? Because they ain't, baby. But they could be. What about the other movements? No, that's not a thing. There's my way and the highway. Some rabbits, it's gonna be like that motherfucker in the Olympics.
So what's happening today? If you have a bit and it's about an old movie, like Forrest Gump's your favorite bit. No, it was a good bit. But I knew after he got into the bit that he was too slick to just be an open micer. Yeah. Really? What made you? Because he was articulate. He had timing, and he was too good to be an open micer. You know, he's a cheating motherfucker.
Well, that's one of the cool things about the show. Is quite often, there's some people that like to, are in their early starting out time, but there is I'll take you people that are really funny, like Tyler, who I've seen do maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 different 1 minutes of being on the show. So some
that much time?
Yeah, he's got a total of at least 7 or 8 minutes. But
after the 7th minute, I start tapering off.
Yeah. So sometimes people come on just to work something out and hang out with us.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't mean to be mean.
No, I know.
Too late.
No, I love it.
Great job, big fan. Fine stuff. I love your Gone with the Wind bit. And that Wizard of Oz hug. Oh, I can't breathe. Oh my God.
Why did the Munchkin cross the road?
Oh my God.
Jesus, what do you think about this whole thing?
Fuck yeah.
The Lord has spoken.
That's the 11th commandment, what he just chimed right there.
It is weird doing a joke about Forrest Gump nowadays, because I mean, I don't think I could do one. Or do, I mean, even if I were to do a joke about maybe nowadays, I don't even. Know what I would be able to do without guilty about it. You know, like, I'm not going to do a Transformers joke because in 3 months that joke's going to be the lamest joke ever. And it probably never was going to be good in the beginning, but Forrest Gump, that's hard to.
What the fuck are you rambling about? Oh my God.
Forrest Gump's hard. Like, what made you decide to just write a Forrest Gump joke? I really like that movie. I really liked that movie when I was like a kid, and it just kind of always threw me, like all those things.
Well, what about classic like Star Wars? You could do a joke about Star Wars.
Yeah, there's certain movies definitely, but Forrest Gump just looks a little suspect.
Well, why though? Why? If Star Wars is classic, if you could do a joke about, you could totally do a joke about Star Trek. If you had a really good joke about Star Trek with William Shatner, old school, you would definitely do it.
Because it's almost guaranteed that everybody in the world has seen Star Wars. And even that's not true.
If you're black, you can do a joke about anything. Hey, what's up with Chewbacca? Man, that motherfucker's scary as shit. Princess Leia, yeah, I'll lay the bitch. Oh my God.
You're right. Now that you said it, black comics can talk about anything. That's amazing.
I'm eating frozen food. Eat frost, the motherfucker. Come on.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright. Tyler, you're still here.
Hey, good job, dude.
Yeah. No, seriously, I really, really do like the bit. You know, fucking, if you can figure out a way to keep rocking stuff like that, because I think it connects. I think we all knew the things. I mean, you said that he got a degree from Alabama, but he didn't know to stop for a touchdown. I think that's as American as apple pie. So I think that if you just come across as likable and not like a Dexter villain, you could probably get that happy-go-lucky stuff to work. Like, I'm an evil fuck, but I like to talk about evil things and try to make them funny, you know what I mean? But you gotta go with something.
Yeah.
Good luck, Tyler. Forgot what my point was there at the end, and I tried to go sly by
Totally just went deep.
What was my point? But yeah, Dexter villain. Anyway. Joe, a question that I always ask everybody on their first time on the show is, was there anything, can you remember anything embarrassing that you did on stage, or not embarrassing, but something that you can't believe that you did when you first started out?
One time I was doing okay. It was like in the early days, I was like real shaky, like a cold, just coming out of a vagina. Like I could have a terrible set at any given moment. And I would be doing good, but then something would go wrong, and I'd just go right to the tank. And I was on stage, and I was doing okay, like things were going my way. And I knocked over my drink, but I tried to ignore it. I knocked over my drink, and I was like, fucking don't look at it. And the audience was like, this makes you scared. And those little monkeys, they smelled it. Yeah. And this was in Boston, which is just a notoriously hard-ass town. It's cold as fuck there in the winter. People don't tolerate any bullshit. And so I've found that there's a lot of places where you can sort of pull yourself out of a ditch and stand up. There's towns that'll let you get away with it. There's certain towns where you just don't. Once you start tanking, it's over for you. Fucking, this guy fucking sucks. Horrible accent. And you're done. So I went from having a good set, doing well, to in the shitter, all because I knocked over a drink and I just didn't address it.
Wow.
I just panicked.
How much time did you have left?
I have no recollection.
Was it a while that you just pretended?
Wasn't good.
But the whole audience saw you knock over the drink.
Death. Those jokes that normally work just didn't work. I said them the same way. I had the same pause, but I was scared.
I love that you were knocking over drinks back then.
I'm very ape-like in my movements, not that precise.
Wow. That's so funny because, I guess maybe people maybe listeners or audience members don't know, but not acknowledging something that happens that everybody can see is such a big deal.
Yeah, well, that's why when people say you should just ignore hecklers, like, oh, you're crazy.
Right.
You're crazy. We're going to pretend someone's not just screaming something.
Yeah.
Like, the whole agreement that you have with an audience is, what the hecklers do is violating the agreement. I'm not saying that everybody should have to shut the fuck up and one person should have to be the person that gets to talk. But when you do stand-up, that's the only way it works. And the only time any banter can be possible at all is if the audience is super cool. And then it makes for a fun time. And it's not just like a heckler, it's you having a conversation with people. But when someone yells something out and disrupts, you have to address it. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's like a violation in the little agreement. The agreement is we try to write as much shit as we can, try to come up with crazy ideas, try to figure out a way that piece them together to make you see what we're seeing. And when someone throws their bullshit into that, it fucks up what you're trying to create for everybody else in the room.
Exactly.
And it just gets weird.
Even if I don't hear what a heckler says exactly, but I know that the rest of the audience heard it, like you make a judgment call in your head, I'll go, what? Yeah. But normally I'll hear what they say, but I'll even bring it back up. If I hear a heckler sort of chime, then I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we going for it?
Yeah.
Because if I was quiet at the time, it would have been a pure heckle that I would have been able to hear, but only I didn't hear it.
One of the cool things about being Joe compared to a regular comedian is not only is he witty, but he can beat the fuck out of anybody.
always around people that can beat the fuck out of me.
No.
My other job, constantly around dudes who can fuck me anytime they want. It's always surrounded by trained killers.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, me being in shape is just trying to maintain as long as possible from being raped in a worst case scenario type situation.
You gotta think about something else.
I'm more defensive than offensive is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think any comedian could beat you in a fight.
I think you could probably beat me in a fight. I would let you. I love you too much.
Aww. I let you beat Dom, I rare here. Baby.
I take a beating.
Dom, I already asked you
I tried to talk you out of it.
What your thing that you regretted was, right? On another episode. You want to remind this crowd?
No, I don't want to be ostentatious or pretentious or pedantic or didactic. But I gotta say, I honestly have never had a bad set or a bad moment on stage. What I would consider bombing, most comedians would consider killing. That's my sad tale. No, I don't know.
I love it.
I had one time my cousin Johnny, and this is not a bit. You know, he was like, I was doing a thing, charity. My mom worked at a hospital, and this guy wasn't laughing, and Johnny wanted to fight him for not laughing. The fuck are you not laughing at? You know. So, that wasn't a professional gig.
Do you think that growing up on the East Coast in that harder environment, it's a more wild environment, like Philly, you grew up in Philly, I grew up in Boston, like there's something about that East Coast comedy, like learning how to do comedy there. If you can get through that, you come out to the West Coast, people are so much more relaxed.
I mean, the heckles are softer. I mean, like, you know, you were talking about Boston. I thought of Nick's immediately.
Yeah.
And I begged Jonathan Katz one time to come up on a third show Friday night. But there's all fucking these tough Irish kids and Italians. Like, all the gangsters and police made love at that place. It was like, and John Katz, he said, I don't want to work a third show. They booed the back of his bald head. He didn't even get on a stage. They're boo you fucking bald-headed faggot. They hadn't even been up yet. And so what he did was, they're fucking screaming at him. He turns to the mic and goes, precisely. Then walks up the stage.
I had one comedian tell me about the craziest time he got heckled, and then we'll move on because I pulled another name. But this great comic, a good comic buddy who's a great writer. He once told me this story about how he had this big showcase, and it was a sold-out crowd, and he got up on stage, and he didn't get heckled from any loud person in the back or anything like that. It was a guy in the front row just whispering, "You suck." And he knew that only he could hear it, and he took his stand-up. Literally in the front row. Every time he would breathe in, because you just have to inhale as a comedian, he would just hear, "You're terrible," and he would just change it up and do all these different things. And he's like, it was a 7-minute showcase set for something big, we'll say the Tonight Show or whatever. And he goes, he's doing it every time, and I'm 2 minutes in and I'm ignoring him, and I'm 3 minutes in and I'm ignoring him, and I know nobody else can hear it, and I'm having a good set. But I'm having such a good set that 5 minutes in, I take a breath in, and he goes, "No, seriously, you're the worst." And that's when I go, "You son of a bitch, why are you whispering to me?" And the rest of the crowd's like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?" And then all of a sudden he's getting heckled by everybody.
I had a gig.
Didn't get the thing because he acknowledged the whisper. It's if everybody else hears it, that it's a real fucking
that's horrible.
thing. But it's psychological warfare. The guy in the front is, "You're never gonna get it."
I had a guy clutching his chest. I did a gig. These women, they have the stars, the saris. I don't know if they're Pakistani or Indian. But I said to the guy who booked me, "Are you sure you want me to do my act? It's just what you did on HBO." "I don't I'll change it. I'll make it cleaner. Nah, fuck it. And the guy, I had women crying, like not laughing, crying. And the guy goes up, you don't, I said something about a cow, and I forgot the cow was sacred to the fat fucking cow. He goes, you don't talk that way in front of my people. And they're all fucking screaming and shit.
Because you said fat fucking cow.
Yeah, but I mean, I told the guys, I don't think they want to see my act. I never had people dressed like this in an audience. And I remember everything went like it was like
you were at the Berkeley.
Everything went in slow motion. I just remember like fucking peeling off the stage, and the guy handed me $2,500 like it was a baton. And then I was going out with Kim, and I jumped in the fucking car and we got away. Wow. And that's why I don't do stand-up anymore. No, but it was...
So just saying fat fucking cow.
But I forgot the cow was sacred to these. Wow.
Yeah, that's like talking about your God.
That's incredible.
All right.
Guys, your next comedian is ready to go, and her name
It's an
is...
incredible reaction. Huh? I'm sorry. It's just that's an incredible reaction. Yeah. They'd freak out about you saying something like that.
Just a cow.
But the cow's like their thing, right? Where were you again?
But I was thinking the guy he was going, don't say this, but maybe he was breathing. I thought he was holding his heart.
I mean, it is weird for the religion to revolve around an animal. I mean, even if...
It is dumb as fuck.
Like, I mean, it's an animal.
So dumb.
Right.
It's one of the craziest ideas ever.
When would we let that go? People starving and they won't eat the fucking baby.
What if it was a frog? What if it was a frog? What if they worshipped a frog? Would we think they were fucked then? If they were really into frogs, they worshipped a frog, you'd be like, whoa. But a cow, you're like, oh, you know, that's their thing.
Well, you could get high off the frog, so you could high off your God and be way more interesting.
You get high from frogs too, dude.
That's what I said.
Or you get high from the cow too, because cow shit, that's where the mushrooms grow.
Yeah.
They believe it, that's the connection. The reason why they think that cows are sacred.
Well, it's
Because of mushrooms?
Yes, absolutely, because of psilocybin.
Well, in that case, I
Psilocybin
sort of
mushrooms.
believe in that shit.
Tie it back.
That's what it's supposed to be about. It's the whole reason why they cattle worshipped in Choctaw Hiok, or whatever the fuck it is. It's one of the oldest known civilizations, and they were all cattle worshippers. And they were all in this area where psilocybin mushrooms grew.
Wow, mushrooms are the root of that. That's like 9 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but the mushrooms version. The cow is sacred. We can't eat the cow, but the cow poop is amazing.
Yeah, by the way, what I said, like facts and specifics might not be accurate at all. Just want you to know.
Guys, we got to get your next
As I
comedian
heard
up
it
here.
once said, at a marijuana smoking party.
Up next is 60 Seconds, the comedy stylings of Melanie Baldonado. Melanie Baldonado is here, everybody.
You know you hate your job when you're always barely late. You just can't get there on time. Because if all the forces of the universe reach out in the morning to keep you from getting there, the first force, the snooze button. Because all anyone's ever asked for in the morning is, just give me 10 more minutes. And that bitch gave you 9. That's why you make up the difference, hit it twice. It's awful. I used to work in retail. Retail is the only job where you get paid to get all dressed up as if you have somewhere to go. But it doesn't pay you enough to go anywhere. There was a brush fire 2 miles from my job at one point, and I was really worried. Because I was, on one hand, I could really use this job, and on the other hand, I always wanted to be the one to burn that place down. Well, I don't know. I feel like that's a minute.
There you go. Got it. That's right. That was 1 minute. Where'd you used to work in retail?
I used to work at a place called I guess I don't work there anymore, so why not? Tory Burch.
Oh my God, you threw them under the bus.
I don't know. I
love Tory Burch. No, I don't even know.
Sounds like a child actor. What is it? That's a store?
It's a store. It's a
What's it called again?
Tory Burch.
Doesn't that sound like a child actor for some reason?
Or someone that went really wrong.
So what's that person's story? They came up with the store. What are they selling there?
She sells overpriced handbags, shoes, tunics that look like they're from India. I mean, they're like nice things, but at the same time, it's like, oh, really? $600 for this?
How you living, pimp?
Some people do.
People buy that stuff. What are they like?
Listen to a podcast. How about you?
Some I like them, but then a lot of
What'd
them
you
are
say?
more like drop a lot of
Okay,
cash,
well,
but they also demand
I'm all the
their logo,
entertainment you need, big man.
smaller logo, and then they would get mad at me because
What's your least favorite kind of foreigner?
I feel like I just saw a cat step in front of a mouse and go, no, it's okay.
I'll tell you, but it's not. It's just my encounter, okay, and it's not the whole entire race. Okay, Filipinos from Manila.
Wait a second.
From Manila.
That's the greatest disclaimer I've ever heard. Wait, can you repeat that again? Did you just say you're speaking for everybody when you say blank?
No, I'm just thinking.
No, I love it.
Specifically, in my experience, Filipinos from Manila.
Wow.
Whoa. Are you alienating an entire gigantic city in the South Pacific? That might be the craziest shit I've ever heard. What kind of a database are you drawing from? I mean, I would think you need to meet a lot of fucking Filipinos before you make such a snap judgment. I would say like millions of them. Like, there's a lot of them. You gotta be fucking sure.
What's their downfall? What is it about the exact city of Manila? Right?
Well,
Can't just be saying that.
one, we would always have to ask them where they were from. Okay, and they were always like the people who would sit down and start pointing at things and ask you to bring them down for them, or just like, can you get me this? I'm like, what are you talking about? That's a whole shelf of things. What are you talking
Aren't they
about?
really short? Can't they just not
No,
reach?
Look at her. She's reliving it with anger. Why do you think what are you talking about?
Sometimes I like to throw curveballs like this because I think that there's...
if you've got some sort of handicap or if you're blind, but if you don't have any of that, you can go and pick your own stuff and tell me what you like. Don't sit on the couch and start pointing as if I'm your slave.
I think we would have to be there in your shoes to understand what the fuck you're talking about.
You would be.
However, I thought your retail joke was funny. That was funny. About you dress up like, but you can't afford to go anywhere because they pay shit. That's funny. I laughed. It's true. It's kind of fucked, really. When you think about it.
I hate Cambodians.
Oh, no, he did. I don't know why.
You've been thinking about that for 3.5 minutes. Just sitting on it.
I can relate to you.
Thank you.
Well, see, that's what I was going to say, is I asked a few questions there, and one thing that did come up that I think is interesting, that you could add to your retail thing, because I noticed you changed directions pretty quickly after that, is you could talk about that retail place that you were just telling us about, and you can say that, look, so, I mean, the thing that you said where you prefaced about the race thing, in my opinion, it's one of my favorite, it's one of the funniest things I've heard all night, where you go, I mean, I can't remember how you worded it. Luckily, this is a podcast, so you'll be able to listen back on it. But you said something like, I mean, just something I've noticed and you had an answer right away. So you're very passionate about your dislike for Filipinos from Manila. I mean, it was so dead on that it hit me harder than the 60 seconds was good, but that hit me like something that you have a real opinion about. That people might be interested in, and it's not like it's a hate speech if you go into funny stuff afterwards, Does that make sense? Am I crazy?
No, totally. It makes sense. You should be allowed to say it.
Yeah. You have a lot of passion behind it.
If I was Filipino, I'd be mad as fuck.
But what if you're
Those
not
people
from
are, like,
Manila? Because
extremely proud. That's what I'm saying.
but if you're Filipino and not from Manila, you're like, yeah, fuck them.
This is. Good point. It's a very good point.
You know, non-Manila Filipinos have to hate Manila Filipino.
Yeah, but they hate white people way more.
They are really cool. And Filipino Americans are like awesome. They're like so nice.
Like
they're,
Manny
Pacquiao,
all the
cool.
time.
Super friendly.
Yeah, they're great.
They're the best pool players in the world. Did you know that?
They are.
No, I'm telling you, they are.
Yeah. Efren Reyes?
Efren Reyes, the greatest pool player, arguably of all time, Filipino.
Manny Pacquiao is one of the most likable guys. Every time I see him on TV, he's singing karaoke for some reason.
Every Filipino I've ever met is like super friendly.
Second
They're some of
tightest
the most
Asian.
friendly,
Second
family-oriented
tightest Asian.
people.
See how many good things?
Look at that, second
Also
tightest.
a little scary in a
That's
box.
amazing.
Who's the first tightest?
There's a lot of different kinds of Asian people, so that's an amazing.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, but it's from Mike Gage's age.
That's why they won
Oh,
that
you
war.
motherfucker. Had to ruin a moment. How dare you?
But you guys found the good in Filipino.
I mean, you know,
I can't find anything good about fucking Cambodians. Fuck the Cambodians, I'm saying.
I'm sorry, honestly, that you ran into a bunch of people that poorly represented Filipino people, but I can't think of, like, if I had to pick, like, one race that was, like, almost universally friendly. Filipino
Yeah.
people.
Oh yeah, they're so
What race are you, by the way?
They're really, like, friendly, nice.
But I'll tell you this.
people
I'll
for the
tell you
most
this
part.
real quick.
Wait,
Now,
what is that? What race are you?
My father's Italian and my mother is Hispanic. 3 versions of Hispanic.
Hey, racist family.
What is exactly Hispanic?
Like, okay, because like it gets divided. Okay, my mother's father is Basque, 100%. Her, that's like the slogan. Okay.
I forgot. I don't like them either.
I don't like Basque people. They're such assholes. No,
I forget who I
So,
hate.
like, a
but
bunch
then my
of
mom is
different Latin
Spanish,
countries.
right? Well, there's only a few for me.
Right.
Spanish and Mexican on the mom's side, and Basque, which is like they all Hispanics want to fight against each other over Hispanic ghosts. I don't know why, but that's just a fact.
I saw a dude on a t-shirt on that said, "I'm not Hispanic, I'm Mexican." And I got confused as fuck. I was like, are we micromanaging this shit?
They do.
Come
Well,
on,
there's like
people.
this Latin title, and there's Hispanic, and I'm under the umbrella of Hispanic because it's not 100% Latin. Like I'm not 100% South American because my grandfather's Basque, so I have to be Hispanic, or someone will correct me, and they'll let me know that I'm not Latin.
Oh wow, that's so crazy.
What? Right?
what else are you?
I don't know all the rules. My dad's Italian.
Oh.
How many times have you?
Is that what that question was for you to go A at the end?
That part's fucking with you. Trust me.
Italian.
Yeah, that part. Look at this guy. He's very aggressive.
Yeah. Is that just blood boiling?
It's Italians. They're crazy people.
Yeah.
They come from a mad monkey people that lived on a rock somewhere. That's what they are.
I've never been with an Italian girl.
It's my people.
With an Italian girl?
I got rid of those when I was young. I cut that off at an early age. I was like, one of these things is not like the other. Yeah, I remember that show.
They're too hairy for me.
Yeah, they just swing at you and shit.
They
They'll
what?
fucking swing at you.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Well, not all of them. I'm not generalizing.
Right.
It's the ones who were willing to fuck me at the time.
No, yeah.
We're all
They are
swinging at me too.
And that's that's like
Bitches.
yeah, they are. That's an Italian thing.
Savages.
Very bad.
Dumb America, look at them, man.
Dumb.
It's a product of the Italian people. Look, don't get me wrong. They make awesome food and their cars are pretty.
Yeah.
You know,
Really, really
there's
smart.
a lot of
creative
great shit
people.
about.
Great
I love
artists.
it. A lot of Italians are great
Architects,
people.
great.
Just
So you're half Italian.
can't handle it.
Have you ever punched a guy?
1/4
No.
hour.
Really?
Okay, that's not true. I was asleep and I was having a bad dream and I swung and I didn't realize that I was swinging in real life and I punched him in the stomach and it was really sad because he's one of the nicest guys I've ever dated and I felt so wrong.
Just in the stomach? What is
Like
he, a
just
pussy?
like just totally just
If
punched
a
him in
girl
the
hits you
stomach.
as hard as she can in the stomach, how hard would that be from a laying position? Can you whine about it?
I have no like the look on his wall.
What kind of ferocious ground and pound do you have, sister?
It was kind
I'm
of
gonna sign you up.
Is this Josh Martin?
So you ground and pounded him with like some sort of a ridge hand type
I think I actually kind of like came around and down.
I doubt you did.
I have no idea. I have no idea how it came.
I would tell you, based on what I know about the human body, that wouldn't be happening.
All I know is that I felt my fist hit his stomach, and I woke up, and his eyes were like popping out of his head, and his hand. I was like, and I was like, oh shit.
Did you get turned on by the moment? Like, shit just got crazy?
Oh my god, no.
Just a little stare up out of nowhere. Bitch! I'm tired of your bullshit. Oh my god, I can't believe I thought I was dreaming of hitting you. It's so crazy. I was in that dream-like state in the morning. When you wake up because you have to pee. Just wailed him right in the liver.
If he had broken up with me, I would have understood. I looked at his face.
You would have understood. Oh my god.
I totally was like, this relationship's done. Oh
what did he say?
Well, he didn't say that much because he was hurting.
This guy sounds like a real pushover.
He didn't say anything at first.
Sounds like a real pushover. The first thing he said was, he's super nice.
This is what he was, okay? I mean,
it's like, what kind of douchebag is this guy? What is he, Mr. Polite? Just goes around thanking people for nothing? Thank you. Oh, hello, good day. How are you? Please don't punch me in the stomach. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Oh, shit.
I just buried her ex-boyfriend.
He's got a point there. He really does have a point.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a fighter. He was a golfer, okay?
Only miniature. Miniature or nothing. You take it serious? Fuck you. Out there chasing your score, you fucking asshole. I'm under par.
Super nice. That translates to small freckled cock.
You said I didn't.
Hey, anybody else hungry?
Small freckled cock.
How many times have you done stand-up?
How many times? I'm in my 4th year.
Oh, your 4th. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
How long have you been doing it? Would be a better question. I'm sorry.
I lost.
Do you do it a lot? How often do you do it?
I try to get up 4 to 5 times a week.
Oh, wow. Is that hard to do?
Yeah. If it's not a bar show or a show, then I try to get on a mic somewhere.
And did you start in LA?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from north of here by an hour or so.
Well, yeah.
It was like logical, but not the smartest move.
Look, you can make us laugh for sure. Or you'll get better at it. Just do you
And also you dream. I dream. I feel like but anyway, she said that yesterday. Last night, I completely forgot about it. Apparently, my subconscious filed in my brain. And so last night, I'm sleeping and it's strange psychology, but I'm sleeping and I woke up several times in the night. And I realized that my dreams were measured, like they were about to get into a stressful situation, but then they pulled back. And I remember waking up in the middle of the night going, wait, after that conversation, get into my brain, have a toxicity, changing it. like just like stress myself out in my dreams. It was scary. I like the fact that we stress ourselves out in dreams. What an odd instrument our brain is and how it works. But that happened at least 3 times last night where I woke up in the middle of the night thinking, just before things started getting scary and I kind of pulled back, and then I woke up and was like, I controlled that dream.
It's just, listen, they're just, your brain's just working on stuff. It's not that it's, very rarely are you creating it like that. It's just a weird thing that goes on in our heads. I don't know how to explain it. Does anybody know where J.D. Vance is? He's in the White House, Washington. The White House is like, he went to Pakistan, maybe Islamabad, right? So the White House is now down there. The White House this morning told CNN, or somebody told CNN, J.D. Vance has not left yet. Now, the president, 2 different interviews on Sunday, said that he had not left yet. But the White House on Sunday did say that J.D. Vance and Stephen Mnuchin were on their way to Islamabad, Pakistan, for these Iranian peace talks or something to extend the ceasefire, if anything. And listen, all of this is still not sure. In fact, CNN is running a headline right now. Vance is still in D.C., and then the departure to go to Pakistan to meet with Iranian leaders is up in the air. We just don't know.
The president today said he thinks the U.S. is going to right now with Iran. He even has said he does not expect to extend a ceasefire that is due to expire yesterday. He said during an interview on CNBC today, I think they have no choice. This is when he was asked what he expected to come out of the second round of peace negotiations with Iran. He says, we've taken out their Navy, we've taken out the Air Force, we've taken out their leaders.
This has been a lesson, I think, in dealing with the government, the Iranian government, that has zero ability to be trusted. It's the credibility to be trusted by the American government as of yet. I mean, it's been 50 years. Iran has now claimed that they spent the last 2 weeks of this ceasefire preparing for war, and that they are ready to reveal new cards on the battlefield. That's actually the speaker of Iran's parliament, a guy named Mohammed Bakr Khalibaf, who, by the way, is a spitting image of Sean Connery from Indiana Jones. He is Iran's speech. Sean Connery. On Twitter, Trump posing a siege and violating the ceasefire seeks to turn this negotiating table in his own imagination into a table of surrender to justify moving forward. Do not accept negotiations under the shadow of threats. The leaders spent the last 2 weeks getting ready to reveal new cards on the battlefield.
Wait, what does it mean?
GHALI.
Not quite as hands-on. Not quite as hands-on. He does not accept those instructions.
If he was playing by a version, that's why it's not Sean Connery. It's Iranian Sean Connery.
Sean Connery's job is about structure. Is he still with us?
John.
It's unfortunate. I hate it when we have to say goodbye to people.
5 years, 6 years later, I wish my memories. It happens to me all the time. When I wrote yesterday, we did get some more details about prosecutors' case against David. We'll talk about that, some of those details when we come back. Maybe King live in the Game Body 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. Rangers in Mill Park out of their workers. 2 birds lost from a following a fire in a 2-story apartment. Nightmare House has an independent $14.8 million spending plan for fiscal year 2026-27. It has been less than 2 weeks since the Artemis 2 mission and NASA is already planning for Artemis 3. Those stories and more coming at the bottom of the hour. Jeff Reese is on one. American Vision Windows saving just too much sense. Upgrade the heat out in the summer, which means you're not touching the thermostat driving your bills up. And they keep the heat in the winter.
They had a great deal last month that they have extended into this month. California homeowners better buy 5 minutes big, 0 tax, and free installation on all windows and doors from a very emission windows.
This is massive savings. You gotta book by April 30th. Cover your taxes and installation. Mention the money saving, but also mention how beautiful they are. They instantly upgrade your home.
Don't let this deal pass you by. Book by April 30th. American Mission Windows will cover your taxes and installation. Just visit AmericanMissionWindows.com to explore your options with them.
888-785-5713. That is 888-785-5713.
Some rain rains expected this afternoon, highs in the 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Staples. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, we make it easy. They're slowing in South LA.
This is really the fight of the kid. Happy Monday.
Talk about fight stories.
The old fisticuffs.
The old fisticuffs when you got arrested on All-American. Wrestler on the national team. That would make me
very nervous. Not for you guys, right?
No, that hand scar is gnarly.
Not for me.
Oh, dude, and I remember when I got the surgery done, I go, how'd it go? And the doctor goes, did my best. I was like, oh.
Did my best.
So you can tell it's like an earthworm, basically. It's like an earthworm on my fucking thumbnail.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But it's not a small scar.
But how is your you have
Fine movie. Oh yeah, I'm good. I mean, it goes down when it's cold out.
Those water caterpillars when you're poor and you get in your apartment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks terrible.
How'd you get that? So just...
I knocked them out.
Did you punch him wrong?
No.
Tell me what you're talking about.
I knocked out this guy, Johnny Curtis. I forget the name of the league.
And they told you he was a high school wrestler. You got set up.
Yep, got set up. But when I knocked him out, I go to finish him. You know, like finish him. I go like this.
Bring up Johnny
Curtis. Hit like the tip of his chin.
Ooh, that hurts.
Is it sharp just the way it just went?
Yeah, it just fucked me.
And you
Oh, you can go to the fight.
Homeboy's a big kid too. But what do you play?
Tree Man.
Dude, 2008.
Shit nickname.
It's so weird. 2000.
There might be some ads. Hold on.
Look at this.
No
You
ads.
didn't have a lot of stand-up.
UWEC.
Wasn't a big stand-up guy.
Pure wrestler.
An old shot.
Oh, turn this up, Jen.
Hill out of Denver, Colorado.
Hey, young Brendan there. How old are you?
Tyler, Trevor Whitman, and Christian Allen. You know what? It's a fight. So I'm ready for anything. I think that's a big asset. I'm ready for it to go anywhere, wherever Valley wants to take it. If he wants to keep it on his feet, that's definitely in my favor. If he wants to go to the ground, that's fine too. When the fans leave on Saturday night, they're definitely be saying, "Wow, he's the next big heavyweight."
I love that kind of confidence. And this is a confident young man at just 25 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know he's been so
Having a
long.
lot of maturity. That's sort of been the theme tonight here for these 25-year-olds.
25?
Spoken, very large, I might add, 6'6", and already a
6'6".
full-time fighter at just 25 years old, fighting out of Aurora.
He definitely did.
Pad the stats, man. Like goes. He's well-rounded, fights out of a good school. Aspect of his game that needs most work. Nervous as shit. He's got the maturity, he's got the size, he's got
What's going through your head as you're walking up there?
Here's what athleticism will do for you.
I was so young. Oh man, I was ready to fuck shit up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
No nerves?
Oh yeah, I was nervous.
Yeah.
He's an amazing athlete.
But you're in a war, dude.
First of all, he had only been training boxing for 6 months and became a Golden Gloves boxing champ. Wow. Has the strength and conditioning coach that the UFC welterweight champion George St. Pierre has. Trains at high altitude and has a sick roster of players to train with.
That guy right there,
KO.
so good.
Carwin,
He's such a genius. He's a ninja, that little guy right there.
Dwayne,
one on the right?
this goes on.
Yeah.
This guy is green, no doubt about it, but man, he's got all the tools and the proper handling to go very far. By the way, bald guy in the back of him there is Elliot Marshall, who is on this season of The Ultimate Fighter.
Wow. My name's Johnny Curtis. I'm fighting with One Spirit Martial Arts.
That's a thick dude.
The strategy, I'm certainly going to come out with my hands
neck.
up and chin down and throw some on the feet and eventually try to get to the ground. I'm in good shape. I own a Freedom Tree Service, and so it's physical, but I train 6 days a week.
Good advertising.
Service. I was trying to throw that promo in there.
8 years old, I feel in real good shape, feel strong, and good health.
hell of an athlete.
This is a two-time All-American wrestler out of the university we're in right now, George Mason University. Just adored here by everyone. Phenomenal wrestling, phenomenal base. Actually, pretty good submission. It's going to play. There is a big question mark, though, about his stand-up. Last time he fought a guy who wasn't as good as a wrestler, but was able to keep it up. But that guy had much better stand-up.
It's your first.
You know that shot was new to the game, but that golden gloves boxing tells you he's got crisp hands.
Look at that guy. Look at Johnny Fever. Look at Johnny Hot mixed with that hair.
Knows he's in for a very serious
Good
fight
hair right there,
against
bro.
Brendan Schaub.
That looks like that. What's that Hell's Angel guy named?
Chuck Zito.
John Curtis with the ball. But as you said,
that guy's got some.
big enough to have a shot at the NFL at 6'6". And
they keep saying I'm 6'6".
Here, but he's huge. Yeah, he's a big guy.
I'm no professional athlete, but I'm 6'4", about 250 pounds, and he's dwarfed me.
Luke, that is not true. But I like the height.
Luke's a big dude, though, isn't he?
Yeah, Luke's about my size. He's every bit of 6'4".
He might have been wearing boots. Was Luke an athlete?
No.
Johnny Curtis.
It says there 6'4".
Just 6 feet tall, although he listed himself as 6'2".
What's your affiliation?
Tease KO.
6'4".
No, he's definitely.
Let's go.
Look at Luke. He's definitely
old graphics, these shitty graphics.
Oh, I know. God. I'm pretty sure the owner of this promotion committed suicide.
Oh no.
Yeah, a few years after.
So this was.
This fight is sponsored by WGN.
Oh, this is a big one. Yeah, this is a big one on the East Coast.
Oh boy.
Hands up, let him fly.
God.
This fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the UWC heavyweight division. First, introducing fighting out of the blue corner. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu artist, holding a professional record of 1 win with no losses.
How long have you been doing
He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, fighting out of Denver, Colorado. Brendan Schaub.
Fucked it up.
But you picked up punching pretty easy, right? I mean, it's kind of like your thing at that point.
His opponent on my left, fighting in the red corner. He is a boxer, holding a professional record of 1 win and 1 loss. Fighting out of Richmond, Virginia.
So often, so bad.
Johnny Curtis.
How much did people make up back then? It's like I was watching the old UFC 1, and there was like people like, I have 735.
Yeah, well, it's like WWF too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Line it up in this matchup here, 6'6".
This looks like it's from
Squaring off
1992.
against 6'3".
What year is this?
Brendan Schaub in the
2008.
blue and black trunks. John Curtis in the olive and black sprawl trunks.
Who would have thought the UFC would have been just fighting up the street at the White House?
Third mated, Mike King,
Right.
ready to get the heavyweight
Let's
start.
go, baby.
Damn near 20 years after.
Can Schaub keep it on the feet? I think he has to win. Curtis's wrestling is
Brendan,
good.
this was 18 years ago.
See, Curtis
This guy is not really.
Curtis does not want to be at the end of the big long jab.
Crazy about his weight.
See,
Oh, shit.
Schaub to overcommit. Big takedown.
Nice
He's a little bit
takedown.
too aggressive.
Jesus.
Also, one other thing about Schaub, I've noticed his takedown defense. He's still very green at it, but
Whoa.
very good balance. Watch Schaub's balance. Hard right to get
takedown
off his face.
That was that was such amateur mistake. That's some Cyril Gong shit.
The back of his head hit the canvas pretty hard, and I saw him grimace, but he appears to be okay here with side control.
Yeah, this is a good spot for him.
God, Luke
Oh, boom. Get you some.
It's not a technical.
You guys are
that was a straight.
Nuggets, namby-pambies. Look at this.
He wants to take that, but he's not setting up with his punches. It's very uncomfortable. Shock, you get that jab and spin.
Curtis needs to set up those takedowns, though.
Curtis did a phenomenal out.
Oh, he's hurt his leg. Curtis hurt his leg.
Oh, I saw it right there.
He got knocked out at the end. Curtis needs to set up those takedowns, though.
Curtis did a phenomenal out.
Oh, God, his leg. Oh, no.
And he got knocked out at the end. Sean just gave him the shot.
This jump almost blew both my ACLs out. Watch this.
You got far in?
What? No, watch. I jumped so high and hard. Watch this.
Brendan Schaub at 1 minute and 1 second of round one takes care of Johnny Curtis.
Right here.
Brendan Schaub.
Brendan, don't do it.
Right here.
Brendan is a 25-year-old.
Almost blew both of my ACLs.
Yeah. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Stop it, Jim. I think I get on the mic and call out Frank Mir after this.
Takedown, but he didn't get the knee down.
Yeah.
And then he just gets stopped here, and you're right.
That was definitely that third punch.
Oh, yeah. You know, for a guy who's an All-American wrestler, that wasn't a good takedown.
Ruined my shit.
That was a weird jump.
For the thigh, reaching from behind the knee, reaching from
Very, very good demonstration. Taking on a very tough fighter. Key to this one, clearly, takedown defense. You had the knees going, you had the hands going. You wanted nothing to do with the ground. You wanted to demonstrate your hands in the ground.
You had that packed Black Power Ranger hairline.
Yeah, still do.
Ground, that's fine. So I was comfortable down there. It's just really wherever I wanted to take it. So at 6'6" and extremely large guy, great start to your pro career here with a win. This was your pro debut tonight. What can we look forward to? And we also noticed that Josh Barnett, neck slice at the end there. Nice theatrics there. What can we look forward to? Only up from here, and appreciate UWC for what they did. And it's just bigger and better things from here. You'll see a lot of it. Now here's the end of the fight. Talk us through this, Brendan. He went for a double leg. Looked like I stuffed him, gave him an uppercut.
I didn't see that.
He was out then, and then just to make sure.
Oh, he's grabbing his knee.
Now, it looked like he may have damaged his knee on the way down, but you're doing what a fighter's supposed to do. You got to finish that fight until the referee tells you otherwise. Good job finishing. Yeah, that's what we're trained to do is finish it till the ref pulls us off. So, knee or not, the uppercut helped with that. So it was a good night. A bright future for you, Mr. Brendan Shaw!
No cauliflower ears. Look at his ears.
Nothing.
Nice and clean.
My dad wanted to see Washington, D.C. after that.
Yeah.
And they didn't give a fuck that my thumb was throbbing. My hand got like
It's like open.
It was just puffy, just disgusting. That fight cost me money.
So painful.
I'm sorry, is this Throwback Monday? Anything else, fellas?
Right? 18 years ago.
That was a hot second ago.
Hot second.
Dude, boys start tackle football. I had to get them football gear.
Yeah, I saw that.
I bought them football gear. Dude, the difference between those helmets and pads now to when I played.
Really?
Oh, night
technology.
Can you imagine when Brian played with leather helmets?
Oh,
yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
Dude, night and day different.
Really?
Oh my God. The
when I
pads.
played, they had Rydell helmets with the all the different little pads inside.
They still have that, but it's the pads are like gel and shock absorbing. And
yeah.
They're so much lighter, and the pads are all form-fitting, and they're thin.
Really?
And they're way better and hard, and it's almost like this big now. It's like this thin now.
Damn.
I know they got me.
It was like hard. Like the pads were hard.
The pads were hard.
They actually made it worse.
And they were big, so you couldn't like reach up and grab. Now it's like they can fucking.
What do you mean? So now
it's just better technology. Everything's thinner, lighter. It's just way better.
Why didn't they have that when we were younger? Mine was made for the New York Giants, and I was fucking 75 pounds.
Oh, I know. Technology. And especially my 6-year-old, the helmet, I was like, dude, he screws me running on the inside. No, dude, the helmet's so light. They're so much better. Wow. The technology's so much better. Not cheap.
No.
Not cheap, dude.
No. What's a good helmet run?
Buddy, I don't want to get into that.
I'd like to know.
Buddy, so I get there, and they have one that they recommend the team buys. I go, okay, I see that. But what's that one? The guy goes, well, that's the one. Well, he's like, that's the one like Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes wears. And he goes, it actually helps concussions lessen by 20%. I'm like, well, I gotta do that. It's the kids' protection. We're talking about their brains. I'll take 2 of those. Hell yeah.
You're that audience member that doesn't put their phone on vibrate.
I'll take 2 of those.
2 of those, and
Not cheap, man. I'll say that.
really.
Not cheap. But for the kids, I don't even think about it.
But can I get a number, please? I need to know. Okay, let me guess. I'm gonna guess.
Let's play Price is Right now.
Yeah, I'd say $200.
I'm gonna say 201. Who's closer?
Both way.
Okay, hold on. Because this is technology.
Now I'm gonna actually say
We might be
$320.
we might be getting up to $350.
$800.
What? Wait a minute. Hold on. What?
$800.
Per
Buying new kid
per helmet.
Yeah. For the
helmet.
Yeah.
For the deluxe one. The light Apache right there is $408.
Damn, even the big sporting goods specials fucking almost
So
$200.
altogether, $800. $400.
Yeah.
$800.
If go to Rydell, Chin.
That's the one that's $439.
Wow. But you're right. You got to get. Now, what are the big helmets they have now in the pros?
Oh God, that the bitches wear. It has like the Megamind sponge on it. Hey, bud, just don't play if you're that big of a bitch. You know? They had those at Dick's. I was like, Tiger's Dead on this. I'm like, if you wear that, you're not playing.
See, I'm a moron. I thought that maybe they were having like microphones in there or something like that.
No, that's just an added protection. Man.
Now I understand where it maybe in practice, but
if you're the quarterback, maybe. You know, you don't want to take some head damage as a quarterback.
I mean, I guess, man, just don't play.
Just don't play?
Just don't play. Dude, T's like, Dad, I need a visor. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you're not. No, you're not.
So cute.
Dad, this visor. I'm like, no, I see him. He's like, you wore one of them. I did. Yeah, I did. You got to earn that, buddy. You're not getting a visor and the back thing. Get the fuck out of here. Dad, look at these Jordan gloves. No, I see him. I see him. But this is a $400 helmet, Bubba.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, my helmet was $40.
Yeah, that's
and it was used from playing against sports. It smelled like shit, buddy.
Dude, when you got hand-me-down iPads.
That's the other thing. The leg pads, now they have like a girdle. It's like spandex with all the pads built in, form-fitting. They're thinner, harder. Damn.
Just 17 years of children sweating them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now they have like, your pads, you have to like air them out in the summer because it'd be like mold buildup. Now there's like dry fit material in there where the sweat can't stay in it. It's insane. It's amazing. Yeah, but I told them, I said, you got to wear the helmet all the time before we start camp because you got to get used to having it on. So then we come in, they're both sitting there watching TV with their helmets on. I told Nick, dude, I was woken up this morning, hear this ruffle, I go, someone's breaking the house. Nope, it's Tiger in Boston at 3:45 in the morning.
No, come on.
With their helmets and pads on. And I walk in, and Tiger's in the 3-point stance, about to fucking truck his little brother.
3:45?
I wake up, I go, what are you doing? And he's all, Dad, sorry, we're so excited about our gear. They thought I was going to be mad. I'm like, let's party. Let's take this outside.
You guys were awake at that.
Oh, yeah,
What time do they go to bed?
8 o'clock at the latest. 8 o'clock. I mean, they was Joy had kids on super strict. They're in bed by 7.
What time do they usually have? 5?
No. Fuck no. No, their school, they have to be there at 7:20. They're about 6:30.
Okay.
But I told them, I was like, hey, I'm all about whatever, getting used to your football pads. Dude, your guys' day is so hot.
Yeah.
Now I'm driving to school, and they're both asleep in the back. Like, get ready.
Shocker.
I'm not mad at it. I think most dads are like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, let's party.
You were pumped?
Oh, dude, so pumped.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. All right, let's take a little break, guys, because Mother's Day is coming up, and you know moms love flowers.
Yep.
Let me get my mom some flowers.
Flowers are the #1 gift to give on Mother's Day.
What else are you going to do? What else you can do?
I don't know about you, but I've been using 1-800-Flowers because I leave right into the last minute. And for 50 years, 1-800-Flowers has been helping people send beautiful bouquets Mom will love and express. And all the gratitude,
Dude, this is what I'm going to do. And right now, listen to this. Listen to this. When you order 1 dozen roses from 1-800-Flowers, the double that. So you're actually sending 2 dozen for free. Twice the flowers for your mom. That says, I love you, Mom, like 2 dozen roses.
Crazy.
For more than 50 years, 1-800-Flowers has perfected the details that matter most. All right? It's carefully packaged and backed by a freshness guarantee. We got you, man.
Listen, Mother's Day is Sunday, May 10th. and bouquets are selling out fast, so do not wait. Get your double roses offer before they're gone. Visit 1-800-flowers.com/TFTK. I'm doing this, by the way.
Oh, me too.
I'm doing this because I'm going to put it off to the last minute. 1-800-flowers.com/TFTK. There it is, 1-800-flowers.com/TFTK.
Speaking of shit we were talking about before this, you were telling me, because you're a you're a murder mystery guy.
Oh, yeah.
And you were telling me about the killer at Lady Bird.
Oh, you're talking about the Lake Austin killer?
Yeah.
But he's only killing gay guys?
Yeah, I've looked into it.
Have you, though?
Yeah.
Whenever someone said I looked in, I go, okay.
I did, because it's just not enough evidence to suggest, because a lot of it's like vagrants, people who get drunk.
It's not, though.
It's not enough of
It's not, though.
Is it all gay guys?
Well, gay guys go down in a bag, right? So sometimes they're high.
And they fall in the water.
Yeah.
They can't swim?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing? Are they black gay guys?
No. I'm not answering that question, but the answer is yes. Now, yeah, I would say that the thing is, when you get on, you tend to be a little delirious.
You fall into the
Some
water.
popper action?
Yeah, when you got poppers.
Go type in how many people have died at Lake Austin.
Are they mostly gay?
They're all gay.
So if they're targeting...
No, see, now Brendan is being...
Go into it.
If they're targeting gays, me and you should not be out there, because we look like...
Yeah. The serial killer's like, I guess.
Because he's about to kill me. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, I just dress like this and I have body dysmorphia. I'm not actually gay.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's
189 cases, no evidence of a serial killer.
Yeah, is this Google? That makes sense.
That indicates that over 3,000.
Hold on. Since 2022, 38 bodies have been found.
Yeah, but that's normal, Bob.
Yeah, it's normal.
It is actually
fucking.
It's actually not a lot at all.
And there's have to be all white in their 20 gay guys.
No, I talked to a cop about it.
No, you fucking.
I did actually. I did. I said, is there a serial killer? And he goes like this. He goes. No. He goes like this. He was like this. He goes, I go, but they find a lot of bodies. He goes, any body of water in a city, you find bodies all the time. People kill themselves. They do. Vagrants die.
So the 19th person to be found dead in the water in 3 years. The Rainy Street Ripper. I love it.
Ripper's wild.
Dude, but we haven't had one of those. We haven't had a good serial killer name in so long.
Right. Rainy Street
Ripper. Nobody's making merch, bro.
That's a good name. That's a good name.
Be weird, found by a paddleboarder,
5,000 signatures last July. Beg police to consider the deaths part of the wider issue. Keep scrolling down, Chin. It was titled Austin Police Department. They said that the Austin drownings may not be accidents.
Maybe not, but... What do you think? I don't know.
I think you have a lot to worry about if you walk down that block at nighttime.
I do.
Because in fact, I've seen your act.
Because I'm victim weight.
You're victim weight.
Yeah.
Questionably gay.
If one can hold you down, it takes just two to fuck you.
Yeah. No, I'm just out there looking around, guys. I'm fishing.
How many active serial killers are actually... Is that still a thing?
They do like
what do you think about that?
It's like 53 currently, I think.
Really?
Yeah, at all times. But again, serial killer is a loose term, right? 3 or more killed the same way.
Yeah.
So that could just be one guy who saw 3 people banging his girl.
What'd you type into? How many of them were gay? Oh, no. Type in how many current active serial killers in North America. The big one's in Yosemite. How many people go missing in fucking Yosemite? It's wild.
What do you mean?
You ever looked up how many people go missing in national parks?
National parks are kind of crazy.
It's fucking wild.
Is that theory that there's aliens or some shit like that?
I don't know about that one. I don't get down to alien shit. I just think people get eaten by bears and get lost and shit. The one thing, if you are a serial killer, dude, you're just camping out, killing.
Yeah.
That does happen in Appalachia. Appalachian people go.
So, look, FBI estimates there are between 25 to 50 active serial killers in the U.S. at any given time.
Here we go.
This number's likely higher on a worldwide scale. No shit. Chin, go to how many people go missing at national parks. This is I don't know
why.
Is
there a connection? I don't know why I'm doing penis touching. Is there a connection?
It's weird.
People just
cold case investigators first.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do? You know what? Here's how I know that this could possibly just be people disappearing. Have you ever seen Brian trying to find his car at the end of the night?
Every day.
You know,
Brian cannot go into a national park.
I was a half hour late. I looked for my fucking car.
I've never been with you where you don't lose your car.
I looked for my car for 40 minutes. Remember when I came on Monday?
Yeah, it's wild. I usually don't believe it either, and I get it. Dude, I don't know how this isn't a thing. It said, it said 600,000 people go missing in the United States. Hold on. Every year. And y'all worried about COVID.
No, not every year. Of these missing people are recovered annually. Both dead and
both
alive.
dead and alive. So let's say it's 30%.
Damn.
That's fucking bananas.
Just like 10% of 600,000, 60,000.
Yes.
I believe that there are probably
You're right.
Am I?
there are probably like animals that eat you.
It's hard to chalk it up to serial killers, but something's going. We gotta.
That's crazy.
We gotta solve cameras. 600,000, and we're just like, yeah, it's every year. It's like, what?
Wait, how many national parks do we have?
A ton.
A lot.
There's a lot of room.
But is there one where it's like this is where it happens the most?
They're massive.
So we were reading. So the headline is how many people have disappeared in America's national parks, but then it goes, NamUs has said that more than 600,000 persons go missing in the United States every year in all circumstances. So they're just saying the total of people getting missing every year. And then if we go down here,
that's a city.
That's a city.
National Park Service says that has 424 national park sites and 63 national parks. And then as it goes on,
And they can't give a number?
let's go here.
It is a massive.
12.9 million visitors, blah, blah, and 34 go missing. Or 34
That's all
missing
different.
persons.
I was in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, and
Wait, hold on. 1,100 missing persons report dating back to 2018. I thought it was more than that. That's not terrible. It's not good.
That's actually a healthy number.
That's pretty standard.
yeah, three out of 12.9 million.
600,000 would be fucking.
I was like, we gotta do something like this. So, Grand Canyon National Park had 4.7 million visitors, with at least 56 people reported missing.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I'm already bored. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of big deals, you guys' boy Joe at the White House. That's crazy.
Pretty wild. I became shit.
But I don't. Whatever
It's
side
weird
you're
to
on.
see your friend.
So strange. And my brother sent me, and I was like, "Yo, when was that? Last week?" He's like, "Today, dumbass." I'm like, "He's there now." I was just talking to him. He's there now. But my thing is like, it's to save veterans. You know, it's a good cause. So no matter what side you're on, left or right, saving veterans isn't a political thing.
No.
And thank God Joe has a relationship with Trump where he can text him and he responds and goes, "Oh yeah, I'll look into this," and they got it done. I don't understand. Again, anti-Trump, pro-Kamal, whatever the fuck side you're on. Veterans, it's a good thing. Saving lives, it's fucking awesome.
It's amazing. That Ibogaine shit is an unbelievable track record. Like I was shocked. So let me watch this because he makes that.
This is actually pretty funny. So let me refresh it.
Trump cracks me up. So funny.
First term, for 28 years, drug prices went up, and I got it down 1/4 or 1/8%. I was so proud of myself. It's the only one that in 28 years got them down. And I had a news conference to explain how great I was. I said, I'm the greatest there ever was. I got it down 1/8%. Okay, I was very proud because it only went up. For 28 years, it went up. Now I got it down a little bit. And my first...
Does his hair look like cotton candy? What's that? His hair looks like cotton candy, doesn't it?
That's how you know there's no hope if you're losing hair. Yeah, it's all the money in the world, all the resources. There's just not much.
You know my favorite thing about Joe?
That's from Lone Survivor. That's what's his name, Marcus
Luttrell,
right? Yeah.
You know my favorite thing about Joe being there is he's wearing the same outfit he would be wearing if he just got knocked out in the UFC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's no.
Does he have a closet of just those black shirts?
I'm sure. But yeah, people that got upset or throwing Joe hate, it's like, hold on, this isn't a political thing. This is good for veterans. I don't understand.
Who's throwing him hate? Are you out of your mind? He's making like such a difference.
No, I've seen some people.
Well, they're so dumb. He's literally going there to like use everything he can to get people to have healthy.
To save lives.
Opioid addiction is such a major problem.
I've lost a lot of friends.
Yeah, Ibogaine is actually a lifesaver, apparently. I had no idea, but I know he had Governor Perry, that guy on, who is, I guess, a soldier. I don't know, but...
and what is it? It's a hallucinogen?
Yes, I think it's... So Marcus Luttrell, who had major pain from...
That's Lone Survivor.
Yeah, and he had major pain from all of his stuff, and he had to go through... I think Ibogaine helped him, so...
So it's for more than just that. It's also like, what, PTSD as well?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
Yeah, look up Ibogaine. It's
psychoactive compound derived from root bark.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
PTSD, brain trauma.
But thank God Rogan has that relationship to get it fucking done, man. Who gives a fuck? Because Rogan would have done this if Biden was office,
wouldn't
Kamala. No one
wouldn't give a shit. He's
not
about
people
that.
complain, they're like, oh, Joe said he's politically homeless and now he's behind. But it's like, it's a very politically homeless move to go, hey, I want to help out everybody.
People who
that's
are
not a party line to be like, I want to save veterans who are dying of overdose.
Yeah, how can you be upset at this?
He's not doing this
for
because
glory. People are so compromised. They're on teams. Mm-hmm. Who gives a fuck what team you're on with this, man?
It's weird to think like, if my team is not the one saving people, then
you're against it. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Yeah, especially for this. Mm-hmm. This is not political. This is helping people who are addicted to opiates.
Trump's here is a disaster.
President Trump, some information. We have a gigantic opiate problem in this country, obviously. In 2024, more than 80,000 people died of overdoses. It's a horrible number. And there's more than 5 million people that are addicted to opiates right now in this country. With one dose of Ibogaine, more than 80% of people are free of that addiction. With 2 doses, it's more than 90%. I sent in that information. The text message that came back sounds great. Do you want FDA approval? Let's do it. Literally that quick. These drugs are illegal not because they're harmful. They're illegal because of the 1970 Controlled Substances Act that was passed by the Richard Nixon administration. They did it to target the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement. It's not because these drugs harm people. And for 56 years, we've lived under those terrible conditions. We're free of that now. Thanks to all these people that we see next to me, and thanks to President Trump.
That's legitimately the coolest thing Joe's done. That's so fucking cool.
Probably the most powerful thing he's done.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's take a little break here, boys, because the NBA playoffs are here. My Nuggets are doing the damn thing. They're the Achilles heel. They're the kryptonite to the Minnesota Timberwolves and New York. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, boosts every game day, the whole postseason. When the lights get the brightest, the best players in the world show you exactly who they are. Like my boy Jokic. Playoff stars turn it up round by round, and DraftKings turns it up too, with the profit boost available every single day from the first round all the way to the finals. New sportsbook customers, this is good. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you get 300 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code FIGHTER so you're ready for the moment. That's code FIGHTER. Turn $5 into 300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer.
And it's like, people complain about who he has on his platform. The fact that he's using his platform to actually save something, that's so amazing.
It's incredible.
Yeah. That's badass.
So, as somebody who's known him for 30 years, whatever you want to say about him, I can tell you that if you talk about he is a truly good person, he means everyone everywhere and all the best, but he also is somebody who is very honest with himself and everybody around him.
Dude, he's jacked in right now, huh?
Yeah, he's big.
Yeah.
He's a thickie.
I said Trump, look how big Trump is compared to him.
Trump's a big boy.
Trump's big.
I'm 6'3".
6'4", 6'5",
6'3".
6'6".
I think me and Joe are like the exact same dimensions too. Like every time I see him at the mothership, we're like the exact same height.
I think Joe might be a little bigger, right?
I think he's actually a little thicker.
I think your arms are bigger.
Joe's legs are, and his feet are gigantic.
Yeah.
And you're ultimately a little thicker. Yeah.
I think Joe's thicker than Nick.
I don't know. Nick's pretty thick, bro.
I think upper body, but his legs.
What do you weigh right now?
Right now, 209.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You're
bigger.
You're bigger.
Are you taller than him?
No, I think we're like the exact same height.
Yeah.
Weird. I guess both big cats.
Everybody around him is pretty tall. Latrell's 6'5".
How big is RFK?
6'3". Easy.
Is he that big? Damn.
I mean, they're wearing shoes. But
He's lean and mean there too.
Yeah, he is. Oh yeah. Hey, can I just tell you about TRT? I'm glad we're talking about this.
For the record, people are always like, "Oh, Nick's always bringing up steroids when he comes on." I don't ask these questions.
Yeah, that's always Brian. We really don't talk about it here. Brian always talks about it.
Yeah, and I was like, so I guess it fucks with your estrogen a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go get my shit checked. But I was like,
are you getting blood work done?
I'm going to now. I have to go because I'm almost done. But I was like crying over like everything that I saw.
Yeah.
Bro, for real. Like, I'm not
the guy
I'm not an emotional guy.
You like
I told you the story about me, right?
Bro, I've been sick. I've been like, but I'm watching YouTube, and I would see something, and I'm like, and then I'd be listening to something.
I told you the story about me, right? So back in the day, back before there was like TRT clinics and stuff like that, you would just meet some guy who was jacked at the gym. So I got, and he had me on like 500 milligrams of test. And 500 milligrams of equipoise.
Oh my God.
And this is back in the day. And like, then I came off the EQ, which EQ kind of helps with your estrogen. And so I'm just on 500 milligrams test. So my estrogen must have been going through the roof, right? No one told us anything about it. So I remember one day in my apartment watching America's Got Talent, and someone got the golden buzzer, and I just started crying so hard. And I called the guy, and he goes, "Oh, we gotta get estrogen checked, dude. This is a problem."
Yeah.
My estrogen must have, I was crying.
Your body produces more estrogen.
It's so weird.
Yeah, the stuff you take. I can't believe they didn't.
Well, I'm just new to it. I'm doing a low dose, but every other day is apparently not that low.
So estrogen's good for, you don't want low estrogen.
No, you don't.
Because low estrogen, you'll feel dried out, you'll feel tired, you'll feel weak, and then it's also bad. Like, having a healthy amount of estrogen is also good for your immune system.
Yeah.
Right? But you also don't want too high, because that's when you're going to start getting symptoms like you get like
kids.
You get that's the craziest one.
I know.
Yeah. I know your face starts.
Oh, I wish you would get gyno.
You want to get gyno?
I would stop right away. I'd stop right away if that were the case. I'd be like, what the fuck?
Dude, I remember this one kid at my gym back in the day, because he was taking, I think he was taking like a gram of test a week, which is like, it's a lot. And
that's a whole lot.
And he ended up getting legit, not bad acne.
Really?
I remember he was like, dude, feel my nipples. And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, feel them. And it was an actual golf ball behind his nipple, like an actual golf ball.
Start lactating.
And no, that's what happened. One day he was on bench, and he was a dick to people all the time.
So disgusting.
And while some kid was benching his max, he squeezed his nipple out, and brown milk went all over the dude's face.
Dude, I would lose my fucking mind. There's nothing more disgusting.
It was brown.
Also, don't do that much.
It was so crazy.
And then you have to get that taken out, right?
He never did. He still has a nice, healthy. He has a nice. Yeah, and he has such a sick physique, but then you look at it, it's just like a lady tit on top of his neck.
It's fucked up.
It's gross.
Yeah, you can't have that.
No.
But you just gotta do it smart.
So like it's crazy. Because back in the day, you'd go on bodybuilding.com and just trust some guy who is on a forum. Now you have actual doctors helping you like that.
Yeah, there's no reason for it now.
Yeah, back in the day, you just like 500 milligrams of test was like the base. That's what you would take.
But you haven't been on long enough where you can get like crazy side effects.
No,
I'm gonna blood checked, and they'll be like
blood check too.
Diagnose you some good shit.
Fuck yeah. Dude, I may have to take something else.
Just a pill.
You would take Arimidex or natural
pill that just lowers your estrogen.
And I mean, I'm surprised at 80 milligrams of test that you're getting. Maybe you're just hypersensitive.
Or you could just be an older and being a bitch.
I might just be
because usually you don't get that until you're like.
I might just be a girly boy.
You were crying before this, though, yeah? A little bit. No? Never?
The only time I was crying was when I was taking that Propecia and I got they go, your estrogen levels are raised because of that shit. And I was like, and I stopped and I went right back to being dead behind the eyes. Now I'm taking tests and I'm like,
I don't know. I might just be an emotional guy.
Yeah, maybe when you're getting older.
No, fuck you guys, okay? That's not true. It's not like I'm all of a sudden getting more sensitive because of time. I'm fucking with my endocrine system.
You're on 80 milligrams of test.
Yeah, it's not
That's
much.
low, right?
It's very low. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not very low, but like
0.2.
Yeah. Like honestly, you should.
It's that much.
When you start crossing like 200 milligrams test a week, then sure.
Maybe I've just been a little shaky.
I think you're just a sensitive dude.
Jim, bring up the show Day in My Body. A Day in My Body? Yep, on
you think
TLC.
your brain is sharper?
I do.
Yeah?
I think I have more energy, man.
Yeah?
I'm telling you, I'm back to that kind of
Go
ability.
to Images. My wife maybe watch this show. Dude.
Whoa.
So it's called One Day in My Body. You see the guy?
No.
So he was a strong, healthy kid. He's working a forklift. Forklift runs over him. It takes his entire lower body. His wiener, his ass, all his legs. It takes his right arm and his entire lower body. His wife stays with him. He has infections all the fucking time. I look at my wife, I'm like, just throw me off the side of the bridge.
I was literally about to say, before I say what I'm about to say, just know this guy is a hero, right?
Gangster.
That being said, if you have no dick anymore, how long you lasted?
First of all, I don't want to be around.
Well, that's what my wife was like. Hey, if that's me, just pull the plug. And then there's another guy. I don't know. I'm sure it's an episode.
He survived.
Well, there's the guy. That's what I said. They flew him, and they it's some sort of.
You ever seen that wrestler dude that has only up for it?
I did a thing with him.
You wrestled him?
Yeah.
Does he still have a piece?
I don't know.
Yeah.
He was moving that way though.
But then there's another guy on the show where I don't know how he might have been. I don't know, but he's missed his entire lower jaw.
Oh God.
He's a black guy. He has no. I look at my wife. I'm like,
dude, this is. I can't unsee this now, and you've kind of
make
ruined
Brian
my
cry.
Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna cry.
Yeah, and I didn't know what was going on. And then I looked at it. And it took me a second to make sense of the picture.
It's wild, right?
And now I will never be the same.
It's an interesting show. Go to the guy missing the whole jaw.
What the fuck show is this, dude? How is this though? Why is this called TLC?
He's a black guy on the bottom left.
I do.
So he has some syndrome, but you can't eat or nothing.
No, you can't.
You don't say.
Great. So this is not what I want.
Is that his girl?
From there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, God bless them. They both have girls.
Does he have a tongue?
No, man.
It looks like he does have a little bit of bottom jaw. I don't mean to be mean, but it looked like she was kissing him hard.
I know. I'm so.
Just be kissing like the.
I just.
Lip, sucking lip.
Yeah, this is such a bummer.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is.
You know what's got to be crazy? If you're just a guy who's just walking down the street.
She's pretty hot.
Like I was about to say, if you're a guy who can't get pussy and then you see this, that has to be your 13th reason why.
There are some women that adopt dogs with 3 legs. And so I just can't help but to.
No, I don't know if that's this, Brian. I hear you, but a lot of them were with him before this happened. Like the couple that with the guy with missing the lower body, they were together way before that.
That's great.
Yeah, but you're being like, there's some women, this is their kink. You're discrediting these women.
Some women they're caregivers and they just want to take care of them.
Or they're good people and their fucking husband lost his jaw and they stick it out and take care of him.
His jaw, he was born with it that way.
I don't know if he was.
He was born without a jaw. And
yes, he was born.
So what happened was,
well, she knows he's not going to talk to other women.
She met him, Brendan, and she said, "I like the way that mustache sits."
I don't know.
And I'm just telling you what happened. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you. She goes, "You have half a face, and I'm going to take you under my wing."
Yeah, I get it.
And that's fine, but there's something going on there. Okay, and I want to quit everything right now.
I know. And I don't know what the lady like with the small head. I don't know what's going on there. There's another lady with some skin condition. It's just you watch it, and I look at my wife. I'm like, this is so stressful.
It's a disaster. Okay.
How about the kid on the fork? Healthy.
That's a disaster.
The kid, he was driving a forklift, and he went to go move this big gallon of water, and it just tipped over, and he flew out, and then the forklift said, hold on, rolled down, and went boom on his legs. Took it all his look at this.
Have you seen that viral video of the guy in the forklift at the store, and he's trying to hold the box up and he's screaming? Yeah. It might be the funniest video I've ever seen.
Wait, what is it?
It's this I guess they sent this frail dude up to go lift one of the boxes off the pallets, and he's slowly getting crushed.
How would we type it in? Forklift?
I don't know. It's so fucked up.
That's the guy.
Which one, top?
Yeah.
Oh.
Keep coming down, man. You got it.
He doesn't got it, though.
There you go. You can't be scared. Roll with it. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. He's doing good.
Is it crushing you?
He's being a little dramatic.
Come down.
Just.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
No one's helping him.
Well, he's trapped.
Come down.
The machine's not moving.
This guy does not do well under pressure.
No, he doesn't.
But also, it doesn't seem that heavy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he's moving it.
He's kind of moving it.
There's also metal bars, so just duck under, dude.
I love the camera guy was like,
trying to move a heavy box. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the employee got stuck up there with the box.
Just his reaction when he started screaming help.
Was a bit tense.
I lost it.
The box does not seem that heavy.
No, it's probably like a 70-pound
I think
box.
this video is a great reminder of the hard work that goes on behind the scenes at stores like Lowe's, and the risks that employees sometimes face in their jobs.
That's hilarious.
Just real fast, go back to him screaming help. It's hilarious.
So funny.
Go back further.
Yeah, he panicked.
I bet he got down. The guy filming was like.
When you make that noise, you gotta leave that job.
Oh, man.
Thanks for watching.
Jesus Christ. That's an OS selector. I actually ran over someone with that at work. You ran over somebody?
Yeah. What?
Because imagine being in the aisles. That's like on the outside of the aisle. But imagine being inside the aisles. They're like narrow. Yeah. So I'm like stocking these boxes on the top. And you're supposed to tell someone if you're going to walk underneath to go under the machine. And this guy, he purposely went under my machine. And I ran over his foot. And he started screaming like that too. Oh. So he could sue the company. He tried it multiple times with other people. Move, but he got it finally. He got it. And he's like... He has a permanent limp, but he's like a millionaire.
Well, yeah, that would be like if you give me a permanent limp, I got to see some money.
He has like I think he made like $8 million. Where were you working out of? Ingram Micro.
Got to see some money on that.
And now I'm in the manual now too. But I didn't get in trouble. He got in trouble. Yeah, but he got $8 million. I know, that's what I was like. Give me some, dude.
Sometimes you'll see a car up on one of these things that you have here, and it'll just fall over.
Yeah. Not doing a lot for that Asian driving stereotype.
That was an Asian dude that walked under, so it was like perfect.
It was Asian worlds colliding. It was Asian on a forklift. Stay out of the aisle.
Yeah, that TLC show stress you out. That's just heartbreaking.
Everything on TLC is either...
It makes me so sad.
I don't mean to be a dick, but freakish.
Yeah, it is.
Like they have
all TLC does is they find somebody big on YouTube like that girl with Tourette's, the girl who's going trans, the big fat chubby sisters, and they're just like, "Hey, you want a show?"
How is this the Learning Channel? What is anyone learning about?
Oh, that's right. That's what TLC is.
TLC is the Learning Channel. Oh. What the fuck am I learning?
A learning channel.
These are all the people you see at Walmart.
You know what? You don't want to learn. That shit sells. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just like
you've been to Walmart at 2 a.m. Yep. These are all the people you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
I might have to pee right now, guys.
Go for it.
True Work. I want to talk to you guys. True Work. TRUEWERK. I own 2 articles of their clothing, which I own more. Jacket, pants.
Dude, have you got the T2 work pants?
Yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. Everything they make is, most workwear is made from cotton blends, so it restricts movement, gets soaked after just a few raindrops, gets heavy, gets hot or wet or cold. Well, springtime is the perfect season for the T2 work pant. Get you comfortable over a wide range.
Yeah, they're great, man.
Yep. They got 4-way stretch for bending, kneeling, climbing, or street fighting like I do. Water resistant, finish to shed rain. 9 intelligent pockets to keep tools or little snacky poos for me.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do if you're working hard is worry about your pants ripping, tearing, they're getting wet. That's why the T2 work pant is just different.
Well, they got 15,000 5-star reviews.
Yeah,
they're crushing it. 15,000 5-star reviews. That maybe they're doing a good job.
The work doesn't stop just because the weather changes. Upgrade to the T2 work pant and stay comfortable no matter what the day brings. Get 15% off your first order at True Work. That's WERK, truework.com with the code FIGHTER. That's TRUEWERK.com, code FIGHTER. True Work, built like it matters because it does.
It does.
What do you got, Chester?
All right, so this guy's going viral now, this volleyball player, because he has a little sugar in his
That boy
thing.
got 2 scoops of sugar.
I haven't seen this yet. He looks
got some
zesty.
Dude, bro, he's so zesty, but he puts it. Oh, girl.
Look at that turn.
Do you think his teammates like, hey, but can you tone it down a notch?
Have you heard about the Ladybird Killer?
Kid's an athlete, I'll tell you that much.
No, apparently he's like really good.
Yeah. Intense and gay.
Oh,
man, he can get some
Yeah, he's
air.
nice with it.
He's a little light in the loafers, but damn, he's good.
Yeah, he's fucking pounding it. Someone said this is AI. I don't think so.
No.
I
saw his interview too. This looks too
Is he
real.
from Brazil?
I don't know where he's from. Jordan Lucas. SoCal.
Yeah, that kid's as American as fucking pot.
Come on, baby. Let's hear it. Let me hear him talk.
You have so many tabs open. Yeah, I know. It's a nightmare sometimes. There he is.
Yeah.
That guy should be. I'm surprised nobody has popped him. Is that what he said? For his antics. Yeah. So like break that down, like calling antics. Your way, right? That's just your way.
It's interesting terminology to use, especially for a men's volleyball match, and
He's got those Chanel glasses on
it's
too.
something that I can see how it could be perceived, but that's kind of always how I played volleyball ever since I've been 14. So that's something that's not new to me. I've always been true to it.
14's young.
Love this kid.
So he doesn't talk sassy.
No, he's not zesty with his lingo. He just he has a zesty flair when he's pounding that ball.
Yeah, he's an athlete. All right. Everybody's been put on notice.
Let's go.
I'm gonna do that every time I serve. Well,
This is do you guys remember that footage? Like these 2 girls and this guy kept coming to like a pizza place to start a fight with this chick. And
Yeah, the guy fucks people up.
No, it's a girl. It was a girl.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A girl. Hopefully I have the actual video here, but so this is the I'll just play this one. So this is the inside security cam, so you can see the whole thing. And dude, this chick is incredible.
The meeting was like something you'd see in like a BET movie.
Yeah, but what we saw was already cool. It was on like a little tiny bit, but this is a whole thing. Check it out.
So they filmed to beat up this girl.
They came in ready to beat the shit out of this girl.
16-year-old girl with the
and she was not having it.
She's like, cool, say less. I got my crazy bread, bitches. Her friend did nothing. You can get it too, girl.
She's beating everybody.
Oh, damn. Dude, the stamina on this chick. Oh, damn. That other girl's no punk either, though.
She's beating every one of them up.
Every one. Now they're hitting her, but she's still going after the same girl now.
They came in as a gang.
Yep.
The blonde girl is kind of giving it to her, though.
No, so that's another thing. She had a wig on.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah. Is the blonde girl the one?
Yes.
Oh, she had a wig on. I was about to say that blonde girl can fight. It's the same chick.
Same chick.
And now these girls are trying to pull her off.
Yep.
Oh,
So there's 2 guys and 3 girls.
She ground and pound him like the way you ground and pound that Curtis dude.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Boys are trying to calm her down. Boys
like, be cool. She's like, nah, bitch.
Hair.
The way she swings around is crazy.
She beat all of them.
So then she keeps continuing here.
The guy just put his hands up here. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, the guys obviously can't mess with her, but
the guy's got in the car. Is like, is that fucking?
Look at her fucking.
What the fuck is going on?
This is so awful.
What do you do as a dude with two girls that are having hair like that?
You just gotta let them do the thing, man.
she's the whole guy talking shit to other people.
I hate how girls grab hair.
I love this. This girl's just been taught a fucking lesson.
That initial swing was crazy.
It was great.
Yeah, I mean, let's just watch out.
If I'm on Dana White Contender Series, I'm setting this girl up. Her hair looks like such a wig now that I notice.
Why did do that?
Her snap down was sick.
So yeah, bitch, Judgment Day. Takes her slippers off. She's like, say less. Let's do this.
She knees her and then
flips her. That's a judo throw right there.
The girl in the red's like, okay, this isn't good.
You know, girl fight. It's like
her wig comes off her.
You know what I mean? Because they have something to grab onto.
Dude, that girl is a problem. The other girls just stopped and went, holy shit.
Yeah.
I love this. I love it. Now the other girls are like, oh, we've had enough.
Oh my god, dude.
Good job. I think this one did an interview about getting her ass kicked.
Well, the three girls.
The other girls don't know what to do. They're just like, all right, maybe stop.
Okay, Janine, just a prank.
Look at that girl on the outside, just like, I'm just going to hang out here.
I'm just going to film.
This other girl's an asshole. She's got her phone. She doesn't know what to do.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think after watching this, would it make sense for if girls are going to train gi? Because it's basically a very similar action.
They grab it on the hair, though. I don't know what the fuck you do to defend that.
Right.
Shave your head.
Yeah, I guess.
If you're about it, shave your head.
Or go into cornrows or something like that.
Yeah, cornrows.
Yeah.
That's what the UFC girls do. You don't see a girl with long hair fight. Not really.
No.
Like long flowing hair?
Yeah.
Like Mackenzie Dern has the cornrows.
Rose Namajunas is shaved that Bobby Hill style. Yeah.
Yeah, so the three girls actually got charged for a felony assault on that 16-year-old girl, but then she's still, I think they're still suing her for some reason.
Oh. She didn't get in trouble or anything?
No, really? but the girls are suing her
for getting their ass whooped?
I don't know. And there are people who are saying, like, oh my god, the drive back home must have been freaking
awkward
for the entire car.
It was so quiet, like, dude, holy shit. So, dude, she's fucking George St. Pierre with tits.
Are you guys familiar with Ice Spice?
What's that?
Yeah, I saw those,
Yeah, there's another fight in McDonald's.
Ice Spice, a rapper.
Yeah.
She got in a fight?
But she was minding her own business. You can see her in the video. This is at McDonald's.
That's her right there in the blue.
She's big time, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's right. And then, so this girl walks in, quote unquote fan. Tries to sit next to them.
What is she saying? She's a big girl.
I'm from Chirac. Where are you from?
That's nice. Might not have security.
Right.
She was a fan?
I don't think that's a real fan. I think that was just someone trying to check her.
Oh, her friend got... The boyfriend's like, what the fuck are you doing? The white girl got shoved so hard.
I've had enough of this.
She's like, I'm not about this life.
Yeah, not an exciting fight. They did fight outside as well.
Such assholes.
I didn't see an outside fight.
Girl's such an asshole.
So she tries to find her outside.
How about that?
If you're Ice Spice, though, it's like, all right, it's over.
Ice Spice, the one they said that looks like she has mosaic Down syndrome, right?
Hey, Jim, this video's about nothing, yeah?
No, that just drives me nuts, man. This fucking scumbag.
That girl's big. Who fell? Oh, man.
So long story short, the girl said that she came up to them to say that she's a fan and she likes them and all that stuff, and they're just like, we don't, go away. We don't know.
She was trying to sit at their table.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing?
Obviously, and this is her take. This is that girl.
Asshole.
Yeah,
She has a mustache.
That girl's an asshole.
Oh yeah, but she also has the Mexican mustache.
And we came from the beach earlier that night, and we decided to go walk around Hollywood or whatever. But before we did that, we decided to stop by McDonald's because we all had to use the bathroom. So then one of my friends, she comes out and she was like, oh, I think that's Ice Spice over there. And I'm like, oh, for real? So I go up to them and I'm giving her and the other girl she was with compliment. And then immediately, Ice Spice was just being rude. She was like, why are you over here? You could leave. Bye. And I'm like, why are you being rude, pretty much? And she was basically saying, like, you could just leave. Bye. Like, I don't even know why you're on my table. Then that's my first thing to ask her, like, you don't got to be rude. I'm just giving you guys a compliment. And I'm like, you know what, where are you from? She said, I'm from New York. So I said, let me tell you something. I don't care where you're from. I'm like, you in LA, you in my city now. You can't be out here disrespecting people. Like, if you wanted us to leave, you could have just politely said, oh, I'm not in the mood or something, right? Instead of just yelling at me. So she kept going on, and then she called me a bitch. So after she called me a bitch, I hit her. So I hit her, and then so I got escorted out to McDonald's. And then, so after they escorted me, I'm like by my car, and I hear Ice Spice in the middle of the street talking about some, where is that bitch at? I don't want to fight her with the boo-boo. So I come back down the street, and then
what's funny is I'm the worst cop because I'm kind of like, she's all right.
That's terrible.
Like I'm hearing her sound, and I'm like, hey, Ice was mean, but no, you can't be hitting me.
Yeah, just leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just immature shit. All right.
But everyone in the comments are saying like, she goes, oh, she should have just told us she wants to be left alone. They're like, that's what she did. She literally is like, go away.
She's literally like, no, you can't sit here. I'm eating with my friend.
And the way she rudely tried to scoot in, was like, come on, dude.
Yeah, she's.
And Charles,
that's not weird, guys.
Oh, did you see this?
No.
This parachuter guy tried to go into to land in a
spring game at Virginia Tech,
and look.
Jesus.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, but it's like, I don't know. He's safe, but I don't know how they got him down for nothing.
He's like,
he's fucking mortified right now.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous.
Probably not gonna be the best season for VTech.
Imagine just sitting there up there, just like everyone just watching. That's embarrassing.
Yeah, you got one job. You got a whole field to land on.
Right?
Boy, you better hope that parachute doesn't fall down.
People have been doing this a lot too at games. It's rarely like good. There's always some sort of like crazy fall.
Doesn't Broncos do it?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure
Broncos do it.
Yeah. You have an entire field to land on. Maybe the wind picked up.
Let's go to Sanaz's current events. You guys remember the principal that tackled
the shooter?
Mm-hmm. He was now at the homecoming dance. He was
because he got out of the hospital. He got shot in the leg.
Mm-hmm. He's now the homecoming king there, so that's where they're honoring him. Anyway, very sweet.
So cool, man. He deserves it.
Yes, he does.
What?
I know you're laughing at me. He got a
not much what you're doing.
He got a paper
Ryan goes, this is awesome. But I don't know how we're supposed to.
You got a paper crown? Like,
thanks for saving all our lives.
Is it weird looking?
You want some of the punch you paid for?
Yeah, get some punch and a hat.
And we just go, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's so funny.
Let's take a little break, because this episode of The Fire Kid is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I want auto parts.
Dude, they're in the business keeping your freaking car on the road, man.
But I'm a novice. I'm not an expert like you.
Dude, they got everything you need. If they don't have it, they order it. Shows right up the next day or the same day if the store is closed. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto.
Wait, what if I want windshield wipers, or I want to replace a brake light, or I want quick service?
Dude, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or just visit them online at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got!
This is the Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
And you could just tell by the headline here. Safari park owner who once said he'd rather be killed by an elephant.
That elephant said, "Say less."
So yeah, he was leading a tour, and one of them just charged him and stampeded on him.
So there's a lot of. Let me tell you a story about that. Like in Africa, there's a lot of lore around.
You live such a long time. You have so many cool stories.
Yeah, I do. There's a lot of lore around.
Up for debate.
There's a lot of lore around elephants, right? And so in Africa, they had this donkey. This guy had this donkey, and he had this farm, and the elephants would come into his, crops, and then they would scare them off, shoot like salt rock at him, like, get the fuck out of here, right? So then the next day, the fucking guy comes back, and his donkey has been stomped to a fucking pulp.
Yeah.
Still tied to the bed, like stomped, like goosh goosh.
What a terrible way to go.
I know, and they were like, well, that's because the farmer was disrespectful to the elephants. So they were like, okay, we're going to come back tonight and stomp your fucking donkey to death. And apparently, they do some vindictive shit sometimes.
It's like Joe Pesci from Goodfellas.
Yeah. So there's this whole...
Oh, look at my shine box.
Yeah.
Keep him here.
Keep him here.
Keep him here. We'll come back.
He Joe Pesci.
Why don't you go get your fucking shine box?
They Joe Pesci.
I don't shine shoes no more.
Yeah. You just keep him here.
It's so funny, by the way. It's so true.
The elephants are like Joe Pesci.
Stomped him.
But this guy, he refused to fire a shot. The elephant's like, dude.
That's a guy.
He had a gun too, yeah.
What an awful way to go.
I would shoot an elephant right in the face.
Stomped out.
Would a bullet take an elephant down?
You need those giant slugs.
You gotta have one of the big, long, Windows 7
Yeah.
There's no way you can get one shot an elephant, though.
There's like this the right gun. The bore is that.
Don't they have an elephant gun?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. The bore
How big is that bullet?
You can use it for hippos, rhinos, and elephants.
Is it bigger than 50 cal?
No.
No.
It's just a big, thick.
So those guys with those 90-pound draws, the bow and arrows can fucking elephant up.
Really?
Yeah, they go through one of them.
What?
Yeah, man.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
Even that looks kind of small though for me.
The bullet itself weighs about as much as
Hey, the bullet's not the thing. Look at the guy's fucking dick beat. Look how big his goddamn
There's some big.
Is that a gorilla? What the fuck is that? Yeah, that's
a big.
Wait, where does his hand start and his finger end?
That is gigantic.
nuts.
Yeah.
That looks like 3 dicks holding a bullet.
Oh.
Just like 3 packs of dicks holding a bullet.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck the bullet.
Show him your hands. It's fucking disgusting.
You notice that right away.
Yeah, there's an actual elephant gun, 50 cal elephant gun.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's a guy on a...
Yeah, that's guy.
What else you got, Jen?
She also sent this. I don't know what this is, but we can look at it together. I guess something's. Hopefully, don't read the people. Don't read the comments, but it says something's wrong with this.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
What's wrong?
It says the brain skips over it. So there has to be some.
Does everyone agree that it looks normal?
Hold on.
Hmm?
What is it, Jen? It's gonna be something stupid.
No, I don't know. We're doing this together, so let's see. What's wrong?
The calmer you are, the easier it is to find the mistake.
Take a breath.
A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W. I'm not getting it, man.
Oh, never mind, because look at the bottom part. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, fuck them.
Yeah, that's...
Well, we couldn't see it.
I know, that's not why I was going off the first picture, so I was like, what the hell?
That's fucking stupid shit.
So dumb, dude.
I would have found that the second you put the second picture on.
It's so easy.
I thought it was the alphabet.
It's the first time I'm seeing this, too. I didn't know which one we're looking at.
Oh, my God, that's easy.
But this fucking...
Yeah, I lost all the energy.
I wish there was no comment.
You didn't even need to comment.
But still, you guys sometimes will just see the comment. Whatever. Yeah, I found it right away, too. So I'm just saying, like...
A detail hiding in plain sight.
I wonder if
one of the letters is trans.
Like 9 out of 10 blind people struggle with this.
My fake IQ test that I did on you guys is better than this shit.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, Jesus.
Boy, that was go.
This is what happens. Sorry, Sinas. This is what happens. Any of these tickle your fancy? That one's not.
When you go back to the restaurant, how they're banning phones? I was at this restaurant, I won't call the restaurant, it's one of my favorites. But it wasn't that busy because Tiger had a big laugh between games, so I went to this restaurant he likes. And so there wasn't a lot of people there, but every single employee, including the manager, the cooks, everyone's on their phones.
Yeah.
I told Tiago, you know what the number one thing I'd do if I owned this place is I would ban phones when you're at work. Because instead of talking, they're all just like this. I'm like, look how that looks. You walk in here, you want people just on the phone.
But there's a speakeasy in Austin that you have to leave your phone at the door, and you actually have to converse with people.
Yeah, it's great.
Look at what happens at the mothership. You got to check your phone. So the audience is right there. It's the best.
That makes every comedy club so much better. That's why.
I don't know why restaurants don't do it either. Like, hey, you can't be on your phone.
Right.
Well, this one is doing, or some are doing it. And they said that more people order, appetizers, converse more food, more drinks, all that stuff. So it's good for the restaurant.
But remember at Scopa, that speakeasy, you had to turn your phone in? That was great.
It's great.
Old school.
I don't know why. Maybe I'm fucked up. Nothing turns me off fast to a restaurant when you have to take your phone out and scan to get the menu. I'm immediately turn the phone off.
Just give me a
fucking
I want to scan an order. I'm like, let me talk to somebody.
I hate it.
Yeah, trust me.
All right, boys, I think that's it.
Is that it, buddy?
Yeah.
We did it.
Where you at this weekend, B?
Nowhere.
Oh, you got the weekend off?
Yeah.
Are you staying in Florida?
Go to Hawaii at the end of the month. Honolulu. April 30th, May 1st. But other than that, I'm good.
And then you got a little run, Nick. And then also your show finally debuted.
Yeah. Fucking
No Leg Days.
I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped.
Next episode is...
We got Dr. Mike Israetel on this episode. That one's going to be... When I tell you it was the most sore I've been after a workout...
Really?
In years.
Where'd you guys work out at?
In Miami.
Oh, damn.
Elevate Gym.
What was he, just the details?
It was the form, it was the myosets, it was the way that he trains is just so much different than the way that I train.
That's cool.
Because I train more like a power builder.
Yeah.
And he just does that, like, everything, the form is perfect. He was killing us.
Damn.
So the point where, like,
doing bodybuilding.
Put it this way, yeah, at the end we had to do girl push-ups and we were failing. That's how fucking fried our chests were.
And aren't you doesn't Israel want to do stand-up?
Yeah, Israel's gonna come do stand-up.
How about that?
That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. He already showed us.
Have you met him, Brandon?
No.
He's great.
He showed us some of the stuff that he wrote, and I gotta give it to him. The guy is a funny guy. But he even said he goes, I don't care if I crash and burn. I just want to do it.
And was it his idea? Was he like, I want to try stand-up?
Kind of. We were like going back and forth about like what other content we could do. And then now I've gone back and talked to some of the other guests, like big guests that we've had, and seen if they would do stand up. And it shows like Mike Israel has no ego, because like some of these other guys are too, because they're like, I respect what you do, and they're like, I don't want to. I'm not ready to bomb, because like some of those people are such that type of personality. They don't want to put themselves in an environment to fail.
It's hard,
because you're gonna fail the first time you do it.
You could like maybe give them. You figure out a ways like you could write for them a little bit.
Well, that's what we're gonna. Israel, we've been doing some writing with them, like showing them like and we're gonna do that on the episode where we like show them like the ins and outs on like how to write a joke.
Yeah.
With what he's saying.
Tickets to watch Mike?
Yes, at Sunset Strip. It's gonna be the 25th. Yeah.
I'll be there. I'm gonna go.
Come through. Yeah.
Fun.
Come do some time.
I'm doing a podcast with them on the 24th, so.
Perfect.
Go watch No Leg Days, available now on No Leg Days.
Let's go.
Yeah.
We got some big guests coming up, dude.
We got some real big.
You're on the road a bunch, huh, buddy?
Just a little bit this week. I'm in at the New York Comedy Club in Stamford, Connecticut, which doesn't make sense, but and then I'm at Atlantic City Comedy Club this Thursday, 8 p.m. Then I go to Edmonton, which I've never been to Canada before.
I love it.
Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, it's in August, so you'll be fine. No snow. You'll be good in August. All right, kids, that's it. This is Fun Kid. We're out.
It's not going to take it seriously. It's a snipe, it's finding it
Brennan Shaw. I'm on a mission to get it all. Right through the city like Brennan Shaw. If you ain't through, please don't get involved.
Oh, what's happening, fam? It is Monday morning, April 20th. How we doing? How's everybody out there? How was your weekend? A lot of rain here in Texas, kids. A lot of rain. Kiddos playing some rain with baseball. They start tackle football in July, straight up tackle. Bosty's going to be playing as well. We'll see how that goes. I bought them new equipment. These crazy bastards woke up at 4 a.m. this morning. They woke me up, and they were tackling each other with their new gear on. So, not mad at it. Hey, get your work in, dudes. Get your work in. But, boy, you're going to be exhausted today. They fucked around. They're about to find out how tiring waking up at 4 a.m. is, especially when you're 6 and 10 years old. They're screwed. They're screwed. They're screwed. In the fight world, man, you know, the fight night was solid. It was solid, especially with some of the younger contenders, especially from the Daylight Contender Series. You had some burst on the scene making their debuts, basically. Charles Jourdain fighting Kyler Phillips is probably my favorite. Mike Malott, did you know his older brother was a professional hockey player?
Yeah, who also fights. He's like the enforcer.
Yeah.
Sounds perfect.
That family's a bunch of studs, man. And Mike was a coach, and then he was like, yeah, I should probably start trying this. And now, you know, Gilbert Burns is kind of that guy, I hate this term, but he's like the gatekeeper to get into the top 8, top 10. Like, you beat Gilbert, even though he's a little weathered. You beat Gilbert. That's a big win. That's a big feather in the cap, you know? Dude, this is how long I've been in the game. I met Gilbert at Black House in L.A., and they introduced him as the jiu-jitsu coach only. He had no fights at the time, nothing. He was just the jiu-jitsu coach to help the pro fight team out. And now, how long has he been fighting MMA? That's how long I've known Gilbert. Wow. And, dude, this term gets thrown around a lot. He's a good dude. He's a nice guy. Dude, Gilbert Burns doesn't have a mean bone in his body. Yeah. He is the nicest freaking dude on the roster. It's like him, Wonderboy, first team, all friendly, man. And he just burst onto the scene, dude.
Yeah, his profile was 2012.
Yeah, first fight 2012. Yeah, when I met him, he was just a jiu-jitsu guy.
But when you said how everyone loves him, it's so true. Everyone says he's the nicest, the sweetest guy. Everyone supports him big time.
Dude, remember his fight against Hamzat?
Yeah, which he did pretty damn well.
I mean, bro, he did the best out of anyone. Like, and obviously, little inexperienced Hamzat. This is, 4 years ago? Little inexperienced Hamzat, for whatever reason, decided to just go Mexican-style boxing, go toe-to-toe with Gilbert, who hits like a Mack truck. You're like, oh, shit. Yeah. And he couldn't really get Gilbert down either. Like, Gilbert, people forget, man. People sleep on Gilbert. He was a monster.
I think he dropped Hamza or wobbled him pretty bad.
Definitely connected. Yeah, now he's lost. He's lost 5 out of his last 7. That's, what was that, 5 in a row? Yeah. 5 in a row. And he retired. That's the right thing to do. And here's the thing. I'm sure the UFC should still do it, but when you spontaneously go, all right, that's it, and I'm throwing it away, the UFC's like, oh, we don't have any retirement package. We don't have a package. So hopefully they bring him back to one of the big cards and give him that whole video tribute and all that. Gilbert Burns has done a lot for the UFC, man. A lot. He's been around, fought some of the biggest names, beat some of the biggest names like Jorge, Neil Magny, Wonderboy, Woodley, Damian Maia, Gunnar Nelson. I mean, he's beat some tough dudes, man. Tough dudes. Really tough dudes. And just one of the nicest guys. Like that guy deserves a proper send-off. But when you don't give the UFC a heads up, like, all right, man. Mike Malott looked good, though. Yeah, he looked good. But again, this is how it goes. You're a contender for a lot of years, and then you're coming off 4 losses in a row, but you still got to name your tough guy. you get the term gatekeeper. Mike Milad's coming up. They toss you the young wolf, and his brother just happens to be an enforcer, I think, for the LA Kings. Those motherfuckers are tough, too. You said Kings like it was some foreign term, Jim.
I thought it was from...
Is it the LA Kings or no?
I think it's a different era. Hold on, say Mike Malad. Team. Oh shit, he is from LA Kings.
Yeah, he is.
Because they're from Canada, right?
Well, yeah, but
yeah. That's dope.
That's big time. That's big time. Yeah, the Charles Jourdain fight was just entertaining as shit. Dude, how about Jai Herbert, Mandel, Nalo? Nalo, everyone, super dangerous dude, was lighting Herbert up. Lighting him up. I was like, yo, Herbert's cooked. And then Nalo just, I don't know, man, just got a little over his skis and just got slept. Barboza's KO was filthy. Yeah, you had some good fights overall.
There's a funny thing with Jazz Davicius. She had, like, they caught her on camera with the Zin in her mouth.
Hell yeah.
During the fight.
Hell yeah. Too bad it was a Black Buffalo, but
I know what you're saying.
I hate Zin. It's all soapy and thin. Gay. You know, I hate Zin. Just not my thing, dude. But they're popular for a reason.
Yeah.
But boy, you guys come to the dark side, man. By dark, I mean black. Black. Yeah, it was a good night, man. It was a good night. Entertaining. Watched from top to bottom. That was a good night. And then I would say the biggest news of the weekend, the biggest news would be the announcement that Patty's going to fight on the International Fight Week. That's by far the biggest news. I guess kind of expected if you're around the water cooler enough. Now, the rumor is it's going to be Benoit Saint Denis.
Yeah.
But then there's also rumor this fight is essentially confirmed.
But this is it's called Crash MMA. A lot of times, these different outlets, they report news as in almost confirmed, and it's nowhere near confirmed. So
yeah, or they make shit up, like Saint Denis said.
He teased that his next fight is against an Englishman, like eating some lib rust beefs, which is a playful French slang term for English people.
This is a stretch, man. This is a stretch.
And then they go down the list of the people he's...
Yeah, I mean, if he's fighting anytime soon, especially International Fight Week, that would be the fight. The rumor mill that it's Conor McGregor, as I was driving, I was thinking about it. The fight, as far as stylistically, the winner of that is on the right path. They need either Patty or Conor on the right path, the winning path, right? For both of them, it makes sense, and all the numbies in the world. If you go back, I mean, you're talking months ago, years ago, I always said Patty will fight Conor. That will happen. The only issue with that, when you go through it, it's like, well, it's not going to be at 55. Patty's a 55er, huge 55er, so really he could be at 70. Coming off a loss at 55, it's not like Patty's, it's really his first technical loss. Most people thought he lost to Gordon, but that's different. He didn't on paper, but the fan base thinks he did. But so he has one loss at lightweight, but he was fighting for it was a title eliminator fight against Justin Gaethje. If he would have won that, now he's fighting at the White House against Ilia Topuria. So it would be weird, even though it is the Golden Goose is Conor McGregor. It's going to do numbies if they do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense for just the semantics for the divisions. There's a fight for Patty at 170 because Conor's not making 55. So if the fight at 170 and you match it, Patty and Conor up, and let's say Patty wins that, you're like, okay, you beat a Conor who hasn't fought in how long? And it was even in the division, and then you go back down to 55? It's kind of strange, you know? It doesn't make a ton of sense.
And if it was Conor, wouldn't they be blasting it like crazy?
No.
Really? So it's better to hold it.
Not yet. No, they would never blast it this early. No. You got to get through some of the bigger events. They usually wait for this big news for a numbered event. I figured they would announce Conor or Conor Patty at the White House, but that's way too late, I think. Now they could do it, it's a different regime. It's just things are different now, so they could do it. But in prior years, they would do it at a number of events. It'd be big news, or Dana wants to be the first to break it, so that's when he get his, Instagram Live and shit like that. He wants to be the guy to break it, nobody else. So if this, especially if it starts to trend towards leaking, where it starts to get picked up by the legit outlets, not like like these random ones, but if the legit ones start to leak it, that's when you see Data and company get ahead of it, and then they just blast it out. I just don't. It makes all the sense if you're not a purist. You're like, for numbers and to get eyeballs and to highlight Patty and Conor, like, this makes all the sense. All the sense. And I always thought they'd do Patty versus Conor. Always. But it just doesn't make a ton of sense logically. I get it. They're both massive stars. The build up to it, just the amount of views, the numbies. But if Patty were to win that, and I think you'd be favored in that fight, it's like, okay, sweet, man. Now you're more popular than ever. And then do you give him a title shot 55 based off that against Ilya? If Ilya gets past Justin Gaethje, it's kind of weird. Or does UFC know something we don't know, and Ilya's planning on vacating his belt at 55 after this White House fight and going up to 70 to fight Islam? There's a lot of variables. The Patty Benoit Saint Denis, okay. It's a good fight for Patty. Again, they need Patty to win. So they're going to do a favorable matchup for BSD is a pretty favorable matchup for Patty. You can avoid the fucking dumb slugging, like you did against Justin Gaethje. The Conor fight, he'd definitely be favored in that. So he's going to be favored in whatever fight they toss him. I just, what does it do to the 55-pound division if he beats Conor at 170? I don't know where you go from there. The UFC could just be like, yeah, it's just a one-off. Yeah. And it's two huge names. It's going to be one of the biggest fights of all time, especially for European combat sports. That's why we're doing it. I get it. It's like, does Patty win that and then fight Armin? There's just a lot of random shit, A lot. Or are they just building Patty's star? Because Armin built his star. He's built his massively. I'm looking to lose him just fucking skyrocketing Uriah Faber into the crowd. But nobody's done more for the brand than Sarukian, man.
I mean, as of late, 100%.
Yeah, in the past 6 months since he got suspended, nobody's done more for the brand. He's massive now. So he said they're probably going to give him a title shot next. So then he fights the winner of Ilya. So they want Patty to work on his star. It's just all jumbled up.
Patty just becomes this even bigger, crazier name if he fights Conor. And would you like say Patty has like an overwhelming chance of beating Conor? Or is it pretty?
Yeah, I would say, knowing what we know so far, you wouldn't bet on Conor on that. We're huge Conor fans. They're not as shenanigans outside the octagon, but as far as his fighting goes, we're huge fans here, but you don't know what version you're going to get. Patty's been relevant. He's been fighting tough competition. The stylistically makes sense. Now, if Conor can get down to 55, this is a shoo-in. Of course you do it. When you think about it, it's like, well, Patty's going to have a tough time taking Conor down. His wrestling's not great. Conor's takedown defense is pretty good back in the day. Who knows? All this is predicated on what version of Conor we get. You would never want to bet on that. You don't want to roll the dice on that, put your mortgage on Conor coming back just as good as he was even 4 years ago. So, but if I'm the UFC and you want to shake things up, they've been doing some random shit lately. This would do it. This would be huge. This would do it. This would, this would put Patty over, as they say, because he's massive, top 8 stars in the UFC. But for the casuals that love Conor, like, who's he fighting? You're like, oh, dude, he's fighting Patty. And they're like, oh, they look into him, so it builds Patty's star. And they know Patty has, who knows, 8-10 fights left in his career. Conor has maybe 2, maybe 1. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I would be stoked for it. I'm sure everyone would be.
I've been asking for it for a hot second. What else you got, brother?
All right. Well, you mentioned it already, but Sarukian wrestling Uriah Faber and basically throwing, like, this is a cheating move, right? But basically throwing him out of whatever that's called, that platform for wrestling.
Yeah, they're up on a platform. If you're just listening to, if you've seen RAF, so they're on like a lifted platform. It's a wrestling mat, so everybody's eye level with the wrestling mat. So it's probably, I don't know, 4 foot drop.
At least 4 feet, right?
Let me see it.
Well, there's one angles.
Damn, Chael, catch him, Bubba. Did I ever say, like, my bad or sorry or anything like that? You're Armin.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
He's a wild boy, man. And did you see he got kicked off his flight for being on his phone too much? He's a little immature.
Honestly, he's kind of a douche, man, to be honest. He's kind of a douche, but it's like, it's great for, being popular and famous.
Yeah, but the phone stuff, and he just gets on a private plane, and you're like, yeah, it's hard. Even, I'm an Armin fan, but just like, you gotta grow up a tad.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we can look at that plane stuff here. So this is like just quick footage of, there's not much here, but you can see him talking to the staff. And then they walk him out here. But then there's footage of him talking to the flight attendants.
Is he being nasty?
You'll see right now.
Yeah, it's a little douchey. You're just like, buddy, you're on a flight. They tell you put your phone away, put it in airplane mode. You can get Wi-Fi as soon as you get to fucking 10,000 feet.
Let me have him explain exactly what happened there.
At the airplane, what did happen that they escorted you out?
So I had a team where 11 of us, we just getting in the plane. It was like 3 empty seats. I asked the lady, because my seat was next to my friend and he's a little bit big, and I said, okay, maybe there is an empty seat. So I asked the lady, can I sit here? She doesn't say yes, no. She said, where's your seat? I said, 29A, go there. I said, like, why you rude, like? And then I sit like 30A because it was empty, and then someone called to my friend. He picked up the phone, and my friend, he had to open his table, and she came and said, close your table. And he said, like, okay, like, I'll do that. And Pucho, someone called Pucho, he took the phone, and then 3 of us, we kicked out from the plane. And the other 7, they flew. And then we got the jet, and they said, bro, why didn't tell me you're flying jet? After that, we would like to get out too.
Yeah, it's just like plane etiquette. Like,
it's basic rules, yeah.
Yeah, it's simple shit, man.
Can you imagine 11 of them, their team, just doing that shit? Like, and he keeps moving seats. They're telling, like, that'd be tough, man.
Yeah, I'm on the airline on this.
Yeah,
it's like shit. I get it. It's annoying, especially again, they have a job to do, like the American Airlines, so it's just tough, man. It's like you can't be on your phones. You gotta sit in your seat. That's how we track people. usually, especially if you're nice about it, like once you're in the air, if there's open seat, you get asked to move to it. They usually do it. But if you're just randomly be like, no, I'm sitting here, like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Like, there's etiquette, dude. It's just, they just need to grow up a little. I've been on board with all his antics, everything he's doing. It's all been great. This one also, don't film it.
Yeah.
Don't film it. You know?
This also shows you, like, this is the side of him where you can kind of tell he grew up pretty spoiled, like, got away with.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, where you can be like, what? I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it doesn't work.
Don't be rude. I can get out of a seat. No one's in it. Just right now, just
yeah, and I get everyone, you know, like, Bilal be like, fire, and everyone be like, dude, you know, and Armin Airlines, American Airlines, no, it's like, I get it, but it's, I love Armin as much as the next guy, but it's like, don't do that, dude. It's you be a good dude, like you've been doing. Don't be the guy, like those people, their jobs, it's tough, dude. He's just playing etiquette, you know, it sucks. So you're delaying the plane, and like people have shit to get and connecting flights, like, this ain't the way to go. And they're like, yeah, just fly your private jets. Like, that's a weird flex, dude.
If that's just during takeoff, imagine how much of a headache they might be during the flight. So they have to be like, guys, you got to bounce, man.
And the other 10, what do you say, 11 total?
Yeah.
The other 10 you're flying with, but you ain't Armin Sarukian. Why are you acting like that? Even Armin should be acting like that, but those other guys, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you competing in RAF? Are you basically undefeated? Your one loss is to just Islam? Are you that guy? You're not? Shut the fuck up, put your phone away. Yeah. Why are you acting like this? And even if you're associated with Armin, what are you doing? We all paid the same fucking money here to be on these flights. Why? You guys think you're special because you fly with Armin? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Put your shit away. What are you doing?
I hear you.
Let's take a little break here. Picture this. It's late night. You're scrolling through your feeds when all of a sudden you see it. For me, it's a car part or a cool car shirt. I'm like, man, I got to have it. But my wallet's downstairs. I'm like, what am I going to do? I want to hit checkout, but I got to fill in my address. I don't have my credit card. What am I going to do? Then you see it, that little purple pay button. And it has all your information shaved. And all you do is click, and it shows up. Cha-ching, that's Shopify, baby. That's right. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like the big boys, Drive Fast All Gas, Fire the Kid. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. We got you. Get the word out like it's your own marketing team. They have great customer service. It's 24/7 customer service support. And, of course, they got that little purple button, dude. It makes things so much easier. I use it all the time. They got you at Shopify. See less carts go abandoned and more sales go cha-ching with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. I love that Shop Pay button. I order so many car parts that I don't need from it. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAB. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching. Let's get back to the program.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the mantra. Free. This is the mantra. Free. This is the mindset. With movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Yeah, I didn't. Listen, I'm all for Armin. I'll never leave a comment on there like, yeah, fuck American Airlines. It's like, that's so weird, you know? It's like, yeah, I like Armin, but don't do that, dude.
Yeah, everyone's getting them props and stuff. It's just like, you know, imagine that. Let's not go deep into it, but yeah, that's just not cool. And then, so this is how he made a video afterwards.
I just look, but what's the internet? Look goated.
I know.
For what?
For being a douchebag?
I got dick to the fucking 9-to-5ers flying around.
They just want to get things done legally.
How is that cool? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not down with that.
I don't get how it's cool. That's the best question. Why didn't you just fly this in the first place? Yeah, I'm with you, man. Yeah.
like, even though it went viral and everything, him throwing your favorite out of that platform. What do you, in your mind, what do you think? That's
discipline issue.
But that's really fucked up.
Yeah, discipline issue.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's a discipline. Again, I like Armin. He's a wild boy, so it's a reason why a lot of us like him, but it's like that stuff. And you're such a big favorite. Uriah's a legend, dude. He's older, Usually on board with Armin. I'm still a fan. Tossing Uriah onto the concrete and then doing this to American Airlines, like, this ain't it, Bubba. But again, you're not going to bat 1,000. He's trying, he's streaming, you're not going to bat 1,000. I don't think he's a bad guy or anything like that. But a lot of times when you're getting all this feedback and all this intel and, you're crushing this, sometimes it's a thing. You can get to your head, it's an ego thing, and then it's, hey, man, don't toss Uriah on the ground. Oh, but it's a dope highlight. No, I know, but he's older, dude. Like, you should dominate him. Like, he was kind enough, thank God Armin took the fight too, but or the wrestling match was also like, man, Uriah's older, he's a legend, like, you show him respect, don't pile drive him to the cement. Yeah, but he got views. No, I know. What the fuck are we doing, dude? Don't pile drive Uriah Faber in the cement. That's a discipline issue. Don't take down the fucking drink tray during takeoff. Sit in your seat. All this is discipline. Yeah. And as good as he is, and he's amazing. He's amazing. As good as he is, and I'm not saying this for a fact, but when you have discipline issues outside of training, you can't be crazy disciplined in your sport and then just crazy on discipline outside of the sport, and then it all works out. It usually seeps in, and he's so talented, so good, and it works really hard. But if and again, who knows? This could just be a weekend thing. I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you see a guy who's doing undisciplined things online, there's no way he's checking all the boxes with his regular day job. Mm-hmm. It's just not. Doesn't work that way. You can't turn that on and off. Yeah. I mean, you could either do things the right way, or sometimes you do things the right way and sometimes you don't. And there's some people that do things the wrong way all the time.
What was I saying? Just even in professional, like, he was doing the stare off with Dan Hooker and fucking headbutting him in the nose. Like, you can't. That's where it seeps into his professional life. And all these people, like, cheering him on for doing this kind of shit. It's kind of like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, it's almost like you need different friends. But again, if he's the cash cow, so I'm sure with his entourage, like, he's paying for everybody. He's doing so they're not going to question the guy who's leading the charge.
No, they're doing along with them.
Yeah, but if you don't have the friends, like, hold up, dude, just sit in your seat. Just sit in your seat. Let's get there, and then when we're in the air, let's ask nice, and let's see if she'll let us move. If not the end of the world. So your friend's bigger, Armin, you're just tiny, dude. It's not like it's two big dudes sitting next to each other. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's not like me and Jelly Roll sitting next to each other, both big dudes.
Yeah.
Are you tiny, buddy? Those seats are big enough for you. If I can fit next to a big guy, you can fit. Guarantee it. This is what you signed up for. Just do things the right way, man. But again, online, oh yeah, fuck American Airlines. Get him, bro. Dude, I wish he spiked Uriah harder. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, I'm usually on board with all his antics and all that shit. This one's like harvest.
Yeah, don't be a dude.
But again, live and learn. Doesn't make him a bad guy. Doesn't make this, but if you see a tendency of this discipline shit, it's gonna bite you in the ass. Because you know who's not doing this? Ilya Topuria, Islam Makhachev. Do you ever see any of this stuff with him? Ever? Do you ever see any issues? And that's who you gotta take the helm from. Good luck, bud. But again, Armin's so talented. It's working right now.
Yeah, and then
we'll see if it still works. If he keeps doing this wild shit, we'll see.
And Dana not giving him the opportunity to to fight for the title right away. It's like I'm getting getting a little
This
bit
is
more.
why. Yeah. Dan's like, no, you guys don't know the shit we deal with behind the scenes. This is fun. He does wild shit, man. And it's fun. It builds a fan base, stuff like that. But maybe this is why.
Yeah. Thoughts on this? Conor Benn getting another. Well, he signed now a multi-year deal with Zuffa Boxing.
The whole thing's weird. It's just like, because if you watch his fight, you wouldn't be like, oh my god, I gotta see that guy fight again. I think he was talking about Conor Benn versus Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, he said that's.
My only thing is, did he sign his multi-year deal? So did he do did Conor just sign a five fight deal? Is that's $15 million a month?
Highly doubt it.
Well, you're not going to go from $15 million to $1 million.
Maybe that's like the bonus because he signed with Zuffa, so he's like, boom, here's a whole bunch of money right now, but then if you want to be with us, we'll give you this much afterwards.
But go through it. Think about how much more he gets paid than any fighter in the UFC. But yeah, even the champs. Because you're not, for one fight for $15 million, that's not a bonus. He fought that fight on Netflix. Let's say you cut that to, well, what, dude? Let's say it's $10 million. Okay. They say supposedly that's what Alex Poton's getting.
$10 million per fight, yeah.
You're talking about the guy who's about to be a fucking 3-division champ? Conor Benn, make it make fucking sense. You tell me this dude brings more eyeballs, he's more valuable than Volkanovski, Ilya, Islam. He's making more money than them. Tom Aspinall.
Do you think he's doubling down on the whole, like, the Eddie Hearn thing? Like, hey, this is what I'm doing for your boy. I'm paying him this much more, blah, blah. Because he has the funds through that Turkey Al-Sheikh, I'm sure, to do this.
Yeah, that's where boxing's at.
But just to show off even more. Even if he's not thinking that Conor Benn's like this incredible star.
But I think Eddie's like, okay, he overpaid for him. That's just bad business. Eddie Hearn has Anthony Joshua,
who seems to be very, very loyal, so.
But it's also, Conor Benn's good. He's good.
Yeah.
He's good. He's not fucking $15 million good. He's not, there's no way you're making your money off this guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Where's the fucking return? Again, I know it's a different sport, but the rest of them, it's like, what the fuck? This guy kind of hit on the nose. He goes, Dana doesn't know boxing that well because he believes Ben is one of the best today when he was only a UK domestic level star.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's weird to hit your wagon to Conor Benn. Again, solid, good fighter. I don't something. It's boxing. We don't know. It's boxing, so these guys can demand that sort of money. But again, when the face of your company is paying this basically mid-level star boxer, and you got champs who are making as much, nobody says anything.
I mean, the fighters are upset, obviously.
Which ones?
UFC fighters.
Yeah, I know. And what they do?
Of course,
nothing. The show goes on much. That's crazy, but I understand. It's like nobody's saying shit. Get in line. It is what it is. Good for Conor Benn, though. I'm not about him getting money. It's more of just a
brand new
UFC thing. Yeah.
So it was confirmed that Carlos Ulberg has an ACL injury, and it's going to take 9 to 12 months or something like that.
He's out for a hot second.
Yeah, and this is what Dana White says on his future.
What, you do at 205? I mean, it's going to be a while.
Yeah, so
fight again.
One of the good things about it is that he was at Power Slap last night, and I was talking to him, and he's going to stay in Vegas. So he got the surgery. He's going to start working at the PI. Apparently where he lives in Australia is in a remote part of the country, so there wasn't a lot around him. And what we used to find before we built the Performance Institute is we would get these guys surgery with great doctors, then they'd go back home and wouldn't do anything. They didn't do any, physical therapy and recovery. So now at the PI, that place has saved more fights and helped more athletes, pro prolong their careers, and we'll get him in there, see how fast he starts to recover, and we always figure it out.
I know Holocaust has been talking already about interim belts and whatnot. I assume you guys haven't really had that conversation yet.
We have not. Yeah. Me and Carlos is still getting set up here, but we will figure it out.
So there's possibility that they'll have to do an interim.
They might do an interim belt. They're not going to strip Carlos, but also the division's just a fucking shit show. Like, there's no problem, like, champ that they would want to, in the meantime, take away from Goldberg and designate. It's just the division of shit, so it's actually helped Carlo Goldberg out, not to get stripped. Yeah. But also, there's peptide like BC157. He did a bunch of shit.
All that stuff we didn't really know about till like recently too. Fairly recently.
I think it's illegal though, but
there's some that were like, I remember there were some that was okay. I forgot which ones, but yeah.
If you're injured, I think all that should be tossed aside. That's what he can do to get back, and then once he's back in the competition pool, then you start testing.
Connor was like the one that had some sort of loophole to do that. To get out and get back in, but I don't know. All right, so Sean Strickland heard this interview with Hamzat, and Hamzat said something like, "If we, something happened on the streets, and if he dies, he dies." Like, kind of threatening if something really did happen, he could die, right? So this is Sean Strickland's reaction to that interview. Hold on.
How did it start though?
This is what sucks about this thing. I have to refresh. Hold on. See if it starts.
It might start with him.
I really don't push my whereabouts. I'm gonna drop pages where I'm at. I just don't like to. But running for him, some stupid shit popped up in my video about Jemiah saying you try to fight me or kill me in the streets.
So yeah, the two go into
Dude, I was like 10 minutes from your gym. I was dropping tags and locations all day on my Instagram. Your homies that train with you follow me. They were seeing my story. You had to know where I was at. 10 minutes from your gym, bro. I was probably right down the street from you. Part of me thought you'd show up. But as we all know, with Costa, when he pulled your card, hold me back. But man, I'm like the last dude in America you should write it. But I guess if you don't show up, you don't show up. So you guys, I generally don't post my location.
I don't know. It's weird to post it with guns in the back. It's like, wait, what's happening?
He's trying to posture like,
I'm the last dude. Are you gonna shoot him? He builds the fight though. It'd be great if Hamzat showed up. Dude, I cannot wait for this fight, dude. That's such a good fucking fight. Like, it's on sight if they see each other.
That's why I love the fact that Dana was like, no, we're not putting them together on our pre-fight. They're not
have to do something, especially during the press conference. But it's just crazy, dude. This fight's so fucking good.
Yeah. So Hamzat also signed with RAF, and this is Dana White's reaction to it, which is not.
This is how you know, dude. Before he plays, I saw this thing. This is how you know Dana got paid and he's checked out. Buddy, if a jiu-jitsu league, boxing, kickboxing, when Dana, this is 15 years ago, when he's coming up, would try to poach any UFC names, he'd fucking put his knee on their throat, dude. There was not a chance. He would either just make him go out of business or he would just fucking take him. And they asked him, he goes, yeah, cool.
Wow. Was that? Yeah.
A couple hours ago, Real American Freestyle Wrestling announced that they had signed Hamzat Chimaev to a deal. I'm just wondering if you knew about that or if you have...
Who signed him to a deal?
RAF, the wrestling promotion.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Signed Chimaev to a deal.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that and just kind of RAF, what they've done over the past few months, and, they've been putting on a lot of events with UFC talent.
Yeah.
Just what do you make of that?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, Pimp?
Bro, that's how you... I saw that. Yeah, cool.
Yes, sir. What's good, son?
That compared to back in the day, don't want...
Absolutely. All right. So, did you create a Rumble account? All right. I'm gonna walk you through. I'm gonna hold your hand like you're a toddler, and we're gonna Watch you grow before our very eyes on my stream. Sound like a plan? Excellent. All right. So let me know when you've created the Rumble account, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Do you already have a YouTube channel? That's okay. It'll take 24 hours for you to be able to stream on YouTube. Yeah, so let's talk about that for a second. You want to be a serious streamer, right? Okay, what's your username? All right, is it that on TikTok? That's the thing. That's what I'm able to do. That's what Aiden Ross is able to do. Hey, go to Aiden Ross on Kick, on YouTube, on Instagram. We're all the same thing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. That's what you want for yourself. So, the first thing that I would do, even before making your Rumble account, is so do you have Just Pashi on Instagram? All right, well, take your time, check it out. Uh, Doug, that becomes such a pain in the ass. You've got to say you dude. It becomes such a pain in the ass. And then if you break your phone, you're fucked. You can't get into any of that shit. Um, okay, so here's the thing with that. Right now, nobody cares about you. No offense. Nobody wants to hack you. When you become bigger, yeah, then do all that shit. When you have 100,000 followers on something, or maybe before then, even just 1,000, okay, then do all that shit. But right now, you're gonna be authenticating your ass all fucking day if you do that. And every time you log in, I think it is because you're gonna like today alone, you're gonna create like 30 different social media accounts. And if you get into the two-factor authentication on all that shit, okay, that's cool. What happens when you drop your phone, you break your phone, you don't have access? Like basically when you get into that world, your entire career is in your hands. And I see how you are on a phone. You dropped your phone earlier today. Do you have a phone case? All right, you got to do that, man. I mean, we're get a selfie stick and a phone case. Those are two big things if you're going to do IRL streaming. They're really cheap and they're important. But that's not that big a deal. Literally everything I tell you, we're doing for free. So don't think that you're gonna have to buy a bunch of shit. Okay, so answer my question. Did you are you the same name on Instagram? Okay, that's all right. You want to commit to this, right? All right, then you're gonna have to change your name on some of these. Um, I don't know if you're what is your name on just what? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So just see if you can make your Instagram just Poshy right now. Okay, excellent. Do the same for TikTok. You're good. I do that shit all the time. Let's go is right. All right. So those are the two big, like probably two of the hardest ones to get. Um, so you should be good on everything else, especially because you're not just going with a common name. Your name isn't John Smith, and you're trying to get John Smith everywhere. You know that kind of stuff. All right. So now what you want to do is go to uh, Linktree, linkttree.com. Com. Yeah, there's that too. That's fine, but just linktree.com. Yeah, linktree.com is the main site. Yes, sir. And you're gonna get just Pashi on that. No. Scroll down. That it's like free for life or whatever. Excellent. And again, everything I tell you is free. So, um, we're gonna we're gonna build out your profiles. Do whatever you want to do. You can change that stuff. You may not have a YouTube. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you don't. If you haven't created a channel, then you don't. Okay, yeah, then you do. Then you go to edit channel and make it just Pashi. Are you able to change it to just Pashi? Tight. Okay, that's great. All right, so now you're starting to build your brand, and I'm gonna give you all the tools that you need to be successful. And by the end of today, like you're not gonna leave this call for a few hours. If you have to, you can, but I mean, you're gonna be like making accounts and making logos and all kinds of stuff. But and you're gonna be making your bio and stuff. But by the end of it, you're gonna be a force. You're gonna be a company. So be ready. And the name of your company is just Pashi. Exactly. Which is a really great name, by the way. It's connected to you, and it doesn't have numbers in it. There are no underscores. Uh, is it JUSTPOSHE or Y? Oh, perfect. Okay, great. So it is kind of just how it's spelled. There's nothing like IE or anything like that. Like it's pretty easy to pronounce. It's not easy to make fun of. The worst somebody's gonna say is just pussy. That's so what, whatever. Like you know what I mean? I'm looking on. Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at all the stuff that people are gonna use to make fun of you online and all that stuff, and you're pretty solid at that name. Okay. Did you create your link tree and make it / just Pashi? Yes, do that. Yep. Uh, you're all, oh yeah, okay, do that. What said what said please what said please try again later? Yeah, no big deal there. That's okay. Uh, it's the thing. It's the link that you put in your bio so that people are able to connect with you on all your social media. Yeah. So like, if somebody's like, Rabbi, where can I find your stuff? Like, keep in mind, I've been doing this live 24/7 for more than 4 years. Like, that's a huge amount of time. More content than any person's ever created on the internet in global history. Okay, so we're talking like giant amounts of data. Right. And I have a lot of accounts. I have more accounts than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual in global history. Should you keep your ex private? No, everything's going public, dog. You're a brand now. Now, have you tweeted anything in the past? No, just no, it happens. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. Just so long as it's clean now. Excellent. Okay. So you got your ex. Do Facebook. That's a big one. Yes, sir. Dog, I use it dozens of times. Dozens of times. Dude, I've been using AI since large language models were available to the public on camera. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched on November 30th, 2022. My stream covers all that. I've been 24/7 since 2021. So like I have the whole story of AI and its connection with humanity live on my archived on my stream. Well, it's becoming a need. That's right. All of them. I use Claude. I use ChatGPT. I use Gemini. I use they're all basically the same. But what I like to do is like I'll write blog posts and I will take one of them, like ChatGPT, I'll write the blog post. Then I'll take it and put it against Gemini and say, Gemini, make sure this is 10 out of 10 logical soundness, or evaluate this article for logical soundness out of 10. And it'll be like 9.8. And I'd be like, okay, how could this become better? And it'd be like, well, you could do this, and there's a weakness here, and perhaps there's a little bit of overstatement here. And I'm like, okay, make exactly. Exactly. So then I'll say make those changes. So then it'll make the changes. Then I'll take that new article and I'll send it back to ChatGPT and I'll say, hey, what do you think of these changes? And they'll be like, oh, that those are really good. Those are really good additions. Like, I'm glad that you provided me with that. And I'll be like, okay, evaluate this out of 10. And it'll be like, it's 9.9. I'm like, how can it be better? And it'll be like, well, looking at it now, with like new eyes or whatever, I think that you could make these changes to it. And I'm like, okay, make those changes. So then it'll be like, okay, we think it's a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Gemini. I say, Gemini, is this a 10 out of 10? It'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Copilot and it'll be like 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it to Perplexity and it'll be like 9.8 out of 10. I'll be like, Perplexity, how could this get any better? And they're like, well, there's an overgeneralization here. And I'll be like, okay, we'll fix it. Then it'll give me a 10 out of 10. Then I'll send it back to all of them. Not saying they all have to say it's a 10 out of 10 because that's not always possible. Sometimes they'll make little changes, or one of them will be like, to have this opinion can't be a 10 out of 10 for some reason. But I'll get them all in either 9.5 and above to 10, that any normie who's reading this on the internet is like, this is the best thing I've ever read. This person has all of the logic that I would want out of an essay, and then I'll publish it. So I use them against each other. Additionally, I'll make pictures with it. You're going to make pictures with it in not too long, like very soon, and for your logo. And I'll say, make my picture XYZ, and it'll make the picture for me. And I'll be like, okay, edit it this way, edit it this way. Maybe it's not editing it the way that I want. I'll take it and put it into one of the other ones and be like, edit it this way. And it'll be, okay, we edited it for you. What do you think? And then I'll get it to the point where I want it. Sure, dog. Well, you yeah, no, nobody's gonna watch you, especially if you're, especially if you are not, if like you just create your account and you don't have a biography and you don't have a logo, nobody's gonna take you seriously. Yo, your microphone dropped down a lot. What happened? Yep. Okay. That's a good thing. They them. The reason why is it's just easier. If you refer to people as they, them, as opposed to he, she, you don't have to think about it, and you'll always be right. Unless you get somebody who's like, you have to call me Z, Zay, or something like really weird, which like that never happens. Like nobody's gonna correct you. Like if you call someone who's transgender they, them, they will appreciate it. 100%, as opposed to misgendering them. 100%. You don't want to make somebody feel badly. So another thing you can learn is just call people by their name. So, like, let's say somebody's in your chat and they're like, um, "Yo, go check out the UFC fight," and you can be like, "This person's username is, let's say, Sammy 1 2 3 4." You don't know if Sammy's a boy or a girl, and you'll just be like, "Sammy 1 2 3 4 wants me to watch the UFC. Should I watch the UFC? Should we do what Sammy says?" And they'll be like, "Yeah," as opposed to saying, "Should we do what he says or she says?" I don't really know who it is because you can't see them or anything, and you don't know what they. You know, I would say, um, not so much a voice. You're keeping things very neutral. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand what you're saying because you're thinking because of my example. I'm saying like let's say you have someone in your chat whose name is Sammy 1 2 3 4. You don't know if Sammy is a boy or a girl, right? Exactly. So you can either say whenever you refer to them, Sammy 1 2 3 4 wants us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship or whatever. Or you can say they want us to watch the Super Bowl or the NBA championship. If you just say they, them, you're never going to offend them. The server tag agents play. That's fine. I mean, just use whatever you want. That right. Well, I mean, you're going to have your own. No, no, you don't have to disassociate it because that costs money. You have to boost your server and stuff. You're not going to get that right away. So, um, you can keep it for right now. Again, everything I tell you is free. And then if you have some money that you want to spend on some cooler shit, we can get into all that. But for right now, don't worry about it. Exactly. Exactly. No, you're good. That's correct. Yeah, so we're gonna do that in a second. Are you ready to write your bio? Yeah. Did you change your Facebook yet? That's okay. Yeah, it's gonna be for the time being. Yeah, that's fine. But uh, yeah, the username is different than your name, your first name and your last name. So you want to make the username just Pashti or whatever. Okay, so then you just ask ChatGPT to tell you that shit. Yeah, dude, but it stops in 5 days. No, no, they're stopping it. Word dog, and it was amazing. I used it all the time. Right, same here. But they said it was too expensive, so they no longer. Uh, I mean, they just said it costs like $15 million a day, which was just too expensive. They're just gonna go dormant. Down the company, like going to be worth trillions of dollars. It's going to be one of the biggest companies. It's already a giant company. But that project, Sora, was started by ChatGPT, and it's too expensive for them to run. That's what I'm here for, big dog. Yeah. So just you don't have to sign up to ChatGPT. You can just ask it a question without signing up. And the question you want to ask is, how do I change my username in Facebook? You're welcome. Oh, is that how I? Now I was streaming before AI was a thing. Yeah. ROTHSCHILD.com. It made shit a lot harder because you had to like hand type everything and like hashtags and all that shit and biographies. Like when I write something now, I can write it so much faster, and I can make it in different languages and all kinds of things, like the push of a button. It makes me like 1,000 times more. I don't want to say 1,000, but like 10 times more efficient, I would say. You can ask a question. Absolutely. Yeah. That's what we're doing right now, man. We're going to make you a nice logo, a nice biography. Everything's going to be linked. You're going to create a bunch of different social media accounts. You're going to connect them all. By the end of the day, you're going to have a huge footprint, and then that's going to start getting crawled by Google. And in like a week, when you Google Just Pashi, you're going to be the top 10 results. Yeah, you want to do all that stuff. Here, I'll send you the list. I recommend getting the top 30, and here's why. As you get bigger, you'll get some punk who just steals your name, and you'll be like, darn it, I should have gotten that name when I could. And then you have to pay them to be able to get your name. It's known as username squatting. So you want to avoid all that. Do you have justpashi@gmail.com? Yeah, that sucks. What about just Pashi? No, just try to get a new one with just Pashi. You probably can't, but just try. Just create a new Gmail account and try to get just Pashi. If you can't, then don't worry about it. And then don't create a new one. You can do for business. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. the United States. I'm based. I'm based out of Irvine, California. What about you, big dog? Baller. All right, don't worry about it. Go check your Discord messages, and I sent you the list that you need to go through. Yes, sir. And yeah, um, connect all your shit to Linktree, and then also I'm gonna send you. Like I've helped. Oh man, probably at this. Uh, I mean that it's no big deal. You've got use Posh for right now. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send you somebody else who I helped, and I'll send you a couple of them. Um, it's whatever you want, but uh, take a look at it. You're gonna want to make um, you're gonna want to make your logo look something like yeah. So look at what I sent you. Now these are just some like random people who I mean yeah exactly. But you want it to be at the top just Pashi, and then at the bottom your link tree. Right now you're just a random Discord. Like honestly, I'll tell you this 100%. I did not give a flying fuck about you, even though you were really nice. Like I mean this like kind of heartedly because you just had that random Discord uh, emoji or whatever avatar. And if you're like you judge me by my avatar, dude, I get so many different uh, message requests a day that all the people who are bots or have brand new accounts have what you have, just that random uh, green Discord guy. So what you're going to do is you want to create something that's you, and then it'll make people pay attention to you. Like, oh, this person gives a shit about their account. It's not just the default thing that everybody uses. Does that make sense? Excellent. Now for just Pashi, do you see the one that I have? Like it says giant judge or whatever. For yours, I would probably make it a capital J in just, and then a capital P in Pashi, and no space, so that when a person reads it, they read it as just Pashi, not just Pushy or whatever. They don't think it's one word. No, it's pretty easy to. No, it's actually really easy. Just, but if it's all one word in lowercase, then they're gonna have difficulty with it. If it's capital J, UST, and then capital P, OSHI, they'll recognize that it's two words together. Does that make sense? Exactly. So what you want to do, and you can do this now, is go to ChatGPT. You want to log in. You have to. This is a feature that you need to log in for which you need to log in. Uh, you want everything to be just pop. Exactly. People need to be able to find you in order to follow you. Let me put it to you this way. If you created these accounts right now and didn't touch them in 10 years, you will have 1,000 followers on every single one of them. Just randomly, people will follow you. If you don't have the accounts created in 10 years, you will have zero. Exactly. We're, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. What's good? Yeah. Right, I got you. No, you don't want to do that. That's fine, but okay, what you want to do now? What? No, it doesn't overwhelm people. No, that's what you want. You want to overwhelm people. You don't have a social media footprint right now. You want all your shit in Linktree so that if somebody's using, I don't know, they like to use Snapchat and they know you're on Snapchat, they're going to connect with you there. If they like, you have to go to where the people are. You can't force the people to go to where you are. Okay, moreover, if you meet with somebody, like I met with somebody the other day, we did a podcast together last week. They're in England and they're like, hey, um, will you follow me if I follow you? Absolutely. After we did the podcast. And guess what? I didn't have to be like, oh, well, I don't have one of those accounts. I had every account. They were able to connect with me on everything. You got to think of it like this. If you don't have the account, nobody can follow you. If you have the account, people will follow you. They'll organically look you up. All right, so here's what you want to do though. Okay, so you know how I sent you two examples of um pictures or logos or whatever? Do you have a picture? Word. Okay, do you have a picture that you like of yourself that you don't mind sharing with the world? Okay, great. So here's what you want to do. You want to take that picture of yourself that you like, and you want to take that example that I gave of Giant Judge, and you want to say, please replace the person in the middle with my picture, and at the top make it just Poshy, and at the bottom make it Linktree just Poshy. And you want to make sure that you don't have everything all capitalized. It should be capital J, small U, small S, small T, capital P, O, small S, small H, small I. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then at the bottom, you want the same thing. Capital L for Linktree, linktr.com / and then capital J, small U, small S, small T, and then capital P, and then small O, small S, small H, small I. So that it reads at the top, just Poshy to anyone, and the same at the bottom. We didn't need to do that with Giant Judge because they have they use an underscore, so it's pretty clear anyway. But with you, you don't. So we need to make sure that's clear to people. And then what's your color scheme? What colors do you want your stream to be? Okay. Do whatever, do whatever you want to do. I would say for yours, the do whatever you want to do. Uh that works because it's the Russian flag. It also works for the United States flag. It's a cool blending of who you are, and it shows patriotism in the United States. So, uh, how would I do it? You're gonna want to tell Chat GPT make the ring red, the text white, and the yeah, I would say make the ring red, the text white, put a black border around the text. So I said make a red, the ring is red, the text is white, black border around the text, and then I would say the inside of the circle should be blue, and then your face in front of it is going to be whatever that looks like. So red ring, white text, black outline of the text, and then a blue center circle with your face in the middle. Does that make sense? Excellent. Now it's not going to get it right exactly generally on the first try, but it'll be on its way. So so do you see how Giant Judge Yeah, exactly. Giant Judge's face is on white. Yours is going to be on blue. Now, blue might be a difficult color because it's depending on the picture that you use, it may work perfectly. We may have to make some changes to it, but let's try that. That gives you your red, white, and blue. And when you've got a version that you like, send it to me. You can send it to me on Discord, and then we'll get something that you're with which you're comfortable. All right. Well, I'm here if you need me. I'm going to continue watching this podcast.
So, all right, it's right, it's pure, it's from a good place. Collegiate wrestlers and Olympic level wrestlers and, you know, guys with high caliber wrestling pedigrees have a place they can go on a major platform, you know, on Fox News, whatever, the Fox app, but it's getting a ton of clicks and they're being compensated heavily. These guys are making six figures. The worst possible thing that could happen is TKO, Dana go, that is getting big. It's actually doing better than Slap Fight or whatever bullshit we're doing, the Zuffa boxing. It is. It's beating both of those. We're going to absorb this. We're going to take it. Because then what happens is then the suits get involved. Name a company, name a band, when they go mainstream, they get better. Name a company, when they go corporate, it gets better. No, it's about the bottom dollar. It's about the shareholders. Look at the UFC now. It's been great lately, but just compared to 10 years ago, it's a shell of what it used to be. That's making more money than ever, but as a fan, do you care? Yeah. You don't give a fuck. You want the fights, the exciting stuff. You want passion. You want somebody steering the ship who wants this as bad as you do. The worst thing that could possibly happen to Arya for the future of wrestling is they get bought out by TKO. Which, if at the rate they're going, it's probably going to happen, kids. Because what happens is then the suits go, cool, thank you, we'll take it from here. How much are you giving these guys? Oh, no, that's not happening. We're going to do a flat fee across the board. We're going to do this. And then the compensation and the elite wrestlers don't have a place to go yet. Oh, wait, you guys have sponsors and stuff? No, not anymore. You're going to wear this singlet. We're going to do these matchups. It'd be a disaster. Because right now, for the most part, like some of the matchmakers, like Mick Maynard, Ozzy Shelby, they know fighting. They're passionate about fighting. But then you look at some of the matchups, some of the cards, it's like those are the suits doing that. It's just the bottom dollar. Right now, you have people who are passionate about American wrestling, collegiate wrestling, freestyle wrestling, folk wrestling, who want to make this an avenue for wrestling. And it's fantastic they finally have one. Do not sell out. Do not sell out to the UFC. Do not. You can bring on sponsors, big sponsors. I'm sure they're doing this. You can bring on big sponsors to support it, and presenting sponsors, and this and this and this. Do not sell out and go corporate. It's going to ruin that entire thing, especially this early. Yeah. But as a business owner, you get it, right? The guys who created, like, man, think about it. Man, we're doing this, this, and this. And then TKO comes along like, hey, here's, I don't know, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million to buy your company. You're like, dude, we started this thing with nothing. So you get why they do it. But if you're a purist, if you're for the love of the game, and I'm sure they're being compensated, they're getting paid good, but you're fucking over wrestling. And those guys will have nowhere to go, and they finally have a spot. So please don't sell out. Please don't sell out.
Yeah. At least for now, that guy Izzy, that you know, the coach Izzy from whatever, was it Jackson's?
Izzy Flow Wrestling.
Yeah.
He was at Jackson's. He's from his Izzy School of Wrestling in Chicago, I think.
So he's the one of the founders of RAF. And even he knows that Armin's tacking it, whatever he's doing, goes viral. He goes, I don't like it. He still goes, I still don't like it. That's not something I don't care if it goes viral.
No, wrestling is not. Yeah, that's not.
So it's good that he's still there. So it looks like he's going to be staying.
Yeah, there's really only like hockey too, but hockey, baseball especially, and wrestling are like there's a code of conduct, of behavior. Where they don't get down that flashy bullshit. Every other sport is fucked.
All right, so speaking of Brett Jackson, what do you think of this? Everything Josh Hogan says, I take with a grain of salt now, but so this is what he wrote. So the first part seems real, but the second part obviously is joking. But it says, you see it?
He was my coach, Greg Jackson, will not be coaching me on the White House fight for personal reasons. So that sounds like it's Greg Jackson's issue with the White House, which...
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
But I don't know. But I have no clue. I don't know where Greg's at on the political scene, nor do I give a fuck. But when I read this, my coach Greg Jackson will not be coaching me on the White House fight for personal reasons. It's a Sunday card, so you don't have any other fighters. Personal reasons would be maybe he doesn't agree with it, which, dude, that's such an issue. I don't know what his issue is. And also, it's Josh Hogan, so who knows what's going on there. He goes, I don't have a coach now. Will the ring girls corner me? Please tag them for me. With Hogan, I just don't know what's real. Greg's probably not going to say anything. I don't know. Here's the thing with the White House stuff, too. Just my whole thing on all this, whether you're left, right, in the middle, whatever you are, let's swap, put the shoe on the other foot. And let's say this is, whatever, when Biden was in office, or even before that, which was Trump again. But you know what I'm saying? So just any time there's a president in office, it's controversial. It just so happens that the guy who more than half the public voted for happens to be friends with Dana White. So he's using that relationship to put this special event on for the fans. You can make it political. Oh, the UFC is a right-wing organization. Or he just happens to be boys with this guy. And if he wasn't, there's no UFC White House card event. So paint this politically however you want. Take your hatred for Trump out of it. Take your hatred for Dana out you want out of it. The fact that there's a fucking octagon on the lawn at the White House is unbelievable. Yeah, but Trump, we shouldn't be in this war. I hear all that. No, take all that out. Yeah, but what he did with ICE, I hear you. All that. Fuck all this noise. The fact that the UFC in 2026 is hosting a steel cage at the lawn of the White House is unfathomable. It is mind-blowing. It is a win across the board. Any other, the NFL does this, it would be insane. NHL, MLB, insane, dude. But because Trump has ties to Dana, and obviously, Trump's controversial, it becomes this, oh, you're telling me this isn't just propaganda for the right wing? No, dumbass. If Biden was in office, who I don't agree with, who I don't like, I don't give a fuck who's there. The fact, if you're a fan of mixed martial arts, and you can't get over your hatred for the political party who's in control at the White House right now, and just put all that to the side and cut through all the bullshit and realize that your favorite sport that we've all come up with, we've all grown up with, if you're hardcore, we've all grown up with. Remember it was a big deal when they were on Spike? Remember it was a big deal when Forrest Griffin and Stephen Bauer were trading blows and the casuals were calling each other saying, you gotta watch this, oh my God, you gotta watch this. Remember it was a big deal when they were on Fox and there's Junior Dos Santos knocking out Cain Velasquez? Remember how big? We all felt so much pride in that. Do you remember when they signed the ESPN deal and we're on the sports ticker? And you got Stuart Scott breaking down fucking UFC. Do you remember some of this stuff? And because political stuff, so political, and I get all that, but if you're an actual fan, the fact that Dana White has taken this organization and he's put an octagon at the fucking White House. If you can't drop your hatred for whatever hate you have for the president, the right, whatever it is, and realize that this will never happen again in our lifetime, and just appreciate it for what it is. Yeah, but it's just propping Trump up and it's the agenda. Shut up. They have other means to do all that bullshit. But your sport that you grew up on, that you've been with the whole time. You're letting fucking politics get in the way of what's actually happened. You have a great fucking card. An insane card. Yeah, and I hear you. I criticize him for saying it's the greatest all time. It's the greatest card I've ever seen. No, it's pretty fucking good for the current roster, man. It's pretty freaking tasty. It's pretty tasty. It's a better card than MVP Netflix. Get real. It's more relevant. It's not even close. And now we were told something else. All good. They still delivered a fucking steel cake. You know what insane this is? Do you remember when the politicians used to call it cockfighting and it was illegal? Remember when they had to fight on Indian reservations? Do y'all forget where we came from? And now it's on CBS at the White House. If you can't put your political bias to the side and just celebrate this as far as a sport. I know, the right's doing this, the left's doing it. Ugh. Cut all that out. The sport that you know and love is having a once in a fucking lifetime event at the White House. It will never happen again. Stop the bullshit. This is like the people that don't talk to the parents because they voted for the left or the right. What? You're letting that stuff get in the way of your relationship with your friends and family? What are you doing? They've won. You've been compromised. So these people who are in my space, whether MMA analysts, whatever, who are all anti-UFC, anti-Trump, oh, this is a far-way propaganda. Oh, you've lost your way, mama. You've lost your way. Remember when you guys were fighting for the UFC to be mainstream? Remember when you're fighting, not getting views on your website, not getting views on your podcasts or your shows, and they're getting canceled left and right? Remember when you were fighting for this to be mainstream? And now they've pulled off a fucking event at the White House, the most famous house of all time. It will never be done again. And y'all want to hate on it. You don't want to appreciate that. Because you don't like that Trump's doing this or that. What president do you agree with 100%? Which one? I'd love to hear it. But you're letting all that get in the way of what they have accomplished. Do I have my issues with the UFC? Yeah. I have my issues with the MLB. I have my issues with the NBA, NFL. Yeah, sure. But I don't not watch it. I'm not that big of a pussy where I get offended when the UFC puts stop racism and they're taking knees and doing all this woke shit. Okay. When Disney's putting out this woke weird shit, which I don't agree with, I don't care. I don't not go to Disney. It's not going to affect my life. It's not that. What? It's crazy. It's crazy to me. People are letting their political polarization take away from what is going on. Can you criticize the cabinet and what Trump's doing? Absolutely. But you got to realize where the UFC's come from. And dude, it's mind-blowing. If I would have told you 20 years ago, if I would have told you in 1993, hey man, this thing's gonna get so big, they're gonna do this quote-unquote cockfighting at the White House. You're like, oh dude, you're smoking crack. And y'all want to hate on it. Y'all want to criticize it because you don't agree that Trump's buddies, he's doing data a favor. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Your sport that you love, that you make money off of, criticizing or celebrating every fucking week, is putting an event on at the goddamn White House. Shut the fuck up. The buck stops there. Yeah, but Trump, I'm not talking about all that. All I'm saying is the sport you love is holding an event at the motherfucking White House lawn on a Sunday. How about dim apples? Yeah, but his rules on international... Shut the fuck up. I'm not even getting into all that. But on Sunday, June 14th, but it's the president's birthday. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It could be anybody's birthday. I don't give a fuck. They're just doing it because his birthday. Cool. If that gets it done, fucking do it. Your sport that you've been fighting for how long, fellas? How long? How long? Mainstream, bitch, we're at the White House. Fuck your couch. We're at the White House. And if you can't put your political bias to the side, I can. I can easily. If Kamala was president, if this is during the Biden term, the Obama term, I don't give a fuck who's at the head of the table, whose birthday it is, why they're doing it. All I know is the sport I fucking love has an event at the White House on a Sunday. We're going Sizzler. Yeah, but they're just propping themselves up for 2028. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, man. Shut up. Is that a chant? That's it, dude. Let's go to some fan questions. Let's go to some fan questions. I didn't realize that little... Yeah, it's one thing sparks the fire, Chin, and then I'm on a rant, buddy.
Now I know.
That's what I do, dude. You got a fight night this weekend. We'll get into it on Thursday's show. Aljo has a tough one against the Moroccan Devil. My God, it's a tough fight for Aljo. These older heads, they're trying to kill off, dude. I'm a huge Aljo fan. Buchecha, my God, that was my dude. You got Adolfo and Buchecha on the same card. Ooh, heavy jiu-jitsu royalty on there. We'll get into this card on Thursday. But let's get to some fan questions. All right, let's get to these fan questions. Chin. And for you guys, on Mondays, you can DM me the questions. I see them on there. I post Mondays and usually typically Wednesdays or Thursdays for the fan questions. The best way to get your fan questions answered is in the YouTube comment section. So submit them there. Chin and Nick see them. And when you put a fan question, it makes it super easy on us. So love you guys. Let's get to it for Monday's episode. This is Devin33. Who is the most slept-on performance trainer, MMA trainer that you'd like to see get more credit? You know, the who's who like Jackson's, people like John Wood out there in Vegas. But I'd like to hear thoughts on some of the low-key guys. Dwayne Ludwig, yeah. Ricky Lundell, yeah. Easton BJJ and Deborah, yep. Everyone knows them. Or even go old school and talk about Pat Military. Everyone knows him, though, too, big dog. Who's the most slept on? Thanks for all you do, Dad Gang. Yes, sir. Man, I would say the one who didn't become like the household name was Mark Henry, who was Frankie Edgar's a lot of guys trainer. His name, and not to be confused with the WWE giant black guy. Mark Henry is based out of New Jersey. He had a pizza joint. He helped me game plan for the Crow Cop fight. He was Chris Weidman, Frankie Edgar, a lot of boys, a lot of guys. He's amazing. Sabit's guy. Oh, he wasn't Chris Weidman. He was Sabit, Barboza, a lot of the badasses. Mark Henry. My answer is Mark Henry for 5,000, please. This guy just says Ryan, but it's _Ryan _07_. What's up, homie? You just say Ryan for my username. I know, dude. I like to give it to you. We've been really critical of UFC recently, but now they're starting to pick up some steam. Yeah, with Seattle, UFC 327. Yeah, fight nights this week have been tough, and next week before, tough. But you know, it is what it is. Do you think they're officially back? Miami card was sensational. UFC 328 is amazing. Then the White House card is great. Then International Fight Week, which we already know will have Gable and most likely Connor. Does the staff at UFC get to drink their coffee now? Because I say coffee's for closers. Yeah, they can have a couple cups. You know, they have a couple cups. I don't know if all of them can, but they have a couple cups. Especially after Seattle, UFC 327. This week's, the main event with the Moroccan Devil and Aljo. It's all right card. The following week, you got JDM, Prates, which is a fantastic. And Hamzat. To your point, the summer. So, Yeah, they're back,
There you
but
go,
they're
big man.
back in regards to 2026. Number of events are
Absolutely.
getting
My
better.
pleasure.
Some of the fight nights in select cities are better, but you still got your Apex, because they have to fulfill so many cards. So they're back in regards to 2026. I'll give you that. It's a good time to be a UFC fan. C Diggin, CDIGGAN. How do you think Hamza will do against Kyle Snyder and RAF? I think you'll be surprised. I've seen him go against big-time wrestlers, All-Americans, national champions, and he absolutely mollywops them. Kyle Snyder's a different animal, but so is Hamza. I think we'll be surprised at the results we get. Not saying he ragdolls him, but he'll do very well. Dagrel Dad HK808. That's DAGRL Dad HK808. Michael Logan's his full name. Have you seen the King of the Streets on Instagram? Is it real or am I getting duped like Cal into AI? Also, show it to Joe Rogan. It's everything he wanted in fighting. After watching it, it's cool, but it's not as appealing as cage fighting. Your thoughts? I've never seen it.
Can I look it up real quick? Or
Yeah, King of the Streets.
no rules, no limit.
Just no limit, no rules. Are they in a prison?
So funny.
Oh, shit. Oh. Is it like gang versus gang?
Just 2 on one side, 2 on the other side?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess 2 on 2. Let me see another one. Kind of into it. It looks a little AI, right?
Yeah.
Or there's
I wonder if
great
it's
photographers.
Is this real? Oh, so that's fake, but it's just a show, maybe.
It's fake, right?
It has to be, yeah, scripted. I've seen this one.
2 versus 2.
That was real.
But I think their problem is they're messing with AI too much, but it's also real, so you think it's all fake. But you gotta be careful with the AI.
Yeah, that's just a trailer or something.
It looks like the movie Lionheart, and I'm all for it.
I wish you could just fast forward, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this is straight up Fight Club shit.
Wait, if it's all these guys or no?
No, that's what I won there. Oh, that guy who was doing all that just won. Yeah, there's some rough dudes. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, if it's real, then that's pretty dope.
I think some of it's AI and some of it's real. That's cool. Thanks, man, for introducing me to that. I'll definitely follow that page. That's intense.
Give me a sec.
Hitachi_Uchata. Hector Jose. Do you think more MMA guys are going to fight for any other league because they're getting paid more money, or do you think it's better to fight in the UFC for less money? The thing with other leagues is, I assume you're regarding like a Netflix MVP thing. You gotta be such a big name, and they're not building names over there, right? So you gotta build your name somewhere. So you gotta go through the grind of the UFC, but have success and become the fan favorite in order to get the big boy money from Netflix MVP. So it's a weird route to go. But you got like KSW, you got Cage Warriors, LFA. You can do some work there. Like KSW has their heavyweight champ hasn't lost in freaking forever. What's that cat's name? He used to be in the UFC. Type in KSW.
Oh, Philip DeFries, I think.
Yeah, Philip DeFries. He hasn't lost in how long? Like, that's the toughest fight for Francis Ngannou. As far as guys outside the UFC, that's by far.
Yeah.
Look at his record, dude. And he trains with Tom Aspinall. Like, he's a problem. A lot of years ago, he was in the UFC. He is a different animal now. Look at his record. Shit. He hasn't lost. And go down. His last loss was in 2017. Hasn't lost in almost 10 years. Fighting tough guys. Saki, 16. Todd Duffy, he's just this. If I'm KSW, I would. He's defending his belt. Go down, Jen. He is a. Holy shit. He is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Keep going. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Keep going. 13, 14, 15 time defending champion, heavyweight champion. I don't give a fuck what league you're in. 14, 15 time heavyweight
crazy,
champion?
I didn't know he had that much.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? For whatever reason, I get a lot of pop here. Dude, you're telling me he wouldn't be a tough matchup for Francis? In KSW, I'm sure, we got him on a contract, but just going to build our brand. We got the number 1 heavyweight in the world. KSW, 15-time defending champion versus Francis Ngannou on Netflix. Just builds KSW. Yep, I don't know why they wouldn't. Yeah, he's a problem, Bubba. It's huge problem for Francis. By far, Francis' toughest fight outside the UFC. By far. Bar none. Philip DeVries. Look him up. Daddy Rambos. Should Laura Sanko stop wearing suits? She's too sexy for that bullshit. I don't mind the suit. I still think it looks good. It still looks sexy. She pulls it off. Now, if she had a warlock face, we're talking about a different thing. But she's pretty all the way around. She looks dope. Don't stop wearing that suit. Makes her different. Big Doc 01. Fan question from Monday's podcast. With MMA being a melting pot of all versions of fighting, making a true test of skill, if you were to get the current world champion from individual disciplines, boxing, wrestling, BJJ, have them fighting their style against each other like UFC 1, which discipline would ultimately be crowned the champion? Fighters all the same weight class. Just had my 3rd child on Friday. Keep up the dad chats, being realness to the podcast. Set you apart. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to your kiddos. If this is back in 1993, it's all disciplines. Wrestling would dominate. Boxing would do the worst. BJJ wouldn't do very well either. Wrestling, a high-level wrestler, and the rest of them know nothing, just their specialty. Wrestling dominates. That's why it dominates even today with all the sports, with all the different, kickboxing, boxing, karate, jiu-jitsu. Wrestling dominates all of it. Gotta have a wrestling foundation to be a champ. Scotty HD.
Is it that one? No.
Fan question. Brock Lesnar just retired from WWE. Did he?
Yeah.
What are the chances we see a Beast versus Brendan? You're saying Brock Lesnar versus Brendan comeback fight in 2027? After both of you stop melting the urine testing cups, of course. Dude, I'm not on some crazy stuff. I know I look big right now. I'm nowhere near what Brock or these guys. Nowhere near. I'm on test, and then I'll take Tessa Moreland. I'm on a lot of creatine. Hand to God, all my kids, I'm not on a bunch of crazy shit. Not at all. I don't see Brock fighting me in MMA. No, that ship has sailed, but I'd be down.
You would be down, though.
I'd be down for Brock, yes. Wendy Beth Zott. Do you think RAF will have longevity? What are your thoughts about changing to a tournament style? Tournament style wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Especially wrestling, if you're a wrestler, you came up wrestling, or you understand wrestling, it's usually tournament format. To become All-American, you got to place in the top 8, so I think it would be great, and it would help people understand wrestling more. But I think you do a tournament, but also have the super matches. As far as longevity, yes, if they keep doing what they're doing, as long as they have the funding to keep paying these guys. What you don't want to have happen, like you alluded to earlier in the show, is you don't want them to sell out to TKO. Because that will make it corporate and sooty, and then it's a nightmare.
Do they do tournaments on the same day for wrestling?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
And wouldn't you be so tired, though? I feel like...
Yeah, that's wrestling. Yeah, sometimes you got 3-4 matches in a day.
Damn.
Big Buckeye 24.
All right.
for the newly renamed Big Brown Breakdown. We have everything. I got the graphics today. We got the theme song. We got everything. We're relocating studios. So we're in the same building. We're just going up a floor. It's a much better setup for us. When we moved here, we moved in pretty fast. We didn't look around. That's why my house, the studio, we're changing everything. Just we know the lay of the land now. The new studio is so dope. Much better setup. What'd you say, Jim?
100%.
Yeah, I love it. All right, so this is Ilya Topuria fast track to be the absolute GOAT. Submits Bryce Mitchell, Jiu-Jitsu stud, beats Emmett, KO's Volk, KO's Holloway, KO's Charles. Other than him taking a couple hard shots, he literally has no weaknesses. Yeah, not that we've seen yet. Is it too early to say right now in this moment, in his prime? He's the best fighter we've ever seen. I think it's reasonable given his resume. No, he still has work to do. Let's see how he does against Armin. That's a big one. That's kind of the one hanging over his head right now. Everyone will see him versus Armin. I think it's his most toughest fight to date. I think he'll get it done against Gaethje, even though, I'm rooting for my boy Gaethje, but it's a tough one for him. And then I think what would really submit him as the greatest of all time is to beat Islam. So he has some work to do. I can allude to it, but he still has work to do.
But yeah, freaking Islam, done. I think he's like,
if he beat Islam, there's no debate. But even if he never fought Islam, but he beat Armin, it's up there, man.
Yeah.
Cooterlicious. Bro, can you bring back Food Truck Diaries? Pretty pleased with Rink's giant nuts on top. Yeah, we get this all the time. With Food Truck, with the guests and all that, then I'm out with Showtime. It's a lot, man. And I'm already, this show comes out 3 times a week now. I finally get twice a week. I get Golden Hour. I feel like I'm overdoing it on the content. Less is more in a certain aspect. So if I got more time, I would do it. If something gave, if for whatever reason I stopped doing Golden Hour for a kid, then maybe I'd consider some of that stuff. But between that, I got my TV show right now. I got other stuff. So never say never, but it'd be tough right now. But look, there's a lot of food trucks in Austin. I'll give you that.
There'll be some one-offs every now and then.
Yeah.
See.
Cruz_OC. Do you think people, including yourself, put too much stock in Tom Aspinall? You often bring up strength of schedule, but his doesn't seem as tough or comparable to John Jones in a different time period, buddy. He can't control that, especially when it comes to facing fighters in the prime. Yeah. Also, you think Aspinall will be able to beat the prime DCs, Stipe's, Cain Velasquez-ish? I don't know. I just feel like Aspinall hasn't fully proven himself yet, especially with how diluted the heavyweight division seems right now. Yeah, he's the king of the kind of the bullshit heavyweight division. Again, if he was born at a certain time period, it's not his fault. But on paper, and then also when you see him compete inside that octagon, his movement and his technique and his athletic abilities, that's why we're so high on Tom. But unfortunately, he hasn't had a chance to prove that. So we'll see. We'll see how he does against certain guys in the Cyril Gane rematch. But even if he beats Cyril Gane Poatan, compared to like real heavyweights back in the day, that's not going to do it. If you were to take out like Francis, maybe that would help. His issue is he's just fighting at a terrible time to be a heavyweight. There's not the DCs, there's not the John Jones, there's not the Barnetts and the Orlovskis in the prime, and the Frank Mayers and the Verdums and the Canes and the Stipe and JDF. Like the list goes, the Travis Browns, the list goes on and on. And it's not his fault. So. But on paper, and in person, seeing his athletic ability and the way he fights, he poses a lot of problems, man. But unfortunately, he can't prove it forever. Dame_624. Do you think Dana adding the Lewis Hogan fight late notice validates what you have been saying about Dana not really being interested in the UFC anymore? I've seen Dana on multiple platforms saying he has had multiple meetings with Trump and his team about the card specifically. Also seems like Trump hasn't seen the card until recently. Agreed, Trump has no clue. I think Trump would have asked about Derek not being on the card almost immediately. Agreed. Maybe I'm reading in too much. The whole situation seems weird. Dana knows Trump's favorite fighter is Derek Lewis. Lewis should have been the first call about the White House. From the way Dana told the story, sounds like Derek was never called until that night. Again, could be wrong. No, I agree. Dana is just not that involved. But he's alluded to it. I'm not outing him or even criticizing him. I don't blame him. He made all the money, got the UFC to fight at the White House. But the night, Trump's at UFC 327, he's like, hold on, where's Derek Lewis? Let you know, they really haven't got over that card. Nor does Trump know the fighters on that card, really. Yeah, it's all good. They made it happen. At Chase Fuller, the Chase Fuller. Patty is saying International Fight Week. Conor has alluded to International Fight Week. Could it be? Again, I'm all for it, and I talked about it on the show. I broke it down, but I'm all for it. It makes all the sense. I've always said Patty's going to fight Conor. I didn't think it'd come to this extent, but I just don't know what you do because Conor's not going to fight at 55. If he's at 55, no-brainer. This is the fight they're going to make. But if Patty beats him, he goes to 170, then he has come down. What's it really do for Patty's career besides give him a whole new high level of fame, beating the unicorn and Conor McGregor? But at 55 and in the rankings, what's it do? But again, we're in the UFC 2026, so it doesn't really matter. I do think you get Patty versus Conor. I think they're waiting to announce it once more White House news comes out, and they don't want to steal the spotlight from that because that's bigger than any fight on the White House card. Okay. Nolan Khan. So this guy's a big fan. Number one fan question. I may be one of your biggest fans straight up. Appreciate you, brother, from the old days when you guys were on Fox to now when you're out here taking over the game. Yeah, we're trying. I don't know you personally, but I'm proud of you. Thanks, brother. Also big fan of the recent crew, the OGs, obviously, with Chan, Callan, the OG Nick. But the new Nick is great, too. I love hearing his input on PEDs and wrestling. He says, okay, enough glazing. If you, B-Shop, were an MLB athlete, what position do you think you'd play? You're right. Pitcher or first base. Yep. But I'm curious if you'd ever consider that as your boys play ball. I grew up playing ball, but boxing was in my blood, so I ended up being my main pursuit. I was always wondering what fighters would be the best at certain positions. For example, I think Izzy would be a good pitcher, same as Poton. But I think guys like DC would be a good catcher. That's because he's thick. Can you make any comparisons of fighting playing specific positions in baseball? Yeah, I think fighting in baseball are very specific talents, and it takes a lot of work. So just because someone's a good athlete isn't going to make him a good fighter or isn't going to make him a good baseball player, and you're not going to go very far just based off having a fast 40 or a crazy vertical. Like, it takes specific techniques and it takes a lot of time and discipline to execute them. So, like, for back to Muncie, for instance, what other professional sport could Max Muncie play? With his height, his weight, right? He's a little chubby. Football? Not a chance. Basketball? Not happening. Soccer? Not happening. Track? Not happening. But he has this specific skill set, his hand-eye coordination, and his glove work, and the 1,010,000 hours he's put in to hone his craft makes him a very special baseball player. He's one of my favorites. He ain't playing anywhere else. He's just not. Then you get some guys like Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, the Otanis of the world, these freak athletes, Dela Cruz, right? Those are athletes that put the work in to become really good at baseball and then think how great they are. So I think baseball and MMA, they're not the best athletes. It takes a lot of discipline to get really, really good. So it's one of the few sports in the world that you can't just show up and because you're a good athlete, you're going to have success. You have to work very, very hard to get good. Fighting, you have to work very, very hard to get good. Baseball, you got to work very, very hard to get good. You're not going to get by on just your athleticism. That's the good similarities between those. Riley.Curtin. Hey, Brendan, this podcast has been a great listen for me over the year. Being a big UFC fan from Australia, I'm joining the Army starting next week. I won't be able to listen for 3 months. Damn, dude, they only listen to podcasts. Any tips for nerves? I'd be greatly appreciated. Tips for nerves. Whenever I got nerves, breathe, and then what's making you nervous? Probably the unknown, right, Bubba? We can't control that. So try not to assume what's going to happen or assume what you're going to do. Just take it day by day and breathe, my man. Anxiety comes from the unknown, which you can't control. So there's no reason for it, dude. We can't do anything about it. We don't know what's going to happen. Just take it day by day. Don't overthink, and literally just focus on the task at hand to start, and then we'll deal with what else is coming up. But that's when your anxiety and nerves come about. Like in fighting, your nerves were, what if I get knocked out? What if I gas out? Okay. You know?
And there's our saying, we fear more in imagination than reality.
That's where anxiety comes from.
Yeah.
It's the unknown. That's it. Yep. All right, kids, thank you for the questions. Again, if you want your questions read on the next 2 episodes, just submit your questions in the comments below. Put fan question. Nick and Chin will see them. I will answer them. That's it. I love you guys. I have to go shoot a commercial in LA, so the episode might come out late on Friday, but I'll make sure you guys have one on Friday and one on Sunday, all right? Love you guys. If you see me, come say what's up. Good luck to all the dads this weekend in your baseball tournaments. I got one myself, so good luck. I'm out.
Hi, everybody. Well, you're like, yeah, fuck them. This is.
Good point. It's a very good point.
You know, non-Manila Filipinos have to hate Manila Filipinos.
Yeah, but they hate white people way more.
They are really cool, and Filipino Americans are like awesome. They're like so nice.
Like
they're,
Manny
they're
said, yeah, cool.
Super friendly.
Yeah, they're great.
They're the best pool players in the world. Did you know that?
They are.
No, I'm telling you, they are.
Yeah.
Efren Reyes, the greatest pool player, arguably of all time, Filipino.
Manny Pacquiao is one of the most likable guys. Every time I see him on TV, he's singing karaoke for some reason.
Every Filipino I've ever met is like super friendly. They're some of the most friendly, family-oriented people. See how many good things? Look at that, second Titus. That's amazing.
Who's the first Titus?
There's a lot of different kinds of Asian people, so that's an amazing.
Vietnamese.
Yeah, but it's from like agency.
That's why they won that
you
war.
motherfucker. Had to ruin a moment. How dare you?
But you guys found the good in Filipinos.
But, you know,
I can't find anything good about fucking Cambodians. Fuck the Cambodians, I'm saying.
I'm sorry, honestly, that you've ran into a bunch of people that poorly represented Filipino people, but I can't think of, like, if I had to pick, like, one race that was, like, almost universally friendly. Filipino people.
Oh, yeah. What race are you, by the way?
They're really, like, friendly, nice.
But I'll tell you this real quick.
Now, is that? What race are you?
My father's Italian and my mother is Hispanic, reversion Hispanic.
Hey, race Hispanic.
What is exactly Hispanic?
Like, okay, because like it gets divided. Okay, my mother's father's Basque, 100%. Her Ooh, that's like Sicilian, okay?
I forgot. I don't like them either.
I don't like that. They're such assholes. No,
I forget who I
So,
eat.
like a
but
bunch
my
of
mom
different
is
Latin
Spanish,
countries.
right? Well, there's only a few for me. Spanish and Mexican on the mom's side, and Basque, which is like all Hispanics want to fight against each other. I don't know why, but that's just a fact.
I saw a dude on a t-shirt on that said, I'm not Hispanic, I'm Mexican. I got confused as fuck. I was like, are we micromanaging this shit?
The Jew.
On
There's like
people.
this Latin title, and there's Hispanic, and I'm under the umbrella of Hispanic because it's not 100% Latin. Like, I'm not 100% South American. Because my grandfather's Basque, so I have to be Hispanic. Or someone will correct me, and they'll let me know that I'm not Latin.
Oh, wow, that's so crazy.
What else are you?
I don't know all the rules. My dad's Italian.
Oh.
How many times have you...
Is that what that question was for you to go A at the end?
That part's fucking with you, trust me.
Italian?
Yeah, that part. Look at this guy. He's very aggressive.
Yeah. Is that the blood boiling?
It's Italians. They're crazy people.
Yeah.
They come from a mad monkey people that lived on a rock somewhere. That's what they are.
I've never been with an Italian girl.
That's my people.
Yeah.
I got rid of those when I was young. I cut that off at an early age. I was like, one of these things is not like the other. I remember that show.
They're too hairy for me.
Yeah, they just swing at you and shit.
They what?
They'll fucking swing at you.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Well, not all of them. I'm not generalizing.
Right.
It's the ones that were willing to fuck me at the time.
Oh, yeah.
Were all
They are
swinging at me, too.
And that's, that's
like bitches.
Yeah, they are. That's an Italian thing.
Savages.
Very bad.
Dom Amera, look at him, man.
Dom.
It's a product. Yeah. Those are Italian people. Look, don't get me wrong. They make awesome food and their cars are pretty.
Yeah.
You know.
Really, really smart.
There's a lot of
creative
great
people.
shit about.
Great
I love
artists.
it. A lot of Italians are great people. Just.
So you're half Italian.
I can't handle it.
Have you ever punched a guy?
1/4 hour.
Really?
Okay, that's not true. I was asleep and I was having a bad dream and I swung and I didn't realize that I was swinging in real life and I punched him in the stomach and it was really sad because he's one of the nicest guys I've ever dated and I felt so wrong.
Just in the stomach? What is
like,
he, a
just
pussy?
like just totally just punched
If
him
a
in
girl
the
hits you as hard as she can in the stomach, how hard would that be from a laying position? Did he whine about it?
I have no idea. The look on his wall.
What kind of ferocious ground and pound do you have, sister?
It was kind of.
I'm gonna sign you up. Was this Josh Martin? So you ground and pounded him with like some sort of a ridge hand type?
I think I actually kind of like came around and down.
I doubt you did.
I have no idea how it came.
I would tell you, based on what I know about the human body, that wouldn't be happening.
All I know is that I felt my fist hit his stomach, and I woke up, and his eyes were like popping out of his head, and his hand. I was like, oh shit.
Did you get turned on by the moment? Like shit just got crazy?
Oh my god, no!
Just a little stare up out of nowhere, bitch! Tired of your bullshit. Oh my god, I can't believe I thought I was dreaming of hitting you. It's so crazy. I was in that dream-like state in the morning when you wake up because you have to pee. You just wailed him right in the liver.
If he had broken up with me, I would have understood. I looked at his face.
You would have understood. Oh my god.
I totally was like, this relationship's done. Oh
what did he say?
Well, he didn't say that much because he was hurting.
This guy sounds like a real pushover.
He didn't say anything at first.
Sounds like a real pushover. The first thing he said was, he's super nice.
This is what he was, okay? I mean,
it's like, what kind of douchebag is this guy? What is he, Mr. Polite, just goes around thanking people for nothing?
Okay, so
Thank you. Oh, hello, good day. How are you? Please don't punch me in the stomach. I'm trying to get some sleep.
Oh, shit.
I just buried her ex-boyfriend.
He's got a point there. He really does have a point.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a fighter. He was a golfer. Okay? I mean, he's a nice
You guys going golfing? Only miniature. Miniature or nothing. You take it serious? Fuck you. Out there chasing your score, you fucking asshole. I'm under par.
Super nice. That translates to small freckled cock.
You said
Hey, anybody else hungry?
Small freckled.
How many times have you done stand-up?
How many times? I'm in my 4th year.
Oh, you're fourth. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing it? Would be a better question. I'm sorry.
I lost.
Do you do it a lot? How often do you do it?
I try to get up 4 to 5 times a week.
Oh wow, is that hard to do?
Yeah. If it's not a bar show or a show, then I try to get on a mic somewhere.
And did you start in LA?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from north of here by an hour or so.
Well,
it was like logical, but not the smartest move.
Look, you can make us laugh for sure. You'll get better at it. Just do you record yourself? That's one of the best tools. Record your sets, go back and listen to it. You know, and it's hard to be critical, but you have to like not like it. You have to like not like it, and then you have to figure out the new ways to do it, and then you want to hate those old recordings, but it's really important. Recording yourself is hugely important, and being like really critical of your sets is really important. But you got the most important part, and you made me laugh. It's funny.
Heck yeah. Melanie Baldonado, everybody. She's on Twitter at Melanie B Comedy. Thank you so much, Melanie. I love that Filipino.
I feel like a reverse Simon Cowell.
It's like if Simon actually helped people instead of just being a British dude. Oh, no good.
That was the worst British accent ever. You've been wearing a red band too long. He's starting to fuck with your head, son. You gotta cleanse yourself up.
Hey.
You need to drink spring water. Go on a walk.
Spring water?
Fucking head, son.
I love it.
Is there a worse English accent?
Piers Morgan. Oh. Am I right? Is it the same? Simon is English, right?
Yeah, Piers Morgan is the guy that used to be on CNN that do the uncomfortable interviews.
Yeah.
And then Simon is the guy who's on American Idol that mostly thinks people suck.
Yeah. There's a lot of British people taking the American jobs, man.
Isn't it funny though that it's fascinating with someone?
I mean, that guy was supposed to sing American Idol
with a British accent, though.
Well, they created it, though.
CNN, that's America's News. America's News and American Idol. Oh, hello, welcome to America. It's like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's not the same show. You get confused.
But I mean, I'm saying that's even crazier, yeah.
CNN is another show.
Why are all the American red, white, and blue shows being hosted by English guys? It's like they're getting the revolution.
Black helicopters. The nation is at sleep right now. And the time will rise when the internet lets the world know what the fuck is going down. Black helicopters, Tony Hinchcliffe.
What is that?
Alien babies, implants, the NSA, the documents,
I can already...
trails. Bigfoot was a CIA implant. They put him in the desert to lure out susceptible hikers.
I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know black helicopters were a thing until right now.
It's very important to know. You gotta protect yourself from the chemtrails. You gotta wear special hoodies. You gotta get hoodies that are...
Is that what they do?
Yeah, it's gotta be all cotton.
Chemtrail absorbing.
All cotton will absorb the chemtrails. That nylon stuff, it just slides right off you and into your pants.
Let's get another comedian up here, everybody. He goes by the name of Brad Sachs. Deep in the lobby, Brad Sachs. Hate it.
Hi guys, sorry about that. Ran in here. Sorry, I always wanted to get a personalized license plate on my car. You know where you pay to put something on your plate? I saw a cool one in Hollywood. This dude had rum and coke as his plate. I was like, that is fucking cool. I killed to have a mixed drink on my plate. My very next thought was, you this motherfucker in the world put rum and coke. You might as well put kid in trunk. It's the same thing. You ever had anybody call you by the wrong name? And they do it so many times after a while, you just know whatever they're calling you. That's happening to me right now. There's this guy that always calls me Russell, and my name's Brad. And he's always excited. He's like, hey, Russell, come here, Russell. Good to see you, Russell. Over here, Russell. Sit down, Russell. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, yo, dude, just call me Russ. It's cool. That's all I got, guys.
Hey, that was good, man.
I want to go over my time.
Yeah. 57 seconds of Man Thunder from Brad Sachs.
That was funny, dude.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing that?
About 3 or 4 years.
How often?
I mean, I try to get out every night.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I probably could be writing or try to get out.
Both are important, man. You could be writing a lot more. You didn't make it to a minute.
He was trying to be considerate, Dominic.
You got 3 seconds to kill.
You are right, sir.
It was great.
He timed it perfect. That's a true sign of a professional.
Now, Brad, we've talked to you before, and you've mentioned in a couple bits that you have a wife, and we haven't seen you in a few months. How's that been going?
Are you still together? Yeah, we're still together. I actually have big news, guys.
Oh, what's the big news?
We are having a child.
No. She's having a child.
Sorry.
That's right. Fucking doing. You shit it in her.
I saw that on your podcast. You talked about that.
All right, wait.
One time.
This is setting something up.
Wait a second, OH. You in the last time we saw you, the last 2 times, you were talking about how you don't think you want to get married, how you like. Did she listen to any of this? Is that why you're having a baby? Or I mean,
no. I actually after doing these shows, I kind of really thought about it. You know, I thought about my relationship.
Wow. Wait, is she here right now? Like, what's going on? I love this.
No. I'm trying to figure out if this is a bit.
No, it's not.
No, he was talking about on just a month ago about how he doesn't want to get married.
Right.
This was this was like 7 or 8, 9 months ago.
I like
that changes in a couple of days.
I like that you said after doing this show, it's like, you know, after doing a minute of comedy, I thought, I got a lot of time on my hands. Maybe I'll have a baby.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, now.
Brad Sachs. There's going to be a Mrs. Sachs, and it's because of your sack.
Yeah.
You just knocked her up. Now you don't have a choice.
No choice. How
does she feel about being a Mrs. Sachs? I mean, your name is really Sachs.
Sachs, yeah. That's
as in ball sacks. For those of you that aren't completely getting.
Let me ask you this, Russell.
Yes, sir.
Russell.
There's a callback, for Christ's sake.
Wow, Brad, how far along is she?
I got literally 3 weeks to a month, and she's gonna deliver. Baby girl, a girl.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait a second, it's a month away?
Yeah. It's been that long since I was on the show.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's at 8 months?
Yes, sir.
Did you try all the things at the beginning? You know, like thing and microwave popcorn a lot, stuff like that.
What does that do?
Let me ask you this. Do you think the baby is going to take on your look at all, that Ghostbusters 2 bad guy? Oh, Vigo! That look that you have going on?
It's possible.
Vigo, come alive, Vigo!
It could be.
You have the face of a comedian, sir. Don't let him fuck with you.
Of course, definitely. No, he definitely has the face of
a young man's confidence. How dare you?
How dare you? Brad knows what's up, and your congratulations. Your daughter is going to be one funny baby.
Thank you.
Because you're a funny guy, Brad, and hopefully that.
If she wasn't really pregnant, you just did that to get attention.
Stranger things have happened.
It's been 8 months. That's crazy.
He's trying to tell you how long it is since it's been on the show. I'm having a fucking baby. That's how long it's taking me.
Yeah.
Brad, congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie.
What are you gonna? What's the biggest change that you've made since finding out that there's going to be a new Sachs in the family?
I would probably say the biggest change is I've been eating a lot more medical cannabis. Since I found no, I'm just kidding. I started to save more money, of course. That's something.
Wait, were you really kidding, or was that the truth coming out?
I do both. Simultaneously.
Well, then next time, don't do the laugh and say I was kidding. Follow through with it.
I got a groan here,
oh, whatever. You gave up on it. You're just, the changes that happen from things are things that you can talk about that'll be therapeutic for you, especially now that you're about to go through all that crazy shit.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
Yeah.
True.
So have fun with it. I can't believe I didn't know that you're having a baby, Brad.
Yeah.
Who's the godfather going to be? Hint. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to be a godfather. I wouldn't even know what that has to do with. I just heard the music and I thought it'd be a funny place to go. But Brad, I'm going to get another comedian up here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brad Sachs. He's on Twitter at Brad Sachs. That's SACHS for you listeners out there following along. Oh, how fun. Should we get one more before the regulars?
One more before the...
All right. Normally we would move on to our two lovely regulars, but instead we're going to pull one more name. So many people came out and traveled so far.
You guys are a great crowd, by the way.
Heck yeah, you are. Put your hands together. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Dennis Wilson.
Once was a murder right across the street from our elders. And we stayed out there. Detectives came out and threw a chalk line around the body. The next day, I seen two girls playing hopscotch on his head. I once got arrested for identity theft. I was a horrible criminal. Identity theft is all right as long as you don't draw attention to yourself. I bought a Cadillac with no problem because apparently black people buy Cadillacs. But the next day, they called the police on me because I guess black people don't buy patio furniture. I once used the guy's identity to rent an apartment. And don't even rent an apartment. One day he showed up yelling, talking about, come out of there, I want what's mine. So I gave him his mail.
Wow, Dennis Wilson, so funny. Hell yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up, Dennis?
4 years.
It's good to see you back, man. I'm glad you made it out to Pasadena.
I took a long break.
How long did you do it before that?
4 years.
About 4 years. I got back 4 years.
Yeah. I had like a year for it. So I just came back. I came back in 2010. And I left in 97. I can tell you how long I left because I remember Joe. And we had a great super.
Damn.
Wow. Joe's Supra.
That's old school,
I'll
dude.
never forget that because I wanted a great Supra so bad.
God damn, I love that car.
Yeah, you were the only dude I knew had one.
Should have kept that fucking thing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Joe Tony. I came out tonight with Joe Rogan. Because Joe Rogan done something.
I love Freeway Rick.
Yeah. The great Rick Ross. The true Rick Ross.
He's not either. That's the beautiful thing about him. Thank you very much.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, sir. He's funny, right?
First of all, I love you. I wish you the best. Thank you for taking care of your daughter. There's nothing, wife. There's nothing funny I can say. Just good luck and best wishes. Oh, Tom. God, you got big fucking hands. You can palm a basketball, right?
Oh, shit.
Come on.
Oh, shit. No, he did.
We work together. I set him up, you hit him out.
Fuck yeah, Dennis Wilson, all right. He just comes in, slaughters it is out. I love it. He's on Twitter at DJ.
That's really funny, man.
He's on Twitter at DJ Sunset BLVD, DJ Sunset Boulevard.
You know what? Let's just do another quick one.
Let's do it. We got in and out with him quick. That was fun. Let's knock out one more.
That's the way to do it, right?
Put your hands. Wait, what?
So that's the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Hit it hard, cracked it.
Yeah.
No fat left. Bam.
Sometimes though, you can dig into these people and you'll find magic though.
Oh yeah, I could guess the vanilla fucking internet service right now must be off the chain. Fucking the wrong people, hooker.
Oh, there we go.
Your next comedian goes by the name of @Brick and Bullets. Oh yes, I know this guy too. Brick and Bullets. Is that what you signed up as?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Put your hands together for Brick and Bullets, everybody. Here you go.
So, I started off life relatively early as a stepchild. And not only that, I'm double first being redheaded stepchild. The universe being funny presents me with my own redheaded stepchild. Now that I've been on both sides, I understand better. Having a stepchild, loving your stepchild, is like loving turkey bacon. You only love it because somebody else tells you have to. You go to the doctor, your doctor's like, you got high cholesterol. You better try that turkey bacon. Your woman's like, you better at least act like you love the kid. Plus, your stepkids, they don't smell like your real kids. They don't smell like your real kids. They smell like turkey bacon. I'm just saying it's different. I'm just saying. Then you go kiss them goodbye, and they're a little extra salty. Like, you haven't eaten chips all day? That's it. We got bricks and bullets. That's it.
Good job, buddy.
Heck yeah.
Thank you.
How many times have you been on stage?
This is it.
I knew it.
Wow.
First time,
That was
guys.
the first time? Wow, that was really good. That's really good, man. For a first time, that's very impressive.
That's
Very
awesome.
I support that. What you did was it's the art of saying fucked up shit to get a laugh. And it's an art, you know, and you gotta know when a dude's a real legit psychopath or saying something fucked up because it's funny. And there's a fine line there you walk in. You never know. But those guys are like some of my favorite comedians ever that made that art of saying fucked up shit. Like, you know the guy doesn't really mean most of the shit he's saying, but it's funny to say fucked up shit. And people, like, it's a real problem when people would take something that you would say at full face value and say, well, these are statements he's making, right? You're probably a very nice guy.
Yeah, I try to be.
So you're just trying to say fucked up shit.
Just trying to get people to enjoy themselves.
I love it. How long did you prepare that minute for? Did you know that you wanted to come here to start, or like were you gonna?
No, I had actually it had been a concept in my head for a while, and it's actually a lot more flesh to it. I just chop it down. It's probably 6 weeks or something.
It's so dark, too. It's hilarious. It's funny, but I'm like, oh shit, they don't smell like your kids. I'm like, oh, that's so funny.
Because you know it's right.
So true.
It's funny, man. It's funny, dude. It's dark. It's dark. You went deep.
Dude, that was hilarious.
I'm sorry.
On the last Thunder Pussy, you yelled that out as a topic too. Who was the person? Yes, Jerry. It was hilarious. Congratulations, man, for your first time. We got.
Yeah, that was very, very good. Really good job.
Is it @Brick and Bullets? Is that right?
Bricks
and Bullets.
Especially for such a dark subject, man. That was really good.
Dom, what do you got for bricks and bullets?
Lugats.
Oh, you don't speak Italian? Oh, what do you speak Cambodian? What the fuck?
Goodness.
I honestly think that was amazing for the first time you're on stage. I mean, I know that you do theater in the round, which doesn't have a stage, but I gotta hand it to you. I mean, for me, it's like I would have thought it was your second time on stage.
Come on, I had to come in with a zinger. What's good?
You're so much nicer than me. I realize that just sitting here with you. You're kinder and more gentle.
I'm sorry.
Who the fuck am I?
I don't know.
I wish you'd have, but it's funny. Keep doing it.
Bricks and Bullets, congratulations, man. That's so much fun. He's on Twitter at Bricks and Bullets, popping his Kill Tony cherry.
And his shirt's available on your mom's house podcast.com. No bullshit, because it could go horribly wrong for him at any moment from here on for the rest of his comedy career. But that's a stellar start.
Is that as far as like start?
I mean,
That's not as good as it started off. Did you start off dirty right away? I started off dirty right away. Like, Staying Open to You really influenced my first set, and it was just dirty immediately.
Well, I think that when you're starting out, man, you don't know anything else. You know about like fingering each other and shit. You're 20 years old. What the fuck do you know? You don't know shit. What are you gonna go up there and tell people about life? Bitch, shut the fuck up. You're 20 years old. But if you're 20 years old, you got a crazy blowjob joke, people will laugh. And like, you don't have anything else that's really relevant to talk about other than like dirty shit.
I felt like my first set, though, I felt like I had to go as dirty and as extreme as possible just because of you guys. Like, I mean,
sorry.
Did you go dirty? Like,
I did. But I wasn't influenced by them as much as I was influenced by the other guys that were in town. And Boston was a town that was like really, like the comedies, they were trying to go really clean. A lot of guys were trying to go really clean. So I was always really insecure about doing dirty jokes. So I probably tried to morph my act into something that other people liked for a little bit. I don't know how long I did that for. But like even into like my second year, I was still like, trying to be clean. I just couldn't do it.
So what do you say when people say like when you're dirty, you're cheating? Or
I figured out a long time ago that those are people that I don't want to talk to. So I just go, whatever. Saying bad words and talking about real shit is somehow or another, it's out of the intellectual reach. What is it? It's it's the place where you don't go. It's dirty. Why? Because Nabisco says so. You're selling crackers on the Tonight Show, you goofy fuck. It's ridiculous.
And because it's easier, it's harder to be brilliant dirty, like Robert Schimmel or somebody like that, because you're thinking, fuck. You know, like anybody can, this twat, but to make it really incredible, like, he had you know who Robert Schimmel is? Yeah. And he had the best fucking dirty jokes ever.
First comic ever so alive.
Yeah. He was a sweetheart.
You know, my favorite thing is a black dirty comic. Because anything they say dirty.
Stank a pussy. Man, that pussy was funky. Ooh, baby, I said, Mama, you gotta watch that pussy.
At the end of every episode of the show, diabetes. Oh yeah, that's right. That's my favorite. What is that again? How does it go? What is that? You don't remember?
Well, it's in my act. I don't do my act.
I actually remember.
I know it. Wait.
7.
About what the fuck? It's like
how do I remember your bit?
It's these setups without punchlines.
Oh.
I was at the bus stop the other day. Bus didn't come. Why they call it a motherfucking bus stop when the bus ain't even stopping? What's up with that? Then the diabetes line comes with, like you can do it anything. I was at the restaurant the other day. I said to the waitress, bitch, give me my fucking room. The motherfucker, a cup of coffee. She made me 7 sugar. 7 sugar. 7 sugar. 7 sugar. What's she trying to give me? Diabetes? I'm gonna call the police on that bitch. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Joey Diaz and I'll be here next weekend. Come on.
Next weekend, both Friday and Saturday, go to IceHouseComedy.com.
Guys, to close out every episode of this show, we have 2 young ladies who do a new minute each week, every single week. Now, this is actually their second minute this week. So we get to watch them create, and it goes out there, and they're constantly working and writing on that level at a minute a week, or at least trying to. They're pushing it that hard.
They almost have an hour worth of material because they've done a minute every single week.
Right.
Dom, talk to them.
We will, Joe. After I put a little bit of my
you gotta help them.
Coming up first tonight, out of the 2, she went on stage for the first time, much like the couple of guys did tonight, right here on Kill Tony for the first time. And that was many, many weeks ago. She dropped out of college at the University of Florida and stayed out here and said, I'm going to keep doing stand-up.
She was just supposed to graduate, just like a couple classes
passes away from that.
And here she is, the college dropout and Kill Tony Queenpin, Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Kim Congdon, everybody, come on.
Hey guys, I'm Kim Congdon. I read the other day that a guy went to prison for 4 years for leaving his child in the car, in a really hot car. Way to judge the car on its looks. Right. I planned a school shooting, but I never hired a photographer. I was really pushing to get plastic surgery, but plastic said it felt fine. As an American, I feel like I have the right to bear arms, which is why I shaved them. This guy told me he liked my frame, and I was like, I didn't do it, he did. Oh, can I do my last one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I like to follow the speed limit. Because who likes to do too much speed?
Oh, hey, Bear, go get back in there, Angry West Hollywood Bear. Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Completely changing style. I don't know how many of you listen to Kill Tony, but I've been listening to her for 50 some weeks, and she's never been a one-liner comedian. What's up with this little tester?
I was just trying it. I was just writing some jokes. Let me try one-liners.
It's interesting.
What a weird episode to choose to do.
I know.
two real natural comedians on this show, and you went with one-liners.
That's okay, right?
It's fine. It's just I just find it interesting.
It's very interesting you doing a whole minute a week. What is that? How challenging is that?
It's really hard. It's really hard because when I go to open mics, I also want to work on my material that I want to do on shows. In that sense, and then I have to get in, this extra random with everything. And now I just do this Monday, Friday.
How much time do you usually get at open mic set?
5 minutes. And I do 2 a night during the weekdays, and I do 3 Saturdays.
Wow. Dedication.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's funny.
Hey.
Got good delivery. It's
Hey,
weird,
guys.
too. It's weird enough.
What's up?
Dom, what do you think of Kim Congdon?
It's very courageous, too.
She's like Stephen Wright's retarded daughter.
Don't you think it's courageous doing a new minute every week?
Oh, can you imagine?
It's hard.
People think, imagine if you wrote a minute a day.
Oh my God.
365 days except for late music. I mean, that's something people forget how hard.
You might, if you're lucky, get a minute's worth of seeds. So then you gotta spend time growing those fuckers and turning them into jokes.
Yeah, those were all very bottom-being Laffy Taffies, and I mean...
They were terrible?
No, they weren't. They were actually really, really good. But your style and all the timing and stand-up that you've worked on is all talking about real stuff so far. So your timing with those jokes wasn't on. But the jokes were extremely well written. But you don't know how to really, it's not that you don't know how, it's just that you haven't worked on.
Do you think if you could take those jokes, if you could say them funny, though? I don't think so. I think they were very Laffy Taffy.
Oh, I know. Right. Oh, yeah, they're laughing.
Such a fucked up way of putting it. Oh, you think that you take those jokes and make them funny? No, I don't know.
No, that's exactly what I just said she could do. Oh, yeah, exactly.
He has to get up there and
Say one of them again. The quickest one.
I planned a school shooting, but I never hired a photographer.
I planned the school shooting, but I never hired a photographer, cocksucker. That's how I'm hiding. You know me, dog. Old school. I'm from North Bergen, New Jersey. We know how to hide in the bushes. We'll just keep going. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
Joey uses
you'd be like, what? At school shoot? Are we laughing at a school shoot?
Joey kids can talk about anything and it's funny.
Come on, you fucking homos. I ain't shooting nobody at school.
It's great. I feel like we just have a good point of, what Joey did. what you want to do is you just want to let it rip. If you.
My delivery. So the
Not
jokes
different.
No, listen, I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you're doing a minute a week. It's fucking hard. Some of those jokes aren't going to make it.
I would go back to your
That's
normal
it.
style.
Some of them will make it, and some of them aren't going to make it. It's how it always is. But if you're making a minute every week, that's just how it goes. I think you did really good.
Yeah.
I got 2 words for you. Forrest Gump.
Oh my goodness.
There's an idea.
How dare you?
That nobody else is talking about. You're going to be at the top of Hollywood in no time, kid.
How dare you?
There's room for a Forrest Gump bit. You can do it, young lady. Now sit on Daddy's lap and watch the rest of the show.
Oh, goodness. I personally, as a man, am offended by what you did.
Well, Joe, I know how
Male privilege. Hello. God. Focus group.
So politically correct, it's scary.
I'm just trying.
I can't say anything around you anymore. Let's not fight in front of them. Can we wait till we get home?
Oh, sorry. Don't listen to them. You're good.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, it was just shocking because I'm not
so
really
weird
used
for
to
me
that.
Too. I felt weird for me too.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting.
I was freaking out, and I put my phone in here, and I was peeking.
On your notes?
Because I'm just so used to telling a story where it just comes out naturally, and I'm just talking about, like being a crazy girlfriend or something.
See, that feels real to me when you say that. And
I know.
but today was like I felt like
just wanted to
I don't
try
feel
it.
like you were ever actually going to give surgery to a piece of plastic. However, you being a crazy girlfriend, I could totally understand in a heartbeat.
They're giving you a hard time. You're doing a minute a week. That's a very good.
Totally, absolutely. No, she's a
I've never
warrior.
seen you do stand up before, so for me, this is the only time I've ever seen it. So for me, I thought it was weird enough. It was good.
Perfect.
It's hard. A minute a week is very commendable.
Yeah.
Right, Tamarera, for religion, right?
Very hard. Very proud of you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
And she did. I mean, it's been a year, right? So it's been
a cool undertaking. It's interesting.
It's been a year, right?
It's been a little bit over a year.
A little bit over a year. A new minute each week.
It was a year to the first.
Yeah. There you go.
Do you take all that stuff and go over it and like mine for?
Some of the stuff I'm just starting to learn to listen to my own stand-up. I record every set. I've recorded almost every set I've done today.
That's so crazy. It's crazy.
I'll start and then I'll just start changing and turn it off.
Yeah.
For something.
I can understand that.
You got to treat it.
I knew that was coming. It was like watching a drunk friend get knocked out. Like, oh shit.
No.
Jesus, what did you think about that set?
I know a photographer.
Oh, there you go. That was a callback to BC right there. Kimberly, that was very fun. What do you think about this one-liner thing? You gonna keep rocking it, or
I might
just
try
gonna
it a
keep
couple
trying
more
different
times.
things out?
I'm no quitter.
Switch it up. You can do a little of that, a little of this.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
It'd be fun to see you do a minute of crowd work sometime. That might be fun.
I was gonna do that last week, but I'm
You're just trying to steal my awesome idea. Anyway,
No.
put your hands together for Kimberly Condon, everybody. She did it again. Live from the Ice House for the very first time on Kill Tony. And the other regular and your final comedian of the night, another one of our regulars and favorites. She is a regular on Kill Tony and the Dysentery podcast. Very funny, goofy sense of humor. Usually takes something small, a topic, and blows it up into big proportions. Hopefully, if you see any of that tonight, be always goofy, always funny. Sarah Wine.
What's up? I was on top of the world. My temper
I feel like coffee tables should just be called footstool.
Are you serious? You cannot be
Who was like,
serious.
hey, that table over there, let's
I became
associate it
famous
with
for
coffee.
smashing rackets when things didn't go
That's
my way.
that.
Of course, back then
And
we didn't have
upon
multiple
the
rackets,
top
so I was
of
forced to
this
play.
coffee table, let's place
And in
coffee
2001,
table
at
books.
the U.S. Open, my first serve hit a plane, causing it to
Makes
go
no
tragically
sense.
off course and hit a building.
Some people's coffee table books cost more than their
Everyone
coffee
blamed the
table.
Muslims. My second serve was no better. My first birthday,
Who has enough coffee to make it through an entire
my
book?
mother gave me a little help.
Coffee table books are really just picture books. And who the fuck is letting their kid drink coffee? Alright.
cob holders. The week before that, it was the crock pot. Everything's beginning with C lately. Crock pot, corn on the cob, coffee table.
Oh, coffee table.
It's a frustrating one.
Yeah.
You know, one thing that I thought of that I think might be able to actually help that in a way is redefining it for people that might not have the clear vision of what exactly that is. I feel like that could be confused. Well, that's a short in height table, normally in front of a couch type of thing, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're all picturing something different, then that's my point exactly, is what I'm saying.
When you got 1 minute, you gotta like slice all that shit up though.
Everybody
knows what a fucking coffee table is, right? Who doesn't know who is like